21 Sleight of hand. Azkaban. She was puzzled at the request. Well, madam, as you know, there are 2 members of House Black currently incarcerated there. One for just cause, the other not. And I am Lord of House Black. It is incumbent upon me to check on members of my house, no matter their station or situation. Her eyebrows went up. She said, incredulously, Lord Black. He gave her a broad smile, languidly held out his right hand, and flashed the House Black Lord's ring. He then pulled out his wand and held it up. I swear on my magic and my life that I am Lord Black, of the ancient and noble House Black. So mote it be. Lumos. His wand tip glowed brightly. She sat back in her chair. Well. That was unexpected. How? And why? He looked back at her. That is a long and complicated story which I'm sure you would find incredulous. And I only discovered the situation by accident when demonstrating to Mr. Potter how the goblins conduct heritage searches after he had done his. I was truly expecting a no response. She nodded her understanding, and a smile flitted across her lips. Ah, yes, he realized with some satisfaction, she had heard about Harry's inheriting a few extra lordships. Quite a surprise, I tell you. But it's true or I couldn't wear the ring. I've already been to visit the house at 12 Grimmauld Place and discussed a few things with the house elf in residence. Amazing, she said. She shook her head, then looked up at him. Azkaban. Yes. I want Sirius moved from the high security section of the prison to the lowest security, if not to a holding cell here in the ministry, while my lawyers deal with getting his release. We now know that Peter Pettigrew did not die 11 years ago, which throws doubt onto all the assumptions made when he was picked up. Add to that Sirius was never interviewed, much less charged or convicted of a crime, and you're looking at a huge public relations disaster for the ministry. Not to mention owing compensation for abusing so blatantly the scion of House Black. She was staring at him again, astonished. Why, if the ministry can grab the scion of such an important and noble house and lock him up without evidence or a trial, or even an official charge, what is to prevent them from doing the same to the son or daughter of any member of the Wizen Maggots, or even your niece? He was letting her know in the plainest terms possible the strategy he was going to pursue to free Sirius. True, there was a war on, but afterwards? What's the excuse for not reviewing the evidence to make sure the ones placed in Azkaban were not innocents caught in the wrong place at the wrong time? And he knew she could see how powerful a strategy it was. Both dark and light houses would unite to defend their sons and daughters from what happened to Sirius once they realized how vulnerable they were. No ministry, either light or dark, could be trusted with such wide-reaching powers. Using his fame as Lockhart and the powerful political power of House Black, he could make sure that the Daily Prophet would keep this case from being hidden from the public. Sheer self-interest would force the Wizen Maggots to dump the minister and any who stood with him. He paused and smiled grimly. The minister and ministry are in for some hard times ahead. If you maintain the status quo, you will mitigate your portion of the blame. Not at all. The Nazis proved how ineffective I was only following orders is as a defense. Moving Sirius and getting him the medical assistance he needs will go a long ways towards showing you knew nothing of the true situation, and that you are acting in good faith. To the public you will appear an impartial administrator of justice. After all, if you ascertain he is guilty, then nothing has been lost. But if you find he is innocent and yet you did nothing to help in the meantime. I'm not one to tell another how to run her department, but if I were you, I would immediately send orders to interview Mr. Black with Veritaserum and determine the truth. After 11 years in that horrid place, I'm sure he is incapable of the fortitude even to attempt to fool the potion. She was now looking thoughtful. By the way, as godfather to Harry James Potter, shouldn't it have been impossible for him to act in a manner that threatened Harry and his parents? His oath should have killed him if he really intended to hand Lord Potter's son over to Voldemort. He gave her one of his wide smiles, displaying his perfect teeth. So, with that mind, I'd like to visit Azkaban as soon as possible to assure Sirius I am taking the steps needed to get him out. And while I am there, I would like to visit Bellatrix Lestrange. As a daughter of House Black, it is incumbent upon me to verify her condition and situation in the prison. And I would like to verify that Mr. Rubeus Hagrid is being treated in the manner promised by Minister Fudge. Mr. Hagrid is a good friend of mine, and I find it deplorable that the minister had him incarcerated simply because he needed a scapegoat. And this is the second time for poor Mr. Hagrid. And that's another case of the ministry grabbing someone right off the street and throwing them into Azkaban without charges, trial, or conviction. Am I seeing a pattern here of ministry misbehavior? Once is an accident, twice is coincidence, 3 times is malicious intent. What would the Daily Prophet and Rita Skeeter have to say about such a charge? I shall make sure to include the facts of his case with Sirius Black's case when next the Wizen Maggots meets. In fact, I herewith officially petition you to release Mr. Rebus Hagrid, or at the very least, move him here to a ministry holding spell, as a show of good faith. He pulled a parchment roll from his pocket and handed it to her. And that certainly put Madame Bones on the hot seat. Do what she should legally do and risk the heat she would get from the minister, or fall with the minister when the wizen maggots roasted him for illegally throwing innocent victims into Azkaban. Gilderoy had a good idea which way she would jump. I would like that visit to be this afternoon. He sat back and waited. 2 hours later, they were standing in the warden's office on Azkaban. Here's the order for Mr. Rubeus Hagrid transferring him from Azkaban to a ministry holding cell. Madame Bones handed a scroll to the warden as Gilderoy watched. As she had explained before leaving the ministry, they would give him Veritaserum once he was in the ministry. If, as Gilderoy had said, he had nothing to do with the incidents in question, they would immediately release him. Furthermore, they would question him regarding the incident from 50 years ago, and take action, if any, accordingly. They would be commute the fine for having a creature classified as XXXXX as a pet to time served. Madame Bones had not asked Harry how he had obtained his facts. After perusing the scroll, the warden called to one of the guards, and said, "John, fetch the prisoner known as Rubeus Hagrid and bring him here." While they waited, she handed the warden a second scroll, and here's the order for Mr. Sirius Black transferring him from Azkaban to a ministry holding cell. After a sharp look at the witch and examining the scroll intently, he said, "Are you sure, madam? He's one of our most dangerous prisoners. He's said to have been he who must not be named's most important lieutenant. Apparently, the rumors of his association with Death Eaters and he who must not be named are just that, rumors. That's why we're taking him to the ministry for questioning. There seems to be considerable evidence he might just be innocent, that he simply was in the wrong place at the wrong time." The warden gave her an appalled look. "No," he said, aghast. She nodded. He sighed, and called to the guards in the outer office, "Gary, take 3 others and fetch prisoner Sirius Black. Maximum security." As an aside, he said to his superior, "Just a precaution. As you said, it appears, and we all know that sometimes appearances can be wrong." Again she nodded. And so they waited in silence. Hagrid must have been close, because less than a minute later he walked in with his guard. "Professor Lockhart!" the half-giant exclaimed. He looked worse for the wear, as if he hadn't slept well in days, and he probably hadn't, and there was a sense of depression and desperation about the man. The head of the DMLE looked up at the big man and said, "Professor Lockhart has brought evidence that your current incarceration here is a mistake of justice. We are transferring you to the ministry for further questioning. If it goes as we suspect, you will be released from custody no later than this afternoon, with a letter of apology from the DMLE." Hagrid looked close to tears in relief. "I knew the headmaster wouldn't forget me." "Thank yat, Professor, thank yat." Madame Bones spoke up, "Mr. Hagrid, the headmaster had nothing to do with this. Professor Lockhart arranged everything." Gilderoy said, "Hagrid, how good to see you. I see you have survived here, if not exactly thrived, but be of good cheer." He gave the half-giant a blinding smile. "As Madame Bones said, I've arranged for your release after a few questions. By evening you'll be back in the Great Hall having supper with the rest of the staff, and this will all be a fading memory." Hagrid frowned and said more to himself than anyone else, "The headmaster didn't send you." And stepped back to lean against a wall, frowning. His guard settled beside him, alert and wand out. Just because a prisoner appeared calm didn't mean he wasn't planning something untoward. Or wouldn't suddenly decide his best opportunity was to go on the offensive and attack. The warden and Bone went into a discussion of the prison, and the warden took the opportunity to present some items that he felt needed her attention. Gilderoy spent his time examining the office and, surreptitiously, taking a good hard look at the protective enchantments in place over the prison. He had to admit, they were quite effective at keeping ordinary prisoners in place and average dark wizards at bay. They would need significant upgrading, though, to hold out against what Voldemort could bring to bear. He developed a few suggestions on improvements as he waited. Finally, Sirius Black arrived. And boy did he look like hell. Not just thin, but gaunt, his skin stretched over his bones. His eyes, while clear and showing he was paying attention, had a haunted look of terrors never forgotten, nor far from mind. He looked around the room and was surprised to recognize Hagrid in one corner and Madame Bones in front of the warden's desk. Gilderoy immediately greeted the wizard. "Ah! Sirius Black! It's good to see you." He gave him a broad smile and walked over to him. The guard stiffened slightly, but didn't interfere. He started shaking the prisoners like a professional politician, that is, much action and not letting go. "You may not remember me, I was 4 years behind you at Hogwarts." He pushed magic through his hand into Sirius, giving him quite a boost. "I've been looking forward to meeting you since Christmas when I discovered I was Lord Black." Sirius gave him an astonished look, both at the news and at the sudden flood of magic, pushing him to a level he hadn't had for a decade. "Can you believe that? Me, Gilderoy Lockhart, not only a member of the famous House Black, but its lord." "Better you than me," mumbled the confused wizard. "Why, as soon as I found out, I started researching the family. You can imagine my surprise when I discovered you, certainly the most infamous of the family, had never been given a trial, or even interviewed to see if you really were a Death Eater. He finally let go of the wizard's hand. That should give the sickly wizard a jump start on recovering. Sirius shook his hand uncertainly, his fingers still tingling from the magical burst Gilderoy had sent him. That's why we're here, actually, Gilderoy continued, blithely ignoring the others in the room and their attempts to interrupt. We're going to take you back to the ministry where they will finally ask you the questions they should have given you 11 years ago. It's all a formality, really, as they had no evidence to lock you up in the first place. He looked around the room. Well, I've said enough for now. I'll let these fine aurors here take care of you for a while. I'll meet you back at the ministry when they release you. Make sure you wait for me, though, there are a lot of things I have to tell you. Did you know I'm famous in the wizarding world? Yes, that's right, famous. I've written 10, can you believe it, 10 best-selling books. And I have 2 more I'm working on right now. People all over the world simply adore me. I'm also the DADA professor at Hogwarts, and let me tell you Harry Potter is such a fine lad you'll be amazed. Harry. Sirius interrupted, James' son. Yes, of course. James and Lily would be so proud of the young wizard. He'll be living with you starting this summer. You two will have plenty of time to catch up with each other. I know he's just dying to hear all your stories about his father and mother. Gilderoy stopped and nudged the thin wizard with his elbow, and none of those racy ones, you hear? The boy's only 12 and not quite ready to hear what a lady's wizard his father was. Although he's already quite infatuated with a certain bushy-haired young witch, whom I'm sure he will spend hours telling you about. And there's at least 2 others giving him the eye as well, what with his multiple lordships and all. He stepped back from the confused wizard. I would go with you to the ministry, but being Lord Black means I have one more responsibility, much as I would rather go with you so we could get acquainted. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. The stories I could tell you about myself you simply shan't believe are true, but they are. I have 10 books to show the proof. He sighed contentedly. Well, as I said, I do have another appointment here. I need to see to your cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange. As Lord Black I have to see for myself her condition and situation. He nodded towards Madame Bones who was watching them with an amazed expression. She tells me that Bella is far too dangerous to allow out of her cell, so I shall have to visit her. As the Muggles say, if Mohammed can't go to the mountain, then the mountain must come to Mohammed. Everyone stared at him as if he were quite barmy. He hoped the wizard was awake enough to catch all the hidden gems he had included in his apparent ramblings. He turned to the witch. Well, I shouldn't hold you back from your investigations. I would most appreciate it if you could personally see to the interrogation of Mr. Hagrid first, so that Mr. Black has time to take a nice hot shower and get a few healing potions so he doesn't pass out in the middle of your interrogation. And then oversee Mr. Black's interrogation as well. You might learn some interesting facts about Mr. Potter if you examine his story carefully. He smiled happily. So, who is the lucky guard who will conduct me safely to see my incarcerated family member? Jack was not happy. He clearly wondered what he had done wrong to be consigned to escort this idiotic airhead dandy to see Bellatrix Lestrange. The man had done nothing but talk about his books and adventures at a breathtaking rate, not even noticing Jack's very unsubtle hints that he didn't care. The only reason he hadn't told the wizard piss off was that he obviously had extraordinary pull to get Madame Bones and the warden hopping to his tune. Here she is, he said tersely, interrupting the prat in mid-sentence in some silliness about curing a werewolf. Hey, he yelled at the woman in the cell, get off your arse. Ya got a visitor. Before he could turn back to Gilderoy, he was hit with a stunner. Before the wizard could start to fall, Lockhart swiftly erected silencing spells and a notice me not. He did not want anyone to see what he was doing. Bella unsteadily stood up. Who the bloody? She started, only to receive a stunner as well. Moving quickly, Gilderoy removed the shrunken corpse from his bottomless bag. He placed it inside the cell. He restored it to full size, then summoned Bella. He compared them side by side. He cast a spell duplicating all of Bella's scars and features. Her own mother wouldn't be able to tell them apart. He swapped Bella's prison attire for the old woman's hospital gown, and then shrunk her to doll size. He summoned her and placed her in his bag, carefully hiding it in his pocket. He took out the golem paper and carefully placed it inside the dead woman's mouth. He touched the paper in her open mouth and poured magic into it, charging its runes. He waited a moment, closed its mouth, and then said, "Stand up." The body climbed to its feet. Instructions. You will stay in the bed as much as possible. When dementors arrive, moan as if in pain. When guards arrive, turn your back to them. Do not speak to them. Dump any food into the disposal hole in the corner. If anyone suspects you aren't Bellatrix Lestrange or Bella or they think something is wrong, whisper the word dead. Otherwise, after 20 days, whisper the word dead. Turn around and face the bed. When I innervate the guard, go to the bed and lie down. End instructions. When it said the activation word, dead, the paper would vanish. With the paper gone, the runes that preserved the body and allowed it operate would vanish as well, and the body would appear to have died. His changes to its features would last a year, at least, and by then normal decay would render it extremely difficult to determine that the body wasn't really Bella. Only a Muggle DNA test would prove otherwise. The entire operation had taken less than a minute. He turned to the guard and used magic to lift and place him leaning against the wall. He casted a conf undo followed by an innervate. As the guard blinked his eyes, the conf undo preventing him from being completely cognizant of his surroundings, Gilderoy dismissing his silencing spells and the notice me not. The golem slowly began walking to the bed. He turned to the guard, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. I see she is alive and as well as can be expected. Let's go back." The golem laid down, with its back to the cell door. The guard was more than happy to leave this level of the prison and the demontators hovering at the far end of the corridor. The walk back was just as boring as the walk in, from the guard's point of view. He was close to strangling the git he was escorting by the time they reached the warden's office. If he never saw or heard of Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, slayer of basilisks, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, he could die happy. For his report, he just mentioned they went to the cell, the witch stood up, cursing them, and then they left. He never suspected anything unusual had happened during his escort. Gilderoy caught up with Madame Bones in the Aura department just as they were ending their interrogation of Hagrid. As he had told her, Hagrid was innocent and had provided a memory of his arrest by the minister where the minister admitted he had no reason other than the infamous covering your arse. Madame Bones was furious. The minister is not an Auror, he has no authority to do what he did, she fumed. As soon as we finish interrogating Sirius Black, I'll call the Wisengamot for a special session to hear these cases. Once they see that memory, he's history. And if, she turned to look at Gilderoy, if the case against Sirius Black is as flimsy as you claim, we can get him out of here Saturday. They crossed the corridor to the next cell. If an innocent man's life weren't at stake, Gilderoy would have been laughing at the expressions of the Aurors as at each answer to every question they asked demonstrated just how badly the ministry had handled things 11 years ago. Bones remanded Sirius, as a Joe blogs, to a ministry cell pending Wisengamot review of his case or rather lack of a case. In the meantime, she sent for a healer to help him recover from his ordeal in Azkaban. Gilderoy promised to see him when the Wizen maggots met or on Saturday, whichever came first. _ The gaunt woman on the bed looked hideous. Her hair was a rat's nest. Her fingernails were all broken, cracked, and caked with dirt. In fact, dirt caked her most everywhere. If he had found her outside in a field or forest, he would have thought her dead. Her face, even asleep, was a mass of worry lines. Gilderoy sighed and looked around the room. Ever since he conceived his plan, he had been preparing. This room was a combination of the former dungeon cells under Grimmauld Place, accessed through a staircase in the boiler room. He had combined several cells to create an upper-class bedroom. Fine curtains hid a window charmed to show a view of the Thames. There was nothing to indicate the room was actually 20 feet underground. A matching carpet and pale white-colored walls brought warmth to the room. A door led to a full bathroom with both shower and bathtub. Beside it was a full closet, currently bare. The furniture, beautifully appointed, was a matching set of drawers, bed, side tables, and plush chairs. The paintings on the walls were Muggle landscapes. Hidden runes inscribed on each piece prevented its transformation into anything else, and made each impervious to breakage or removal, preventing the occupant from fashioning a weapon. The walls, floor, ceiling, and doors were similarly protected from mayhem. The entry door and its wall were transparent from the outside so he could observe where she was before entering the suite. Even if she somehow got her hands on a wand, she couldn't use anything inside the suite to her advantage. Kriaker. Master calls Kriaker. The house elf stared at the stranger in the room. His brow furrowed. She looked like a black, but he did not recognize her. Kriaker, that woman is Bellatrix Lestrange, formerly Bellatrix Black, a daughter of House Black. She has been in Azkaban. You are to care for her, but she cannot command you to do anything. If she asks for food, bring it. If she asks for drink, bring either water or butterbeer, nothing stronger. Use only the special plates, cups, and silverware I charmed. Convey to me any requests she may have. Do not bring her anything else without my permission. If she wants something to read, point her to my books. He indicated the stack of books on an end table. She is confined to this suite. You are to prevent her from leaving should she attempt to so without my expressed permission. If she tries to use magic, tell her to stop or you will put magic suppressing cuffs on her. Do not communicate knowledge of her to anyone without my express permission. You are not to convey to anyone that you know anything about Bellatrix except that you believe she is in Azkaban. If someone asks, you haven't seen her, you haven't heard from her, you don't expect to hear from or see her. The last you heard, a decade ago, she was in Azkaban. As far as you know, she still is there. If someone asks you to take her a message, say house elves cannot enter Azkaban. If someone tells you she is dead, acknowledge their statement, and then refer to her in the past tense only. Do you understand? Her presence here is a house black secret, do not divulge it to anyone without my permission. You are not to divulge my identity as Lord Black to her, nor where she is, except that she has been rescued from Azkaban. Warn her that attempts to discern either of those on her part will result in you not speaking with her entirely. You are not to discuss anything that has happened since she was incarcerated. You are not to tell her you are the House Black House Elf. No news about the family, nothing. Whether she stays free of Azkaban depends on her cooperation. Yes, Master. Kreaker understands, Master. Thank you, Kreaker. Miss Lestrange, née Black, is a pure blood. Serve her with honor within the constraints I have given you. Kreaker actually bowed to him, saying, Thank you, Master. Thank you. Having a true pure blood to serve was heaven to him. To start with, prepare a thin soup with crackers and water for her first meal. Wake her when you place the food out for her. Then draw a bath while she is eating. Over the next few days work up to serving her full meals. While she is bathing, go through the black vaults for appropriate day and sleepwear. Resize them to fit her as needed, and remove from them any indications that they came from House Black stores. If there is nothing, let me know. I will provide potions to help her recover. If there are any problems, let me know as soon as possible. _ Just to see if he could do it, Gilderoy had the castle protective enchantments filter out Hagrid's return from the information flow. Completely confident that the great Dumbledore had engineered his release, Hagrid was puzzled that Albus seemed so surprised when he came through the professor's entrance beside the headmaster's table. Hagrid began to wonder if the headmaster hadn't been working towards his release. Then he heard the headmaster ask, Professor Lockhart, how did your publishing emergency work out? You were gone all day, as you warned me might happen. Ah, yes, it came to a noteworthy conclusion, the smarmy professor answered. The publisher lost an entire chapter's worth of pages out of the manuscript of my newest book, Burrowing with a Basilisk. Somehow, someone accidentally mislaid the pages. They only noticed when the total page count came out much less than projected. Fortunately, I took my copy of the manuscript along with me. We had to compare every page of my manuscript with their layout, page by page, until we found the missing sections. It changed the layout for the rest of the book and we spent hours trying to salvage what they had done so far. My mother has always said that there is something in printer's ink that makes typesetters stupid, and after all the problems I've had with my books over the years, I certainly believe it. Why, one time they put the wrong page header on an entire chapter. Another time they reversed the order of the pages in an entire signature. Hagrid tuned out the rest of what Lockhart was saying, disturbed at what he had heard. He didn't notice the headmaster's pained look at getting far more detail than he ever wanted in reply to his simple question, as Lockhart went on and on with anecdote after anecdote of publisher problems he had encountered over the years. It seemed he had quite a lot of them and he had no problem retelling each one in excruciating detail. Watching from the opposite side of the headmaster, Gilderoy had no problems following what Hagrid was thinking, just from his expressions and where he was looking. Had Professor Lockhart, whom he thought of as a pompous, self-important git, really been the only one interested in helping him in his time of need? Gilderoy knew the Aurors at the Ministry told Hagrid no one from Hogwarts had communicated with them in the slightest about himself. No, that couldn't be right, could it? His frown seemed to say. But then why had the headmaster been surprised to see him? Hagrid gave a worried look to the headmaster, who didn't notice as his attention was on Gilderoy. And why had Lockhart lied to the headmaster about what he had done this day? Hagrid wore his troubled expression although the meal, but most thought it was just an after effect of his stay at that awful prison. Hagrid apparently decided to do as Professor Lockhart had requested and not mention that Sirius Black was also no longer a resident of Azkaban. _ How Madame Bones managed to keep her agenda a secret Gilderoy never figured out, but on Saturday there was a special Wizengamot meeting. The session started as normal with the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, delightfully not Dumbledore, but unfortunately being Minister Fudge, asking, is there any important member business that needs to be conducted before this session begins? Gilderoy, in the gallery, stood, if it pleases the court, I have such business. Today was a lilac day, and he knew he looked resplendent. Speak. Gilderoy then proceeded to stun the membership with his announcement that he was Lord Black and would be assuming the currently unoccupied seat of House Black. It took his magical oath, and Minister Fudge's thorough examination of the lordship ring, to assure them he wasn't lying. The dark-tending ancient and noble house lords were most upset. Many had extensive financial ties to House Black and could not afford, literally, to have the Lord of House Black unhappy with them. Whichever way he voted, they would have to side with him, no matter their personal preferences, even if the vote was against their own business interests. Minister Fudge repeated the request for member business. This time Professor Sinistra stood and rocked the court again by announcing she was the proxy voter for Lord Slytherin, with the goblin-certified parchment. Professor McGonagall being proxy for Lord Gryffindor followed this. In a move that brought the most outcry from the membership, but that the membership rules did not exclude, Goblin Griphook took the proxy for Lord Gaunt. When they all sat together in a block, everyone knew the political landscape of Wizarding England had just flipped upside down and backwards. The block of dark-tending ancient and noble house tied to House Black would follow him, and if he voted with the lighthouses as his sitting with Gryffindor indicated, then so would they. That put the lighthouses firmly in control of the Wizengamot for the first time in many decades. The surprises did not stop there, though. Madam Bones started the session off by bringing in Sirius Black, looking much better after several days of drinking of healing potions and getting peaceful uninterrupted sleep, and pointed out the facts of his illegal incarceration. Pensive memories and a magically binding oath on his life that Sirius did not betray the Potters nor cause the blast that killed all those muggles made quick work of the opposition. It wasn't difficult to get a vote releasing him immediately, especially after the Wizengamot saw House Black, Gaunt, Gryffindor, and Slytherin all vote for in his favor. The head of the D.M.L.E.'s next order of business was to arrest Minister Fudge in full view of the court for doing the exact same thing to Hagrid that the previous administration had done to Sirius Black, and for blatantly abusing his power as a minister, as only Aurors are allowed to arrest people. Gilderoy made a brilliant speech, in his opinion, rehashing what he had told Madam Bones in her office that if they didn't harshly punish the minister for abusing his authority by tossing a wizard into Azkaban sans trial, evidence, or even an accusation, the precedent would bite them in the arse. He, of course, was much more flamboyant and dramatic in his language. The Wizenmaggots quickly convicted the minister and sentenced him to a year in Azkaban in medium security, to begin immediately, and a 2,000 galleon fine for the mental suffering inflicted on Hagrid. The ministry and Hagrid would split the fine 50/50. Because a sitting minister can't be sent to Azkaban, the Wizenmaggots held a vote of no confidence. The Aurors conducted Mr. Fudge out of the room and on to Azkaban. Madam Bones had warned Madam Professor Griselda Marchbanks of the coming contretemps and prevailed upon her to take the position when it became available. It took only a few moments after Lord Black made the vote of no confidence suggestion to swear the elderly lady in as chief warlock, with her proviso that it be a temporary appointment. Gilderoy, striking while the Wizenmaggots was still disordered, proposed a thorough examination of the former minister's finances, as well as his office and staff, for other improprieties that might need addressing. This would keep Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge out of the minister's position for the foreseeable future. Without her major patron, she was at a big disadvantage. With any luck, the investigation would come up with evidence to send her to Azkaban as well. Harry/Gilderoy could only hope. He also managed to get the anti-werewolf legislation recently passed repealed. He pointed out that if they were going to penalize werewolves for something that happened only once a month, then they should also consider doing the same for witches. He added, somewhat facetiously, that at least the werewolves had the wolfsbane potion to allow them to remain completely in control of themselves. While the witches were outraged at the comparison, most had to admit that if the anti-werewolf legislation were allowed to stand, it would set a precedent for similar legislation regarding witches, as he had pointed out. It was, all told, a very productive session for Gilderoy and the rest of the Wizarding UK. After the session officially closed, he leaned over to Professors Sinistra and McGonagall. "Excuse me, ladies, but I fear I must abandon you to the sharks here. I need to catch Mr. Black before he has a chance to leave the premise. He could very well accidentally cause us problems if he were to roam around on his own. Plus, I need to apprise him of the situation of his home. I'm sure he has no idea that he has a place to stay." He wasn't worried about Griphook. He was a goblin and the wizard or witch that tried to gladhand him would lose the hand. At their understanding nods, he quickly vacated his chair and made his way to the main doors, slipping out before most noticed he had left his seat. He quickly ducked into the side room down the hall that Madam Bones had reserved for Mr. Black to wait in after the trial. She had told the wizard of Gilderoy's desire to meet with him after the session concluded. Harry/Gilderoy hoped the newly freed wizard would wait. Trying to track him down would be quite difficult if he decided immediately to flee the ministry. 22 villains and fools. "Thank you, Sirius, for waiting," he called as he entered the waiting room. "I know it was difficult for you, but finally we have secured your release." Sirius turned to face him as Gilderoy entered. Sirius, it was clear, was still surprised that he was finally able to go home, and clearly wondered where home was. "Now, Sirius, much as I would like to take you to lunch, I fear we would be trampled by well-wishers and attacked by those who hadn't yet heard the news. That being the case, I think we should adjourn to your home." "Home? Oh, yes, much has changed since you were incarcerated. You did hear, did you not, that both of your parents have passed on?" Sirius gave a slow nod. "Not that I miss them. Based on the stories I heard, I imagine not. Anyway, now that we've taken care of that problem, it's on to the next. First, as I told you, I am Lord of House Black. He held out his hand with the ring and let Sirius give it a good look. The thin wizard nodded warily, yes, that's the real one, I can feel the family magic. Seriously, Sirius, why so serious, you old dog? Although being serious when you are serious can only be expected, right Sirius? The wizard stared at him a moment, then burst out laughing. Gilderoy gave him a broad smile. That's much better. We'll be seeing more of that in the future, I dare say. Now, then, I'm sure that wherever you were staying 11 years ago is long gone by now, so I've prepared you a room at your old home, 12 Grimald Place. Sirius made a face of disgust. Still smiling broadly, Gilderoy said, not to worry, my good wizard. You shan't recognize the place once we get inside. Sirius was not convinced. With the aid of 2 glamours the 2 pranksters managed to sneak out using the ministry flues without attracting any serious attention. The sitting room they arrived in was nothing like what the former inmate expected. He stood, staring, mouth open in shock. The room was done up entirely in light purple hues. The rug was almost blue, its lighter shading offsetting the lavender drapes, which were wide open to allow in a generous swath of sunlight. The couch was a light purple, with matching plush chairs beside polished dark wood tables. The wallpaper was another shade of light purple with a discreet pattern of slightly darker French fleurs de lis. A blue enamel vase with a generous bouquet of roses sat on a walnut corner table, the reds complementing the room nicely. A vermilion curio cabinet sat in the opposite corner. Over the fireplace was an enormous painting of Gilderoy wearing his lavender robes. He waved gaily at Sirius. It was as unlike the dismal dark dank room Sirius remembered as a child as you could get. I hope you like what I've done here, said Gilderoy. I've tried to make it as homey and welcoming as I can. Bloody hell! Sirius half whispered. Is this really 12 Grimald Place? Harry grinned widely, I'm glad you like it. Let me give you a tour. I've done some remodeling as well. Light blue colors decorated the entry hall and staircase. Underneath the window to the right of the door was a bench. There was a bit of space between that bench and the railing for the staircase landing, in which a hat rack stood. The house elf heads that used to adorn the wall as the staircase headed up to the first floor were gone. A discreet door at the other end of the staircase led to the stairs to the basement. Past the staircase were 2 coat closets and, a bit farther, the ground floor powder room. Oddly, beside the coat rack was the old troll's foot umbrella stand, although it had been spiffed up somewhat and now sported a manicure with a light purple nail polish on the toes and a matching garter at the top. The staircase was a U-shaped arrangement. 2 steps up from the floor, a landing, then a right turn and along the wall most of the way to the next floor. Then another landing, another right turn, then 4 steps completed the path to the next floor. This created a small stairwell up to the top floor. With the high ceiling on the ground floor, the second landing was well above 10 feet from the floor. On the hall wall between the sitting room and the next room, the dining room, was a portrait of a woman Sirius easily remembered, his mother. They stopped there for a moment, with Harry saying, Madam Black, may I present the return of your lost son, Sirius? The figure in the portrait studied her son as he glared at her in hatred. She sighed, then said, Welcome back home, Sirius. He stared at her in disbelief. Mother, was all he said before shaking his head and walking on. The dining room was entirely in deep royal purples, making the room look elegant. The candles in the 2 chandeliers reflected off the deep tone wood table with its 12 matching leather upholstered chairs. A lush purple shag rug hid most of the dark wood floor. The lighter purple walls were a solid color broken by landscape paintings, as well as a self-updating map of the London Underground, in gold frames. The portraits of former black lords and ladies were all absent. Being in the middle of the row house, there were no windows in this room. Harry explained, I told your mother about Lord Voldemort being a half-blood only interested in power and that he considered the purebloods to be mere cannon fodder in his quest to take over the world. That he had forced the extinction of more pureblood lines in 10 years than had disappeared in the previous 200. That at the rate he was going there wouldn't be any purebloods left in England in another 20 years. I also showed her how the present pureblood lines would reach extinction in another 200 years without the influx of Muggleborn and half-bloods into their families, even without Voldemort's influence. He was a half-blood. Harry nodded. Yes. I have proof positive. The tour continued with the smoking room and ladies' drawing room at the back of the house, opening onto a deck that gave onto a lush garden that filled the backyard. The first floor contained the library and study at the front facing the park across the street. 2 normal bedrooms faced the back garden while 5 magically expanded bedrooms filled the space between the back bedrooms and the library. Each of the magically expanded bedrooms had its own bathroom. By the stairs was a full bathroom with a playroom between it and the back bedroom. The second floor had 2 bedroom suites, one at each end of the house, with 5 more magically expanded bedrooms like the first floor, and a game room. The top floor had the master bedroom and Sirius bedroom. And the attic was the attic. There was a balcony off the master bedroom. The library, sitting room, dining room, Sirius room, the second floor front and rear bedrooms, and the master and heir's bedrooms all had fireplaces, although only the sitting room was hooked up to the public flow network. The color schemes were different for each room, using soft greens, browns, blues, and yellows, but were vibrant welcoming spaces. When I remodeled, I wasn't sure what you wanted to do about your room, so I had house elves carefully pack up your stuff and leave it in the new heir's room on the top floor. Your brother's room I have likewise had everything packed up and left in your room. I think you need to go through his stuff for reasons you will soon find out when you talk with Kriaker. That old bastard is still alive. Sirius said venomously. That he is, and I would thank you to treat him with respect. I know the two of you never got along. That's putting it mildly. We hated each other almost from the day I was born, he growled angrily. Yes, so I gather. But you will treat him with respect, and he will do the same to you. Grumbling, Sirius followed him to the basement. Sirius stopped at the bottom of the stairs. There was no door separating the bottom landing from the kitchen. Oh, bloody hell, he said, blinking his eyes and squinting. The kitchen was indescribable. The parts of the walls not covered by cupboards or appliances were an eye-bleeding bright fluorescent yellow. The cabinets, at least those parts not drawer fronts or doors, were a fluorescent pink. The doors and drawer fronts were alternating in other fluorescent colors of the rainbow: light blue, light green, orange, and red, and while each drawer front/door was a different color, they were randomly arranged and not in any kind of repeating pattern. The floor was a checkerboard pattern of stark black and white tiles. The ceiling looked like a rainbow had exploded on it and seemed to glow with an inner light. The enamel pots and pans hanging from the bright purple utensil rack were all each a different color. Even the kitchen table and its dozen chairs all were different fluorescent colors. Eyes sparkling, Gilderoy looked at Sirius. If you aren't wide awake in the morning, this will do the job for you. Sirius looked at him, around at the room, then back again. His lips twitched and then he burst out laughing. Harry cryptically added, and any meetings in this room will be short and quick. Harry turned and pulled out his wand. He tapped Sirius with it, then turned and tapped a discreet emblem just inside the kitchen from the stairs and on the wall at chest height. The walls turned an off-white color while the cabinets became a gentle mellow yellow. The floor became a light pine wood grain pattern. The hanging rack, pots, pans, and other hanging utensils turned a neutral gray with black handles. The entire room just made you want to sit down and relax. In the far corner, between the doors that led to the pantry and the storage room, was a Gilderoy portrait, smirking. In the blaze of colors from before, it had been virtually unnoticeable. There now, you can touch this to change color states. Anyone not keyed in coming down the stairs will set the room to its bright setting until someone keyed into this changes it. Sirius laughed even harder, finally settling to the floor. Kriaker, Harry said. The house elf appeared and cast a disapproving eye on Sirius, but said, Yes, master. Tea, please. Yes, master. Moments later, the two were enjoying their tea. Kriaker, Harry called again. Just so you both know, he said to Sirius and Kriaker, I expect you two to be cordial to each other. No name-calling or insulting. Sirius, that means no pranks. Kriaker, that means doing what you should do when asked, without complaint nor under-breath mumbling insults. He stared at them for several moments while they glared at each other. Although, now that I think about it, if the two of you could figure out a way to prank that half-blood twat Professor Snape, I don't think I would object. He has been just beastly towards Harry Potter. Professor! Exclaimed the ex-prisoner, that piece of shite is a professor. Yes, was the resigned reply. He is indeed the potions professor at Hogwarts, I regret to say. Sirius was staring at Kriaker with a speculative gleam in his eyes. Kriaker shifted uneasily. I'm sure Kriaker shan't mind pranking a vile half-blood wizard, will you? A gleam entered the house elf's eyes and a bit of smirk appeared on his lips. Nothing that will maim or kill the wizard, nothing that will interfere with his brewing capabilities. He is, after all, one of the few Podiwanners capable of brewing the Wolfsbane potion for Remus Lupin and the other unfortunates who are werewolves not by choice. Remus, Sirius said quietly, distracted from the former subject and now losing himself in the past. Gilderoy sighed. It was going to take quite some work to bring the older wizard back into some semblance of normality. Sirius. I have something to tell you that is very important. The wizard looked up questioningly. Because you are his godfather, I'm going to be bringing Mr. Harry Potter here this summer. I am hoping that we will be able to convince Mr. Lupin to join us here, as well. Between the three of us, I think we can easily keep an eye on the young wizard. The other wizard interrupted, How is Harry? What's he like? You said he has a girlfriend? Where's he been staying since I was thrown in Azkaban? Lockhart smiled. Harry is doing quite well and has had some rather interesting adventures last year at Hogwarts. Little things like battling a troll, smuggling a dragon out of Hogwarts, being the youngest Quidditch seeker in a century, coming face to face with evil and Lord Voldemort. I'll let him tell you all about those, but to get the whole stories you'll need to talk with his girlfriend, Hermione Granger. He tends to downplay his adventures. As for where he's been staying, I shan't tell you just yet. He has had a rough childhood and I don't want to see you doing something stupid and abandoning Harry by getting yourself thrown into prison again. His voice grew harsher, and that is what you did 10 years ago. Instead of staying with Harry, as you should have, as you had promised to do, you set off on a vendetta and ended up in Azkaban. As a result, you are directly responsible for Harry's awful childhood. Sirius seemed abashed at the rebuke. So, before you get a chance to meet the little wizard, you are going to be staying in St. Mungo's until they can take care of your many problems from staying in Azkaban. Is that clear? This is an order from your head of house. The wizard appeared mutinous and Gilderoy could see he was about to object strenuously. Sirius, Gilderoy said quietly, leaning forward and placing his arms on the table, you cannot sit there and tell me that you are in great health, and that you are just as mentally fit today as you were before Azkaban. Sirius sank back into his chair. We both know you suffered greatly in that place and it's going to take time for you to recover. The harder you work at fixing those problems, the sooner you get to see Harry. I promise you it will be this summer. At the very least, he'll visit you in St. Mungo's. The other thing to remember is that he knows nothing of you except that you are his godfather. To him you are stranger and you need to remember that when you meet him. Think of the stories you can tell him about his parents, start concentrating on remembering those. Harry/Gilderoy sat back. Sirius was rubbing his forehead, thinking. All right, then, Lockhart said, tomorrow we'll head over to St. Mungo's and get things started. It's Sunday so they shan't start anything major until the next day. I'm sure the first few days they'll want to keep you there for observation. After that, we'll see about making you an outpatient so you can be here when Harry arrives. The older wizard sat straight and looked hopeful. Sirius, someday I may tell you the full story, but right now all you need to know is that for various and complicated reasons that defy normal logic, believe it or not, you are responsible for me being the head of House Black. Should you so desire, I will turn the head of House Lordship back to you. Sirius shuddered at the thought, but not before I deal with a few problems that Lord Voldemort has created. The first of which is that he has created soul anchors, Horcruxes, that have prevented him from dying. Once those are destroyed, I will kill the bastard himself. It is far more complicated than I have described, but that's the gist of the situation. He stopped and took a drink of his tea. He's not dead. The wizard was appalled. Seriously, Sirius, no, he isn't. He currently exists as a wraith, waiting for one of his faithful followers to resurrect him. Harry defeated one such attempt last year, and I did so again this year. Sirius sat up straight, horrified at this news. That's another reason why I want you back in top form as soon as possible. I need you to start teaching Harry and his friends as much as you can about defensive and offensive magic. I fear he's going to need those skills sooner rather than later. There is a dueling room in the former dungeon below. While I'm going after Voldemort, and I intend to win, there is always the outside chance I might be removed from the scene. It doesn't have to be by a dark wizard either. Bloody hell, I could be hit by a bus crossing a Muggle street. In any event, I want Harry and his friends prepared for the worst. Once you get out of St. Mungo's and we get you up to speed on occlumency, I'll tell you the full story. Occlumency. Yes, in case you didn't know it, Voldemort is an expert legilimens, and if you even catch his eye once, he'll know all your secrets. Your only protection is to become an accomplished occlumens. And that would be a disaster of the worst possible magnitude for us. So, that's your first chore after St. Mungo's clears you. When you aren't teaching Harry and his friends, you need to work on that. In the meantime, let me tell you a bit about myself. Leaving Gilderoy in full, aren't I great form, Harry turned his attention to how he could possibly get Barmy Bella to agree to help him plunder the Lestrange Manor and vaults. It really was too bad that the Potter line hadn't been in the business of setting protective enchantments, because to create a protective enchantment you had to know how to take it down. Or a bunch of chivalrous thieves with copious notes on how to break protective enchantments and rob the evil rich to improve their poor selves. The only guidance he supplied to Gilderoy was to start him off with his adventures so far this year, leaving his fake achievements for last. That this also included many stories of him pranking Harry was merely an accident. Oh, did you know that Harry has his own fan club? He even sells autographed photos to his fellow students. What? A fan club? A fan club. Harry/Gilderoy watched Bella as she paced in her room. It was Sunday and she looked much better. She was still as thin as a rail, and her bones were easy to pick out underneath her skin, but at least she was conscious and aware of her surroundings, and she had begun to fill out slightly. Her hair was clean and brushed and her nails trimmed. He could see the beauty still hidden by her ordeal, but Kriaker's meals would quickly pack weight on her. In a few weeks, she would be as beautiful as Narcissa or Andromeda. Only if you looked into her eyes would you see the madness lurking beneath the surface. Now would be the time for this, later and she might be too conscious and not nearly as easy to manipulate. He checked himself in the three-way mirror on the wall behind him to make sure everything was in order. He was dressed in his royal purple robes with matching shoes. His hair was perfectly coiffed. He looked every bit the dandy, as he should. He smiled brilliantly at himself, turned around, knocked on the door to her suite, and then entered. She spun to face him, but did nothing except study him cautiously. "I see you are recovering nicely," he said. "I'm sure you have questions, but whatever they are unimportant." She raised an incredulous, and wary, eyebrow at that. "As you know from reading my books on the table there, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. The books don't do me justice, though, I am much more charming and personable in person." He preened as she watched, dumbfounded. He could almost read her mind from her expressions alone. She was the most dangerous witch in 100 years, and not only did he not seem to know this fact, he seemed to think that she would be impressed by those obviously fake stories he told in his books. Why, some of the things he claimed were flatly impossible, never mind his claim for stopping the werewolf with a non-lethal spell. He said he fought the creature hand to hand. Considering a werewolf was 3 times as strong as a normal wizard, that was unbelievable. They also don't mention my latest accomplishments, of course. I am currently the esteemed and beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, which has given me 2 more books to publish. In the first one, I tell the story of how I hunted down and killed the basilisk that's been hiding in Salazar Slytherin's lost chamber of secrets underneath Hogwarts. That one is coming along very nicely. It's in the final editing process and I expect the printer get it into stores by next Christmas. Isn't that thrilling? Another exciting true-life adventure from the one and only Gilderoy Lockhart. My fans will be lining up at stores all over the world. He sighed happily. In the second, I tell the story of how I have scoured the castle this last year looking for the lost treasures of the founders, and found them. Lost for 1,000 years, but I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, slayer of basilisks, am the first to find and return them to their rightful place at Hogwarts. He started pacing as Bella stared at him wide-eyed in astonishment. So far I have found Slytherin's locket, Gryffindor's sword, and Ravenclaw's diadem. That leaves only Hufflepuff's cup on the loose. I must find it to complete the set. Without the last founder's treasure, my book will be a failure. I can't limit myself to only restoring 3 of the 4 founders' lost treasures. Where's the true fame in that? Sure, I uncovered a hidden dark wizard hiding at Hogwarts for over 5 years and saved 3 students from both a nest of acromantulas and a pack of werewolves, but what about that last treasure? People will say, yes, he found 3, but he couldn't find the 4th. If he were as great as he says he is, he would have found that 4th treasure. He spun to face her, holding up his index finger in triumph. And that's where you come in. I have traced the stories and carefully sifted the evidence. You, yes, you, have the Hufflepuff cup. She looked surprised. Didn't suspect that, did you? Someone in House Lestrange came across the artifact and never realized what the treasure was they found. Whether it is in your vault at Gringotts or at the Lestrange Manor, I know not, but with your help we shall retrieve it. He sighed dramatically. I tried talking with the goblins, first, but they were most unhelpful. They absolutely refused to allow anyone except you or your husband into the vaults. They were quite emphatic about that. Even my extraordinary wiles were unable to move them to cooperate. He shook his head in disappointment. And, naturally, I cannot access the Lestrange Manor without your permission and presence. Hence, the reason you are here. He smiled at her broadly. She stared at him, blinking. You broke me out of Azkaban to retrieve a cup from my manor. She was incredulous. Or vault, he added helpfully. Her eyes narrowed shrewdly, considering her options. He could feel her emotions flicking between hope, suspicion, and surprise before finally settling on a hope. And after? If I help you, what happens to me after? He posed carefully, projecting calm and slight condescension that should anger her a bit, and the anger would cloud her judgment. Perhaps you should ask what will happen if you don't. I got you out of Azkaban without anyone noticing, I can put you back. She snorted in disbelief. The Aurors are probably scrambling around like the idiotic ants. They are in a total panic that I escaped. Not at all, my dear, they think you are sleeping in your cell. Oh, right, I believe that. Creaker. Creaker comes when Master calls. Creaker, tell the truth to Mrs. Lestrange, nay Black, here. She's a pure blood. Creaker stood a bit taller at hearing that command. Have you been monitoring the Aurors and Azkaban as I ordered? It be's hard, Master, but Creaker sneaks into Ministry. Creaker can only watch prison shore dock. Creaker will slam oven door on hands later as punishment. Harry let that last pass uncommented. The self-centered twit he was portraying Gilderoy as wouldn't notice what a house elf did as long as it didn't directly affect himself. Creaker, does anyone suspect Mrs. Lestrange? nay Black, is not in Azkaban. No master. The only ones who knows are Master, Kreaker, and Honorable Mrs. Lestrange, nay Black. She said, staring intently at Gilderoy. How? He snickered, I left a golem in your place. Her eyes grew wide. So, you see, it would be a simple matter to just switch you back if I wanted. She scowled. He could feel her anger at her predicament rising. But, to answer your question, I don't care what you do. With a couple of simple tricks, I can change your appearance and no one will suspect you are the dangerous and deadly Bellatrix Lestrange. You can vanish into the wizarding world. I'll even give you 1,000 galleons to hold you over until you are settled and can access you vault as needed. Half to herself, still scowling and staring at Gilderoy's hands, she said, I can hunt for my lord, I can feel him. I know he's out there. She considered her options for a while before looking up to meet his eyes. I'll do it. Harry/Gilderoy could feel her intent. She planned to trick him, and escape at the first opportunity. He said, excellent. He pulled out his wand with one hand as he pulled a second wand out of his pocket with the other. As you can feel, there are protection enchantments around this suite, anti-portkaya, anti-dissiparation, and special intent-based ones that block any magic intended to cause harm. He tossed the extra wand to her. Go ahead, cast a curse at me. He could decipher her thoughts from her emotions. Shock at recognizing the wand, 12.5-inch walnut with dragon heartstring core. It was like her familiar wand, but not quite. How had he acquired an almost exact duplicate? He grinned at her reaction. It wasn't as difficult as you imagine. It's just different enough, though, to get people to write it off as mere coincidence. Now, curse me. Uncertainty, distrust, curiosity. If the protective enchantments didn't exist, would he take such a chance as he had requested? Go ahead, he goaded. You know you want to, if only to satisfy your curiosity. If you don't, you'll always wonder, what would have happened? Far faster than he expected, her hand came up and a reddish light shot from her wand. Only to fade to nothing mere inches from the wand tip. She stared at the wand, somewhat surprised that the protective enchantments indeed had blocked the reducto. In truth, they hadn't. The protective enchantments simply drained any spell over a certain strength, taking their power for its own. Low-powered hexes and healing spells would pass through unnoticed. He smiled broadly, excellent. He walked over to her and held out his wand. She tentatively held hers out to him. Do you swear on your life and your magic that your magic shall prevent your attacking me or any in my houses? That would prevent her from dueling Harry or Sirius in the future. Her eyebrows shot up in surprise that he held claim to more than one house. Unless you are mildly pranking someone. That garnered another surprised look. Hey, he didn't want her to die if she got peeved at him or Sirius and sent him a harmless stinging hex for pranking her. That your magic shall prevent you from betraying me or any in my houses to others. That you shall assist me in retrieving the Hufflepuff cup and not keep it for yourself. That you will obey all my commands while we are actively involved in getting the cup and returning here to my base of operation, and for 1 month afterward. At each condition, a magical glow wrapped around their wands and hands. In return, I promise my magic will not let me surrender you to the authorities for any crimes you have committed or have been accused of committing in the past or for any you may commit while carrying out my instructions now and in the future. That it will not let me return you to Azkaban, nor any other prison or official holding facility, for those crimes after we have retrieved the Hufflepuff cup. Any crimes you commit without my orders are your responsibility, as is any punishment you might receive or be assigned for crimes committed after we retrieve and return here with the cup. On my life and my magic I will assist you in creating a new physical identity so you may pass in the wizarding world without being recognized as Bellatrix Lestrange, nay Black, unless you reveal that information to others yourself. That I will provide financial assistance in the amount of 1,000 galleons after we retrieve the cup. That I will allow you to leave this base, should you decide to do so, on your own at any time 1 month after we complete the retrieval of the Hufflepuff cup. That you may stay here, if you so chose, under the protection of my houses for as long as you like. That I will do my best to protect you as long as you are under my protection. So mote it be. After several seconds to think through what she was pledging, she said, so mote it be. She was disgruntled at being unable to leave immediately to start her search, but she would be patient. The glowing bands brightened, then sank into their hands. She hadn't noticed the loopholes to his advantage in the oath. Excellent. Now, much as I would like to start immediately, you are in no condition for any strenuous activities. For the next few weeks, you shall stay here and recover from your horrid experience in Azkaban. Kreaker will provide nutritious meals with an eye towards rebuilding your body. I will acquire potions to help repair any mental or physical damage you may have suffered. She nodded her understanding. Next week I shall open up a training room for you so you can get back into the regular use of your magic without undue strain. To help bring you up to speed on current events, Kreaker will bring you selected daily profit issues from the last year. A tremendous stack of papers appeared in one corner of the room. If you wish to contact me, Kreaker can relay your requests. Also, once we have acquired Hufflepuff's cup, I will acquaint you with my houses and their significant members so that you don't accidentally violate your oath. In the meantime, I bid you adieu. He turned and left the room. Underscore. It had been 6 weeks since he visited with the headmaster and it was time to check in again. Dumbledore had yet to mention if he had made any progress regarding the Horcruxes, either in figuring out possible items or where they might be hidden. Harry/Gilderoy was more than a little worried about that. Had he determined that the ring was the next logical item? Had the old bastard gone after the ring himself? If not, then it was time for Harry to fetch it. He didn't dare wait any longer. He had to get rid of it before he and Bella went after Hufflepuff's cup. Gilderoy thought he looked rather dashing as he strode through the corridors of the school just after Monday's dinner, his golden locks framing his face perfectly. He wore an azure robe set today that brought out the blue in his eyes. He looked every inch an important and powerful wizard as his cloak billowed dramatically behind him. The witches almost swooned as he went by them, he could practically see the stars in their eyes. There should be just enough time before his first afternoon class started to get the answers he wanted. Soon he was bounding up the escalator to the old fraud's office. Moments later, he burst in, not bothering to knock, and caught Dumbledore off guard. "Albus," he called out cheerily. The headmaster was just pulling his right sleeve down to hide his hand. Harry went ballistic at the sight of the withering curse afflicting the wizard's hand. "Expelliarmus!" he screamed, catching the headmaster completely by surprise. The spell smashed him against the wall behind his desk as the wand in his pocket leapt into Harry's hand. The moment he grabbed it with his right hand, he knew it was the Death Stick. Damn it! Now he owned 1/3 of the Deathly Hallows, 2/3 if magic thought he owned Harry's invisibility cloak. "You stupid, pompous, arrogant, ignorant, venal old fool!" Harry raged at the wizard, still sitting on the floor amid the wreckage of his desk's chair, dazedly staring up at him. "Are you completely off your trolley?" Harry loomed over the desk glaring at the stunned wizard. "You're going to die because you are too stupid to ask for the help I was willingly giving you. I can't believe you are so self-centered as to believe you can do no wrong, and are immortal and can't die. Well, now you know you're wrong, don't you? You aren't immortal. You aren't infallible. And you aren't the smartest wizard alive, you aren't even the cleverest wizard alive. No matter your delusions of grandeur, your conceit has killed you. And for what? A stupid cursed ring. That you knew was cursed. Tell me, was it worth it? Trading all your plans, all your schemes, the fate of the entire wizarding world, just so you could talk with your sister for 5 minutes." The wizard stared up at him, shocked. "Well, was it?" Harry screamed. The old wizard blinked and slowly shook his head. "If anything proves you are incapable of being in charge, this does it. Give me that Beta Ned thing before you cause any more trouble." Harry held out his hand as Dumbledore pulled his right hand closer to his body in reflex. "Give it to me or I'll oxio it, and your finger, right off your hand." Dumbledore stared up at the irate wizard. He had never suspected that Lockhart had such power, his magic glaring brightly around him and his eyes glowing a menacing bright green. With his magic battling the curse, the old wizard knew he could not win a battle against the younger wizard, especially without the Death Stick. But the ring. He saw Lockhart pointing the Death Stick at him and he knew he had lost already. Even at his most powerful, he couldn't defeat the younger wizard as long as the other held the undefeatable Deathly Hallows wand in his hand ready to use. Slowly, mournfully, he pulled the ring off his hand. It had no sooner cleared the end of his fingernail when it jerked out of his hands and flew to the other wizard. The blonde-haired wizard stared at the ring a moment. "Well, at least you got rid of the Horcrux. Thank God for small favors, at least I don't have to do that as well." Almost as an afterthought, he casted Incarcerus, and ropes appeared wrapping themselves around the old headmaster. A quick stupefy followed. He didn't want any sneak attacks while he was distracted. Straight face. Author's note for those interested in those sort of things: I have uploaded to my DeviantArt account. Search for tkepner on that website, the floor plans and color schemes mentioned for 12 Grimmauld Place in this chapter. 23 No more pencils, no more books. "Fox!" called out Harry. "I need your help, please. The safety of the school is at risk." He waited a beat, then called again, "Fox!" Just when he was about to conclude the bird wasn't coming, a flash of flames burst into the room and the phoenix glided to his perch. Harry smiled broadly, genuinely happy to see the bird. He walked over and started petting Fox's head. "I am so sorry to disturb you, but that stupid senile flipping idiot of an old wizard over there has killed himself, although he shan't die for months, and now we must make arrangements for his replacement." The phoenix turned his head to look at the headmaster and then trilled a short melancholy tune. Harry pulled a quill and parchment out of his pocket and wrote something quickly. "Would you be so kind as to take this to Professor McGonagall and bring her back, please?" The bird turned and stared at him. He hung his head. "Yeah, I know, you're not a bleeding male owl." He looked back up, but a male owl can't bring the fine professor back, now can he? Please. He held the parchment up to the bird. We need to make sure someone is watching this old duffing wizard so he doesn't kill everyone in the school by doing something incredibly stupid, for the greater good, of course. He stared angrily at the unconscious wizard. The phoenix huffed, then grabbed the parchment and vanished in a burst of flames. 10 seconds later, he returned with a frantic Professor McGonagall holding to his tail feathers. Gil, what's wrong? She called out and then gasped as she saw the bound headmaster lying in the ruins of his chair. Harry gritted his teeth as his anger returned in full force. He tried to explain calmly. This gormless arsehole ignored all notions of common sense and decided to go after a deeply cursed and dark item without backup and has succeeded in killing himself. Unfortunately, he gave the wizard a scathing look. It wasn't immediate, so we're stuck with the barmy bastard for another 9 months. She gasped again, eyes wide open, one hand over her mouth in shock. And that was after I told him to tell me what was going on and to take me with him before he did anything stupid. Gilderoy couldn't resist adding sarcastically, but he is the great infallible and never makes mistakes Dumbledore. He shook his head angrily, so he blundered on ahead and look where it got him. If he had asked me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, and slayer of basilisks to accompany him, this wouldn't have happened. I have safely disposed of 3 of those dangerous dark items, but, hey, what do I know that he doesn't? Arsehole. Gilderoy growled crossly. So he stupidly picked up a cursed item that had a powerful compulsion charm on it. Gee, he's searching for a cursed dark artifact, who would have expected it to have a dark curse on it? And now he has the withering curse, as you can see from looking at his hand. Harry did a dramatic facepalm and pulled his hand down to his neck. I expect that he shan't last more than 9 months, even with the special potions I'm sure that Professor Snape is supplying him. He paused and looked at the witch to see how she was reacting. Her emotions were in too much turmoil to give him a consistent reading. This terrible lack of common sense is just part of a pattern of ignoring the safety of the students and the quality of their education in the asinine pursuit of some phantom greater good that he thinks takes precedence over his duties as headmaster. Harry turned and casted a quick innervate on the headmaster, followed by a silencing spell. The only responsibility he has as headmaster is to provide a quality education and to keep the students safe. No headmaster should put the political concerns of the wizarding world ahead of his students. His actions show he simply doesn't care about the students, their safety, or the school itself based on what happened last year, and with Hagrid 50 years ago, I wonder if he ever did. Therefore he is lacking in any aptitude to be headmaster of this facility. Harry took a deep breath and tried to calm down. The reason I asked you to come here, Professor McGonagall, is that I have to act preemptively. This nitwit, he pointed dismissively at the headmaster, would not tell anyone of the seriousness of his affliction until the day he croaked, causing all sorts of panic and upset for no reason. And, he said sighing heavily, if I leave it to the Board of Governors, the headmaster's position will become another political quaffle and it will sit empty for months on end. He ignored the red-faced older wizard, whether red from embarrassment or rage, he didn't care. He looked up her. I am invoking my rights as Lord Slytherin. He held up his hand allowing the ring to become visible and showed it to the other two. And my rights as Lord Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall already knew because she was the proxy vote on the Wizen Maggots for Gryffindor. To appoint you, Professor McGonagall, as headmistress effective the day after the current term ends. The Board of Governors will continue to handle the rest of the school's affairs as usual. So mote it be. There was a flash of light in the office. He turned to the headmaster, finiting the incarceress. I expect you to teach her what she needs to know about actually controlling the protective enchantments and other aspects of Hogwarts that she has not yet experienced in her role as depute, as well as anything else you know or suspect about the castle and its environs. Is that clear? The old wizard had felt control of the protective enchantments shift as they accommodated Professor McGonagall's new status as headmistress in training. He could do nothing to the protective enchantments without her permission, now, limiting him to only the most basic levels of control. Any warning they sent, she would sense as well. He nodded slowly, wondering how things had spiraled so far out of his control simply because he had hired a fraud with the intent of exposing him to the public. I expect the two of you to come up with an announcement, Albus, and soon, that you are retiring to pursue other interests. Preferably this week. He turned to the witch. You may choose your replacement depute from the staff or from farther afield, as you desire. For the coming year you also will need to choose a replacement for yourself as Transfiguration Professor as well as for the DADA. Professor. I suggest you ask Remus Lupin if he would like to take a turn as the DADA. Professor. He is a werewolf, as you know, but I feel he is the best qualified to follow me when I leave next month. He paused and thought. You might also see about replacing Professor Binns. He doesn't even mention anything that has happened since the 1900s. And the Wizarding War of the later 1970s is quite important. Similarly, Professor Trelawney's class should be a one-year elective. Students who show actual talent in divination may take advanced classes if they desire. The Muggle Studies professor is a joke. The Muggleborn tell me he is hopelessly out of date and doesn't even know what a computer is, or that the Muggles have put men on the moon, repeatedly, and are now considering a run at Mars. I suggest a Muggleborn graduate be hired with the understanding that every summer vacation they will spend it with their Muggle family, reacquainting themselves with the advances Muggles have made since the previous summer, at full pay. He stood thinking a bit more. We need a wizard studies class, mandatory for all half-blood and Muggleborn students. Purebloods may attend if they want. I suggest you contact Andromeda Tonks about the position. She is a House Black daughter and was rigorously trained in the old ways by her parents. If she turns it down, then maybe Madame Dowager Longbottom would agree to share her expertise. Professor McGonagall still seemed in shock over what had happened. Well, Harry said, finally, I think that's it. I'll leave you two to it. With a negligent wave of his wand he released the silencing spell. And while the wily old wizard could do wandless magic, he was limited in magic to what amounted to mere parlour tricks until he dug out his old wand. Blast it all! He thought as he stalked out into the corridor. Now he had two of the Deathly Hallows. He bloody well hoped that Harry the student didn't count as him having the invisibility cloak. He had only borrowed the cloak that one time, and then promptly returned it. He did not want to be the master of death again. Once was enough, thank you very much. Bollocks. What a cock-up. It was going to take some serious work to get this sorted. He had truly expected Dumbledore ask for his help when going after the ring. That the fool had thrown away his life and all his plans was still a great shock. Just thinking about the stupidity involved in Dumbledore's decision made his blood boil. He stormed down the corridors to his office, students ducking for cover as they stared at him and the visible glow of magic swirling around him. They had never seen him angry and scowling before, and more than just a few were terrified at the thought of what could make the perennially cheerful and pleasant professor that angry. Next year was a pass, what with Sirius already being out of Azkaban, legally. The Triwizard, though, was an issue. Bollocks. He had forgotten about Barty Crouch, both of them. Good afternoon, Madam Bones, Harry/Gilderoy said, his smile as dazzling as ever. His last class had ended at 4, giving him sufficient time to visit his second favorite law enforcement official. Tonks, of course, was first. I was hoping I would find you in. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement met him halfway. I'm always in for you, Lord Lockhart Black, she said warmly. They shook hands before seating themselves on the couch and comfy chair at one end of the office. She waved her wand over the end table and a tea set appeared. Tea. Gilderoy sat back, pleased, sipping at his steaming tea. This was what he had been trying for all his life, important people recognizing him as one of their own. No more getting the brush off because he was a powerless unknown. He knew she suspected he had more than just the two lordships. His little stunt last Saturday wouldn't fool the more astute political experts. The Wizengamot had not seen Gaunt, Slytherin, or Gryffindor for decades. That all should appear with him as Lord Black implied more than just a casual connection between them. Especially when two of the three were professors from Hogwarts, as he was. Speaking of which, the two witches in question had been most appreciative of his appointing them as proxies. Sinistra had even hinted at being interested in making the arrangement permanent, as Lady Slytherin she was, after all, only a year or two younger than himself. With all of her classes being at night, she wouldn't have any conflicts with attending regular Wizengamot sessions, she had informed him. Professor McGonagall had no interest in becoming Lady Gryffindor, but she happily would hold the proxy until he had found a full-time replacement, which was a good thing, as Gilderoy knew he would never talk Harry the student into officially marrying the stern professor to bestow the title upon her. In the meantime, Harry Potter's secrets were safe. But while Madam Bones might suspect he had those lordships, that's all they were, suspicions. Well, on to business. Things have been happening at Hogwarts that you should know, Madam Bones, he started. She straightened in her chair. But before I reveal those to you, may I set a few protective enchantments? My office is regularly checked for listening spells, my lord, she said, somewhat offended that he thought her lax in her security. I'm sure you have one of the unspeakables do that chore, however, one has to wonder, who checks the unspeakables? As I recall, one of them was a Death Eater in the last war. She frowned, but made a gesture to go ahead. He gave her a broad smile and stood. The spell he cast was complex and surrounded the two of them with a visible glow only to the participants until the caster dismissed it. An American Indian wizard had taught it to him in the waning days of the war when operational security was an obsession. There, anything we say cannot be understood by anyone other than us. Simply removing listening spells, you know, doesn't prevent someone from inserting a physical probe into the room, nor sneaking in as a bug animagus. He pulled out a parchment from his robes and gave it to her. The spell I just used and its parameters, he said by way of explanation. Please keep it as a DMLE secret. She took the parchment, nodding her agreement. He sat again. As you know, from the memories you've seen from Mr. Potter, Volduhor is a wraith currently trying to invest himself into a living body. He has, as yet, not found another follower to possess, but he is trying. I'm sure your unspeakables have given you clues on how he has managed to escape death. I will confirm it for you. He is using Horcruxes, soul anchors, to stay on this plane even though he has died and is not a ghost or poltergeist. And that is Horcruxes, plural, as in more than one. Merlin, she whispered, nodding. We had suspected a Horcrux, but several. She shuddered. The unspeakables didn't think he had more than one. More than one would drive the wizard insane, they said. He made 5. 5. She said weakly, blinking. Quite so. I believe he intended, 11 years ago, to use Harry Potter's death to create his 6th and last one. Should he return to life, I'm sure the first thing he will do is create that last Horcrux. So far I have destroyed 3, his diary from when he was a Hogwarts student, Slytherin's locket and Ravenclaw's diadem. That's how I discovered he was using Horcruxes, you see. When I first found Ravenclaw's diadem, the magic on it was so foul it was almost visible. I quickly determined what it was and destroyed the soul that was stored in it while preserving the original enchantments. It really wasn't that difficult. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, after all. He grinned widely as she flinched slightly, expecting his long-winded self-aggrandizing list of titles to come flying forth. When I found his diary, well, that confirmed he had made more than one. Then I found Slytherin's locket, also infested. Now it was a matter of establishing how many he had made. Notice the proclivity for items of importance? I predict that Hufflepuff's cup is also a Horcrux. Gilderoy then explained his conversation with Dumbledore, in excruciating detail. So, it was either 5 or 7 soul splits. Unfortunately, and the reason I am revealing this to you now, is that Headmaster Dumbledore found and destroyed a 4th Horcrux and it wasn't Hufflepuff's cup. That 4th Horcrux, plus the one I feel wandering around Hogwarts, which is probably Hufflepuff's cup, totals 5. When you add Volduhor, that makes 6, which means he was trying for the magic number 7. Anyway, stupidly, the barmy idiot headmaster went after that 4th Horcrux without me, Gilderoy Lockhart, as backup. After all, I've only found and safely destroyed 3 soul anchors without any injury whatsoever, so why should he have need of my expertise? He added, sarcastically, he is, naturally, the great Albus Dumbledore, the wizard who knows everything, never makes mistakes, and never overestimates his own intelligence and capabilities. He shook his head ruefully. He has contracted a fatal withering curse. He will be lucky to make it to Christmas, and will definitely be dead by this time next year. Which is why I am here. Dying. Madame Bones said, shocked that such a powerful wizard was laid low. Yes. Lord Slytherin and Gryffindor have appointed Professor McGonagall as headmistress, effective after the end of this year's term. Albus will be showing her what she needs to know regarding that position over the summer. Fortunately, she was depute and is well versed with most of the responsibilities. They will be making a joint announcement later this week that Albus is retiring to pursue other interests and that she is assuming his position as headmistress. I wanted you to know the real reason and to be prepared for his eventual death. She sat back in her chair, mulling over everything he had told her. He sat quietly drinking tea, and going for a refill while she thought. Finally, she looked up. Thank you, my lord. Both bits of news are disturbing. He smiled contentedly. Please keep the information regarding the Horcruxes to yourself. I fear that the unspeakables might want to recover the remaining one for study rather than destroy it to rid us forever of Lord Volduhor. He stood and rubbed his hands together. This will make the biggest bestseller in history when I finally publish the full story of my quest to destroy the Dark Lord Riddle. He sighed, but that shan't be for a few years. Even after dealing with the Horcruxes we will have to deal with the Wraith itself. I fear that with the demise of Albus the populace will be disheartened should the Dark Idiot succeed in returning in 2 years. She stood, slowly, as he headed for the door. He had his hand on the door when he suddenly turned. Ah! I almost forgot. She looked up at him, dragged from her thoughts. She quirked an eyebrow. I was perusing the records at Azkaban when I was researching Sirius Black's incarceration. In doing so, I noticed that shortly before Barty Crouch, Jr., died, his mother and father visited him. His mother was dying and wanted to see her son one last time. Within a week, she died and Mr. Crouch buried his wife in a private ceremony. Barty Crouch, Jr., while not in great health, was at least as healthy as any other inmate, but he died within 5 days of their visit. How odd that mother and child should die so soon together, and just after their last meeting. My house elf tells me that Winky, the Crouch family house elf, is caring for an invalid that never leaves his room. Odd, isn't it, that a man with no living relatives has his house elf caring for a sick relative in what used to be his son's room? Is it beyond the realm of possibility that the use of polyjuice allowed Mrs. Crouch to replace her son in Azkaban and that the private burial was a sham? He smiled at her brilliantly. Well, I'm not one to tell another how to run their department, but perhaps you should check and see if there is a body in Mrs. Crouch's grave. And if so, is it really Mrs. Crouch? He pulled out his wand and cancelled his privacy spell. Good day to you, madam, he said, leaving the office with a jaunty stride. The witch stared at him, completely flummoxed by his seemingly capricious parting comments that turned her world on its side. Again. _ The wizarding world had taken Dumbledore's retirement quite calmly, with many thanks for a job well done letters to the editor and editorials. There were also a few congratulatory letters and editorials addressed to Headmistress McGonagall. And the search was on for replacement Transfiguration and DADA professors. In her interview in the Daily Prophet, she mentioned her intention to introduce a few changes to the school. Most, Harry/Gilderoy noticed, were his suggestions from that afternoon in the headmaster's office. Before Harry/Gilderoy knew it, it was June, and he was running out of time to retrieve Hufflepuff's cup. Wednesday evening, after supper, he headed to Grimmauld Place. Bella was looking good. 2 weeks of daily health potions had re-established her physically once more. She was a beautiful woman who commanded the attention of any males who might see her. That, of course, presented a problem. It wouldn't do for someone to see Bellatrix Lestrange after she had been declared dead in Azkaban. Yesterday evening, he had introduced the pureblood to something most half and pureblood wizards and witches had no idea existed: hair dyes. Bella was now a blonde with shoulder-length wavy hair. Even her eyebrows were blonde. Most women forget to do that, giving away that they aren't natural blondes. Contacts had changed her eyes to blue. A mild pain-relieving spell had quickly acclimated her to their presence. She could wear them for a week before she would have to remove them. No one seeing her would ever suspect she was a daughter of House Black. And a wizard couldn't accidentally, or on purpose, terminate the Muggle disguise methods with a finite spell. Not even the Goblin's Thief's Falls would disclose the disguise. Her practice with her new wand had paid off. She was as good with the new one as she had ever been with her old one. Okay, Belle, after much discussion, and a few hexes both ways, they had decided that Belle was an acceptable derivative of Bellatrix. It wouldn't immediately trip people to the fact that her original name was Bellatrix and that she would instinctively respond to instead of ignoring the caller. If anyone asked specifically, her full name was Belladonna. I'm ready. At that declaration they disapparated from the sitting room at Grimmauld Place. Not that she recognized it after all his changes, and reappeared in front of an empty field. The flow connection to the Lestrange Manor would not admit anyone not already keyed into the protective enchantments. Of course, the Ministry also had disconnected the Lestrange flow from the network for non-use after years of idleness. She held onto his arm, as if they were a couple, and walked towards what appeared to be a waist-high stone wall. Like platform 9 3/4, they walked straight through it and a carriage-wide path appeared before them leading to a tall privacy wall interrupted by a closed gate. Belle walked up to the gate and placed her hand on the Lestrange crest centered on it. The gate swung open. A short 5-minute walk later and they were standing on the porch. As she had instructed him, he did not let go of her arm. If he did, the protective enchantments and traps built into the grounds and porch would activate and immediately attack him as an intruder. Moments later, they were inside. She turned to him. All right, now what does it look like? You've avoided mentioning it so far. She stared at him suspiciously. He smiled, showing off his brilliant and perfect smile. Well, it's a golden cup with 2 handles. He held his hands up as if he were about to indicate its size. It's about stupefy. With his hand only inches from her, she had no time to react and collapsed to the floor. A nearby portrait said, "How dare you?" His wand now in his hand, he swung it while casting a special version of the Incendio spell targeted at portraits. He had learned that lesson in the war: leave no evidence. An instant later, every portrait in sight was nothing more than ashes drifting to the floor, the occupants having had no time to flee. Creaker. Dobby. Twin Pops. Answered his call. Take everything of value, including fixtures. Leave only the structure itself, walls, floors, ceilings, doors, windows, and so forth. Destroy all the portraits before you enter any room. Find every nook and cranny. Look for hidden rooms and compartments. Use your magic to look for dangerous spells so you don't get hurt. Put everything in the new vault I opened at Gringotts, you have the key. Shrink what you can and make as few trips as possible. Put dark artifacts and cursed items in the appropriate storage area in the vault. If you find any goblin items, cursed or not, and bring them to me. And find me the Lestrange vault key. If there is anything you think I should see, come get me. Both house elves stood silent for a moment, looking around, before Dobby sadly said, Wes can't. Wes has no permission from lords or ladies. Ah. He should have expected that. He turned to Belle and floated her to a nearby chair. Innervate. Conf undo. Imperio. Give these 2 house elves permission to do anything they need to do in the Lestrange house and vault. Seconds later the 2 house elves blurred into action. Obliviate. Stupefy, he said to Belle. It was a rather boring wait. Occasionally, Creaker or Dobby would appear and hand a goblin blade or piece of jewelry to Harry. He shrunk each item and placed it in his pockets. Kriaker was the one who found the vault key and brought it to Harry. Finally, Dobby declared, "We done. Excellent. Return home, take a break and make sure you eat. Rest if you need it." Harry/Gilderoy floated Belle to the front door, opened it, and leant her against it. "Innervate. Conf undo," he said quietly. "Well," he continued in a conversational tone, "it took a while, but we found it." He held up a rather elegant-looking golden cup. She blinked at it blearily. It reminded her of the cup given to her by her Dark Lord, but this cup was much larger and more ornate, with a series of small emeralds decorating the base. She looked back at him, her eyes narrowed. She had fulfilled her part of the bargain, now it was his turn. Knowing what she was thinking, he took her arm and they walked back down to the gates. Friday night would be a full moon, so there was more than sufficient light tonight for them to see past even though it was almost midnight. She never looked back to notice the entry hall was bare before the door closed behind them. Neither did she notice the lack of curtains at the windows. As far as she knew, the manor was as it had been when they arrived. "Never fear, Belle. I will keep my part of the bargain. After a month has passed, I will not stop you from leaving my manor. You know how to disguise yourself without magic, you have a new wand, and, when you leave, you will have a purse with 1,000 galleons in it. You can return here to plan your next moves." Their trip back to Grimmauld Place was as quick as their leaving. He had adjusted the protective enchantments to allow them to return directly to the sitting room, so Belle never realized she was returning home to 12 Grimmauld Place and not a nondescript flat somewhere in London. Once they were back in her suite, which a mild conf undo ensured that she thought was on the second floor and not under the kitchen, Harry bade the witch good night. He then hit her with another Imperio and handed her a potion bottle of the draught of sleeping death with the orders to drink it. That removed her from being a possible problem in the short term. "Kriaker. Kriaker is here, Master Black. Take good care of our little Belle, here. Kriaker will take care of pureblood daughter of House Black." "Excellent." Harry headed back upstairs. "Dobby." He called from the kitchen. "Dobby is here, Master Lockhart." "Excellent. Can you still access the Lestrange Manor?" Dobby popped away and returned almost immediately. He was bouncing on his heels in happiness. "Yes, Master Lockhart, yes. Dobby's can still go to Wicked Wizard's Manor." "Excellent." He looked down on the diminutive house elf. "Dobby," he said gravely, "the Lestrange brothers are as evil and cruel to house elves as your previous master. They would kill Harry Potter without pause if they could." Dobby's face grew dark in anger and he opened and closed his hands repeatedly. "So, I want you to burn the place to the ground. If there are any other buildings there on their property, loot them as you did the manor itself, and then burn them. If they are occupied, come back and we'll do something different." Dobby declared angrily, "Dobby does as Master Lockhart says." He poked away again. Harry/Gilderoy rubbed his hands together happily. On Saturday, he would visit Gringotts and loot the Lestrange vault after retrieving Hufflepuff's cup. Dobby could move everything without touching anything, thus escaping the burning and duplication charms Bellatrix had set on everything. Then Gilderoy could pay the goblins to remove the curses on everything. That meant 3 major sources of Death Eater funds: houses Malfoy, Black, and Lestrange were forever gone. And Gilderoy was that much richer. "Good day, Ragnarok." Gilderoy called out cheerily as he entered his account manager's office lounge. The goblin grunted, clearly unimpressed with the wizard's greeting. The blonde-haired dandy pulled a cloth bag from his pocket, opened it, and proceeded to set out, one at a time, the goblin-made items he had liberated from the Lestrange Manor. "These," he said jauntily, "rightfully belong to your people, I believe." He stepped back and put his hands dashingly on his hips, awaiting the goblin's reaction. Ragnarok stared at the assorted knives, bracelets, earrings, and necklaces. He carefully picked up each one, inspected it, smelled it, licked it, and placed it back on the desk. He leaned back in his chair and stared at Gilderoy. "Why?" Harry/Gilderoy pretended to be puzzled. "Because they are yours? I know that wizards only rent goblin-made items with the understanding that when the renter dies the items are to be returned. I found these and know that the current owners are not the renters, so I thought to return them." He sighed, and made as if to retrieve the items from the desk. "Well, if you don't want them I'm sure I can find a use for them." Ragnarok lunged forward. "No." Harry looked at him grinning. After a long moment, Ragnarok slowly smiled, a generous showing of teeth that would intimidate most wizards and witches. He nodded. "The Goblin Nation thanks you for the return of these long-lost items." Harry/Gilderoy sat in the chair provided, and said, "It occurs to me that the House Black vaults probably contain a few such items as well. I would like you to initiate a search through the vaults for goblin-made blades, armor, or jewelry and remove them. After all, as your largest vault holder it wouldn't do for me to abuse your trust by withholding things that properly belong to the Goblin Nation, now would it?" Without taking his eyes off of Harry, Ragnar opened a drawer in the desk beside them and pulled out a parchment and quill. He quickly wrote out an agreement. Sign at the bottom giving us your permission as Lord of House Black to enter your vault and remove any goblin-made blades, armor, or jewelry. Harry smiled at the goblin. Certainly, as long as we both understand that that doesn't include galleons, sickles, nuts, or other items made by the goblins for unrestricted use by wizards, witches, muggle-born, muggles, or other magical creatures. Ragnar gave him another enormous smile, added a line to the document, and then handed it to the wizard. Harry read the document, which did indeed have a clause exempting wizard money, and selected other items from the list of goblin-made items for removal. He signed it with a flourish and gave it back to the goblin. Ragnar dropped it on the desk and snapped his fingers. The parchment disappeared. We will begin the sweep immediately. Harry nodded his understanding. I'm sure he will agree, but I will have to check with Mr. Potter before authorizing such a sweep in the Potter vaults. Now then, on to the next order of business. I opened a new vault recently, the Gilderoy Lockhart Investment Fund. Here is the key. He brandished a golden key. Unfortunately, the items I have moved into the vault have spells cast on them that I need broken. Please have some curse breakers sweep through the vault and remove all dangerous enchantments they might find. I would also like you to check that vault for any goblin-made items. And produce an inventory. 2 minutes later, those contracts were signed and on their way to the respective teams responsible for those things. 3 minutes later, Gilderoy Lockhart was out of the bank and headed to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor for a reward to himself. Underscore. Finals were over and everyone was at the leaving feast. And once again, Lockhart had a trophy to present. Rita sat at the head of the Hufflepuff, and both Professor Sprout and her house were practically bouncing in their chairs in excitement. They knew this could mean only one thing. The headmaster had a sour expression, as if he couldn't believe Lockhart had once more succeeded. Or maybe it was because he knew that the day after tomorrow was his last official day as headmaster. This time Gilderoy waited until after most students were working on their desserts before standing. I have an announcement to make, he stated majestically, projecting his voice across the hall. He walked over to Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout, if you please, he waved an invitation to the herbalogist to join him. She leapt to her feet. He held out his arm and conducted her to the front of the headmaster's table. The witches at the headmaster's table, and almost all the students were all eagerly awaiting what new discovery their favorite professor was about to unveil. Gilderoy, resplendent in his mauve robe set, conjured a tray and placed something covered in cloth on it. He bent forward slightly as he offered the tray to Professor Sprout. Once again, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, and slayer of basilisks, have recovered a priceless treasure long thought to be lost to Hogwarts and wizard kind. It took much effort and long hours, but it is with great joy and pride that I present to you, Professor Sprout, head of the Hufflepuff house here at Hogwarts, this long-lost founder's artifact, Lady Hufflepuff's cup. He vanished the bag, leaving the gleaming golden cup with a badger design out for all to see. It can now join its fellows, Ravenclaw's diadem, Gryffindor's sword, and Slytherin's locket in the founder's display case in the entryway. For the first time in 1,000 years, all 4 founders' treasures are united at Hogwarts for all to see and admire. With appropriate placards describing how the great wizard Gilderoy Lockhart was responsible for finding and returning them, naturally. After a moment's surprise, wild applause flooded the great hall, punctuated periodically by Bozo's non-stop photography. Professor Sprout was grinning like a madwoman, and holding the tray up so that all could see the priceless treasure on it. Good thing he had put a sticking charm on the tray earlier. It was, Harry/Gilderoy thought, a magnificent way to end his year at Hogwarts. Gilderoy had hit all his goals, the country revered him as an accomplished wizard of considerable talent, second only to Dumbledore. He was the richest wizard in the world, according to the goblins, and witches everywhere dreamed of being with him. He had an entire generation of young wizards and witches extolling his skills and talents. Based on a preliminary look at the OWL and Newt test scores, he was without a doubt the best DADA professor ever to teach at Hogwarts. In short, in England he was as famous as Harry Potter. Harry had hit his goals, as well. The Horcruxes, those that were available to him, had all been destroyed. He had significantly reduced Death Eater funding and eliminated a few of the Inner Circle members. Every DADA class was up to snuff, with the upper years all caught up and the lower years slightly advanced. As bonus, he had unmangled Gilderoy's Homerfoo's Reperifarge werewolf charm and named it after himself, of course, and delivered the working spell to the Ministry. He had also taught it to all the students. Now any werewolf could be returned to human immediately after his or her change. It wasn't a cure, that was next, but it was a step in the right direction. And, most importantly, Harry Potter was safe and considered Hermione his girlfriend. Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott were vying for his second and third wife positions. For the next year, Lockhart would be out of the limelight as he sought to find and contain the Dark Lord for once and all. Except, maybe, for a book signing or two, Gilderoy whispered. 24 schools out for summer. Mr. Potter, called Lockhart. Slowly pushing the trolley with his trunk and Hedwig's cage was Harry, with Hermione right beside him. The two were almost to the gateway that separated the wizard world from the Muggle on platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. He was pleased to note that both were wearing the clothes he had purchased for them at Christmas, which meant that Harry looked quite spiffy and Hermione's clothes made her very pretty. Her skirt swayed rather nicely as her high heels emphasized her gait. Hermione had apparently taken his advice on how to walk to heart. And she had transformed into a very attractive young witch over this last year. Apparently she liked looking nice for Harry. And vice versa. It helped that she had taken his advice to heart and now regularly flew with Harry, buying them new brooms to use instead of the school brooms had done a lot to calm her fears. The school broom's erratic behavior had been a major cause of her fear of flying. Based on the looks she was getting from many at the station, he wasn't the only one to notice the new and improved Hermione. He could hardly wait to see the look of shock on her father's face when he realized his little girl was growing up and not just mentally. Their other friends had said their goodbyes after locating their parents. The two weren't holding hands, unfortunately, as they had their hands full pushing the trolleys. Well, that wouldn't do. No, not at all. Hadn't they remembered the shrinking charms on their new trunks? Most of the people still on the platform were watching Gilderoy as he strode confidently over to the young couple. Rita, and the Daily Prophet, had done a splendid job of broadcasting yesterday's event, and Lockhart had quite a few additional admirers. Even the wizards were beginning to become his fans. Those in the school certainly were. Everywhere he went today people had murmured hello, Lord Lockhart Slytherin, respect and admiration in their every word and gesture. People respected him, not just for his adventures in his books but also for his deeds at Hogwarts this year. As he had waited for Harry to disembark, he had heard many complimentary things said about himself. He's my DADA professor and he fought and killed a basilisk. He found all 4 founders' artifacts. I was so worried about my owl/D.A.D.A until this year when. After his class the test just seemed so easy. He's the best DADA professor I've ever had, he heard one Slytherin 7th year brag. His friend had loudly agreed. All music to his ears. Gilderoy would have done a little happy dance right there on the platform if Harry had let him. He was practically delirious with joy, leaving Harry to handle things today. Here, he said to the 2 students when they stopped in front of him. Tap your wand right there and think, shrink, he pointed at the lock on Hermione's trunk. She watched, surprised as it shrank to card pack size. He handed it to her. There. Slip that into your pocket. When you get home, just tap it with your wand and think, full size, and it will restore itself. As long as you don't do it where muggles can see, the ministry will never notice. And it won't trigger any magic detection spells, either. The wand is merely your identification as the owner. Harry quickly followed suit. He picked up Hedwig's cage and brought it close. He set up a silencing spell around them and whispered to the bird, Harry Potter lives at 12 Grimmauld Place, London. He removed the spell and opened the cage. There you go, Hedwig. You can meet us at home. I'm sure you'd rather fly than be subjected to apparition, wouldn't you? The owl stared at him a moment, hooted, then flew out the cage and rapidly disappeared overhead. He shrunk the cage and gave it to Harry. He turned and made hand motions for them to accompany him. Don't dawdle now, children, others await you. Hermione grabbed Harry's hand and they again started towards the platform's exit. Harry, he said confidentially to the young wizard. I know that the headmaster told you that you had to return to the Dursleys. But as I told you before, that isn't strictly true. You see, as long as you live with them, they do not have to fear Death Eaters, Voldemort's followers, finding their home and killing them for being your relatives. That is the reason he sent you home last summer, to protect them. Now that you are 12 it only takes 2 weeks to renew the spell for another year. Hermione and Harry shot him a surprised glance. Now, then, you have a choice. Do you want to go home with me and stay at the House Black London residence, and meet your godfather? Or do you want to go stay with the Dursleys for 2 weeks and provide them with that protection for another year? At the end of the 2 weeks you would join me at the Black residence. Harry looked conflicted. On the one hand, if he never saw the Dursleys again it would be too soon. On the other, could he really leave them defenseless? Tell you what, Harry, I'll put a listening charm on your trunk. If you want to leave, just call my name and tell me that. I'll be there as soon as I can. Does that sound good? Hesitantly, reluctantly, Harry nodded his agreement. By that time, they had passed through the barrier and Hermione had flung herself into her parents' arms, babbling non-stop. Harry looked around for his uncle. Uncle Vernon stood not far away. Harry, my boy, it's good to see you, he said, glancing nervously at the tall blonde-haired wizard standing beside the boy who lived. That the rotten bastard remembered their last meeting so well delighted Gilderoy. Come along, Harry. Your Aunt Petunia is waiting to see you at home. Harry stared at his uncle, the thought clear in his mind, who was this man and what had they done with his uncle? Do you have your trunk? What of your bird's cage? The morbidly obese man asked solicitously. Dazed at the civil tone in his uncle's voice, Harry absently patted his pocket. Shrunken. His uncle grimaced, but nodded understandingly. Convenient, that. He paused a moment as if unsure what to say or do next. Gilderoy stepped into the gap. Ah, Mr. Disley, he said softly. So good to see you again. And in such good health. The look he gave the man told him clearly that condition could easily change if he wasn't careful. The dandy turned slightly towards the Grangers. Oh, Miss Granger, he called. She paused in midword and looked over to him. He waved her over. As she came closer, he said to Vernon, I'd like you to meet Miss Hermione Granger, one of Mr. Potter's classmates and his best friend. And those two adults with her are her parents. Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, Miss Granger, this is Mr. Vernon Disley. He's one of the top salesmen at Grunning's Drills, and is even in line for a vice presidency. That last bit had Disley sweating as he wondered how the wizard had learned something he had only that week found out himself. The Grangers, he explained to Vernon, are both professionals in London, dentists. Harry lives with the Disleys. Vernon's wife, Petunia, is Mr. Potter's aunt, his mother's sister, Gilderoy explained. Harry is going to stay with the Disleys for a couple of weeks, and then he'll be staying with his godfather for the rest of the summer. Vernon looked surprised at hearing this, and then pleased as he realized he wasn't going to be stuck with the boy the entire summer. A few moments later Harry/Gilderoy watched as both groups left the building for their respective vehicles. Hedwig was waiting in the entryway on the staircase balustrade when Gilderoy walked in at Grimmauld Place. Ah, Hedwig, he said gently rubbing the owl's head. I can't tell you how happy I am to see again. I envy Harry that he has you and I don't. I do miss you. The owl gave him an uncertain look, blinking. Well, he continued, you needn't worry about that. Harry is staying at Privet Drive for the next 2 weeks, and then he will be here. The owl gave him an angry look. Now don't be that way, Hedwig, this was the easiest way to let you in on the secret. Besides, it will be another hour before he is home. In the meantime, could you deliver a message for me to Miss Granger? I'm sure she in turn will have a message for you to deliver to Harry. And he will have one for you to return to her. The owl looked pleased at the prospect of some deliveries in the works. Miss Granger. As I mentioned, Harry will be at Privet Drive for the next 2 weeks, then he will move to another address. I will advise you and your parents of the new address at the appropriate time. I expect you will spend a lot of time here with Harry during the day while your parents are at work when that happens. I am sure you both will enjoy playing with each other all summer. You can tell you parents to expect many invitations to come over for dinner, and to watch you demonstrate the magic you have learned. That's right. Once you are here you can perform magic without fear that the ministry will detect what you are doing and cause problems. The house is extremely well hidden from magical detection of most any kind. You can certainly help Harry improve how he handles his wand without fear of detection by adults. Perhaps you should tell Harry about this, as well, and give him something to look forward to doing with you. Sincerely. Gilderoy Lockhart. Order of Merlin, 3rd class, blah, 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 you know the rest. And with any kind of luck, his surprise would be ready when St. Mungo's released Sirius. And for the rest of the summer there were a couple of projects he needed to finish, including making sure Grimmauld Place survived Harry, Remus, Sirius, and Belle. But right now, he had a few things to finish downstairs. Underscore. Belle's suite had become Harry/Gilderoy's potions workshop after his successful heist regarding the Lestranges. The goblins had been extremely happy with him at the return of their lost items. Apparently quite a few had been in the vaults, but it took a sharp eye to see so. Later he would see if he could turn that to his advantage in looting a few other Death Eater vaults. Much had happened in Belle's suite over the 3 weeks since then. He had spent every evening with Belle, not that she was awake to notice. He was still somewhat amazed that his scheme had worked as well as it did. 10 points to Lockhart for excellent planning and execution. The witch had remained asleep on her bed. The draught of the living dead was such a useful potion. Curtained off from the rest of the room the entire time. Creaker had done a marvelous job of watching her, checking periodically that her condition was unchanged and dusting her as needed during the day. Gilderoy had spent the 3 days after the heist studying her left arm closely. Voldemort's brand, he had determined, was a form of the protean charm linking her to all the other Death Eaters, with a connection to her magical core. Plus, it linked directly to her nervous system. It provided a way for Evil Bastard to punish and communicate with his followers. He would always be able to find a follower anywhere. It was also a drain on the witch's magic. A minute drain, but a drain. For his plan for the witch to work, he had to get rid of the brand. So far, everything he had tried had failed. He had stood to one side, the Deathly Hallows stone in hand, and spun it 3 times. After a pause, a ghostly image had appeared. "Why did you call me?" Merlin had said. Harry had smiled grimly. I had little choice. I need the help of those much better versed than I am in this sort of thing. He had pointed at the witch's arm and the brand on it. I need to remove that brand, but no spell or potion I can find will do the trick. Examine it and advise me. It is related to the Protean charm. A similar mark is created in the sky with the spell Mors Mordra. The ghost had drifted over to the woman and studied her arm. You cannot use magic alone. You must use a potion as well. A long conversation had ensued and involved several more ghosts responding to Death's ring. The result had Harry saying, Fox? Can you help me? He had tried several times and had been about to give up when the phoenix had appeared in burst of flames and a trilling song. Harry grinned broadly, he had always enjoyed talking to the exotic creature. Thank you so much for coming, he had said, reaching over and stroking the bird now perched on the back of his chair. I am trying to remove the Death Eater tattoo from Belle, here. He had pointed at her arm. The advice I've been given is a combination of magic and potion, but for the potion I need phoenix tears. I have some of your favorite treats, those lemon drops Dumbledore kept at his desk. He had pointed to a small bowl piled high with the sweets and sitting on the table beside Belle's bed. He had managed to coax the brilliant bird into filling most of a 10th-ounce potion bottle, almost 40 drops of the precious liquid. Again, I thank you, Fox, Harry had said. I hope to accomplish much good with these tears. He had paused a moment thinking as the bird downed a few more of the lemon drops it loved. Fox, if I need more tears to save others, would you be willing to help me? Perhaps as a remembrance to your friend Dumbledore. The bird had looked at him for a long moment, and then bobbed its head. Harry had grinned. Bless you, Fox. If this works, I shall tell everyone that the great Dumbledore discovered the method for removing the Death Eater mark. It will provide an extra incentive for Death Eaters to repent their evil ways. Perhaps Madame Bones can use it as leverage into getting spies into the Death Eater camp by promising her spies that she will remove the mark in exchange when the fight is over. Fox had seemed to think that was a splendid idea. He flamed out after finishing off the entire bowl of treats. Harry had shaken his head. He had read phoenixes lived off spices and morning dew, but still, an entire bowl at once? He would have to keep a barrel on hand. He had wondered if the bird might like cinnamon and curry, as well. Next, Harry had carefully put 3 drops of phoenix tears into a small clear glass bowl on his potions table and mixed it with water purified 3 times and containing a dissolved freely given unicorn hair. He had dipped a quill into the mixture and had carefully drawn the rune of isolation and separation, in Guz, 7 times in a ring around the Death Eater mark on Belle's arm. It hadn't been easy spacing the runes correctly as the clear mixture had been almost impossible to see and judge the distance to the next rune to draw. He couldn't use magic to help. Creaker. He had called out after finishing that portion of the cure. Creaker is here. Excellent. Take this brush, dip it into this mixture. He had handed the house elf a small brush and the small bowl. And carefully brush it all over this Death Eater mark. Continue until I say stop or you run out. If the mark lifts, as it should, coax it into the bowl using the brush. No magic. Creaker had nodded and started to brush the liquid on the tattoo as Harry/Gilderoy had started casting Turjo Mors Mordra repeatedly, pushing as much magic as he could into the incantation. The 7 runes on her arm had glowed an ominous red. At first, nothing had happened, and then the tattoo had begun to bubble and steam. Even under the draft of living death, Belle's face twisted in pain. Slowly, though, the dark red mark on her arm had gently bubbled itself into the air. Finally, it had lifted entirely off her arm, although only by a scant millimeter or 2. Creaker had reacted quickly and a few seconds later that seemed hours long the bowl had held a puddle of red ink. Belle settled back into the deathly still aspect that the draft gives the drinker, her arm bright pink where the tattoo had rested. Harry had quickly picked up the other potion bottle on his table and had dripped a single drop of basilisk poison into the glass bowl. The red ink had started to hiss and spit as smoke rose from it. Seconds later only a slightly smaller pinkish drop of basilisk poison had remained. He had carefully decanted it into another potion bottle and labeled it. The basilisk drop was useful until completely consumed. Thank you, Creaker. Be proud, you have just saved the life of a pure-blood daughter of House Black. Take a break to celebrate your success before you return to doing whatever it was you were doing, he had told the old elf. Creaker had had a big smile as he poked away. Harry had turned to his table, pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment and carefully recorded everything he and Creaker had done, with a note at the bottom crediting Albus Dumbledore with the cure's creation and that the old wizard hoped the cure would give those lost souls a second chance. It was a small thing, really. And Harry didn't want to be known as the wizard who figured out how to remove the Death Eater mark from the worst sort of people possible. While removing the mark was quite an achievement, allowing criminals to conceal their complicity in crimes was nothing to be proud of doing. They were, to his mind, still little more than pond scum. He would give the parchment to Madame Bones later, he had decided. Since that momentous moment, he had spent every night with Belle. He had used a mild pepper-up potion to bring the witch to a sleeping state, then used his extensive Obliviate experience to carefully excise all memories related to the wizard she called her Dark Lord. That meant completely erasing everything she remembered since 1957. 36 years entailed taking things in stages, spending several hours laboring to remove a mere 2 years of memories per night. It had been quite exhausting work, struggling to disentangle past memories that had become associated with more recent memories. He didn't want to accidentally wipe out everything and leave her as a memoryless baby. Or leave holes she might discover later and unravel his work by researching her history. When she finally woke from her sleep, she would be a child with no knowledge of Voltihor and his Death Eaters. Her only memories would be of her father and mother. Excising her sisters from her memory while leaving what she had learned with them from her parents and tutors had been the hardest thing to do of all, and took the most time. He had to substitute various house elves, and occasionally her mother, in the blank spots occupied by the presence of her sisters. A confidence embedded in her memories to prevent her from examining them too closely was an integral part of his treatment. That she had been a bit of a loner compared to the other two had helped. That she would still be well steeped in pure blood nonsense was problematic, but Harry was sure that after a few years around Sirius and Harry she would lose those attitudes. He hoped. In any case, he would have fulfilled his oath to her. Especially after he had dosed her with the de-aging potion just the other night. Normally, a de-aging potion erases memories that corresponded to being created after the apparent physical age given by the potion. Harry hadn't wanted to take any chances that those memories might be recoverable, so he had gone the extra step of obliviating those memories as well. Between the two, the memories should well and truly be lost beyond recoverability. And it seemed a suitable punishment for the criminal Bellatrix, erasing her from existence as if she had never existed in the first place. Not quite as final as throwing her through the veil in the Ministry, but Bellatrix as everyone remembered her had been thoroughly destroyed. It was up to the new Belle to live a life that redeemed her predecessor. With his and Sirius' help, that shouldn't be too difficult. And no one would ever suspect a 6-year-old girl of being the infamous Bellatrix Lestrange née Black. If she wanted, she could walk out of 12 Grimmauld Place without fear, or at least only the fear a sheltered child normally would feel when outside by herself for the first time. On her bedside table was a bottomless bag with 1,000 galleons in it. He would create a trust vault for her later. He would have no qualms defending this innocent child from his and her enemies. He had fulfilled the terms of their vow to the letter. And when she reached Hogwarts he would release her from her vow, which would free him from his. And eliminate the possibility of accidents in judgment harming either of them once she was out in the world on her own. He could hardly wait to see Sirius' face when he learned he had a 6-year-old cousin. And that Gilderoy expected Sirius to be the father figure for the girl. Fun times indeed. He levitated her to the sitting room and used the fluid to take her to Cygnus Black's manor. Creaker, Dobby, and Bipsy Cygnus Black's house elf had spent the previous day preparing the abandoned building for its brief occupancy by Little Miss Black. Gone were the belongings left behind by the older Bellatrix, instead her bedroom looked like a typical little girl's room, with age-appropriate toys, clothes, and other furniture. For the next week, she would be living there with only Bipsy as a companion. Next Monday he would accidentally discover her and bring her back to Grimmauld Place. He had made sure that Bipsy remembered only the little girl Bellatrix, and obliviated her memories of the older girl. That and a few carefully planned out orders would keep Belle's secret from both Belle and anyone else. _ May I say congratulations, Minister Bones? Gilderoy said as he walked into her new office, escorted by her secretary. Today, in his opinion, he was stunning in his sky-blue robe set. She gave him a severe look. It's your fault I'm in here, she said drily. He grinned happily. It couldn't have happened to a better person, especially in view of those items you know I am searching for. She harumphed as they settled onto the 2 chairs in one corner of her new office, and now permanent for the next 6 years, as her secretary brought over a tea set with scones. Oh, before I forget, he reached inside his robe pocket and pulled out a parchment. Albus asked me to give this to you. He handed it to her. It's something he's been working on for several years, apparently, and he claims it works. He smiled at her. He just had to put those award-winning teeth on display. He pulled a small vial out of another pocket and placed it on the table. As the label indicated, it held 20 drops worth of phoenix tears. It is truly a remarkable achievement. When he explained what it did, my first thought was of the advantage it would give you here at the Ministry. Just imagine the leverage it will give you with Death Eaters if you can offer it to some of the lower echelons in exchange for ratting out their bosses. You could even use it to put an aura undercover in his organization. She took a few minutes to read the parchment in detail before looking up. Yes, this might prove quite useful. They sat sipping their teas for a moment. I was surprised to read in the Daily Prophet that Barty Crouch, Sr., had been hiding his son under an Imperio all these years. He shook his head ruefully. Amazing, isn't it? The wizard responsible for putting Sirius unjustly in Azkaban also successfully snuck his own son out after putting him there in the first place. And then kept him hidden under an unforgivable for years. What a hypocrite. He took a sip of tea. Junior has already been given the kiss, I've been led to believe. He raised an eyebrow inquiringly. The new Minister for Magic nodded, adding, "A week after we raided the manor, and only a day after we confirmed it really was Barty Crouch, Jr., and not someone under a glamour or polyjuiced. Verita serum also proved it. And that he had done nothing additional in the years after his father retrieved him. The Weisengamot's trial for Barty, Sr., is this Thursday, is it not?" At Madame Bone's acknowledgement, he continued, "Just so you know, I intend to name Sirius Black as the proxy for House Black. The healers at St. Mungo's tell me he is much better now, and that only time is needed for farther improvement." He chuckled. "Just imagine, that prankster in the Wizen Maggots leading House Black. Oh, yes, that lot will love having him in. And the irony of having Sirius sit judgment on Barty is just delicious." And Sirius had just loved hearing Harry calling the Weisengamot Wizen Maggots and adopted the word for his own use. He set his cup back down before leaning back. "You should know that an increase in the DMLE budget will be looked on favorably by Houses Black, Potter, Slytherin, Gryffindor, and Gaunt, so long as the extra funds go to better training and armor for the Aurors. And bringing the staffing up to a more reasonable level. Just because it's quiet right now doesn't mean it will last forever." She silently refilled his cup and handed it to him. "You should also see about increasing the staff in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office with a few Muggle-born. Arthur Weasley is an excellent wizard, but he is a pure-blood and for all his enthusiasm he misses things simply because he doesn't understand Muggle society today. Perhaps hire a few more obliviators, as well. And give the poor man a raise to bring his position in line with the rest." They sat a moment longer. Gilderoy reached into a different pocket, pulled out 2 envelopes, and handed them to her. "These are invites to Harry Potter's birthday party on July 31st. One is for your niece, Susan, and the other is for Hannah Abbott. They are charmed so that only the intended recipient can read the actual address, as it is under a Fidelius charm. I give them to you so that their parents, and your brother, will know it is all correct and above board. Also attending will be Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, and Ginny, Ron, Fred, and George Weasley. Part of the festivities will include attending a Muggle theme park during the day and then a cinema in the evening. As it will be quite late when they finish, they will stay overnight, chaperoned, of course, be served breakfast, and then return to their homes. One of your Auror trainees is a Metamorphagus. With your permission I would like to avail myself of her services for those 2 days as your other Aurors tend to stand out in a Muggle setting. If you would like to bring an Auror class as a stealth training exercise, I will happily pay for their attendance. This is Harry's very first birthday party ever and I intend it to come off without a hitch." Theme park? Cinema. He knew she hadn't missed the fact that this would be the little wizard's first birthday party even though he was 12. "I thought you might have a few questions. Here is a dodger on the theme park." He pulled a folded slick paper out of his pocket and handed it to her. "A cinema is a theater where they show a story using moving pictures with sound instead of actors on a stage. You'll have to see one to understand. I'm planning to take them to see one called Jurassic Park. I'm sure any of your Muggle-born employees can help you find a local cinema for research." He sat back and sipped at his tea while Madame Bones considered all he had told her. "Well, Minister Bones, thank you for your time," he said standing. She quickly stood as well. "And I've taken enough of it already. I'm sure there are many things you need to do, so I'll take my leave." He headed for the door to her office, only to turn at the last minute. "By the way, I remember reading and hearing about Death Eater attacks in 1980 and 1981 where the victims inexplicably failed to use their flues to escape. Did it ever occur to anyone that maybe one of the Floo network regulators might have been a Death Eater or a sympathizer, and that this person illegally shut off the Floo access to the target so the victims could not escape? By the time the Aurors heard there was a problem, access had already been restored. That would make them an accessory to murder, which is a more than sufficient reason to interrogate the staff from that time. Perhaps a truth compulsion on their chair when you call them in to clear up some details from that time? In any case, perhaps you should include a magical oath for the regulators that they will not shut down Floo access without a written order from either the Weisengamot, the head of the DMLE or the minister." He smiled broadly at her startled expression, and then exited her office. As he was walking away, he heard her mutter, "Every time that wizard comes here, he oh so innocently leaves me with an exploding cauldron." And she sighed deeply. How he loved to hear the sound of chaos in his wake. It wasn't much chaos this time, but still. He was developing a reputation. _ Thank you all for coming today. Harry/Gilderoy looked round the sitting room. The Tonks Andromeda, Ted, and Nymphadora were sitting on the couch, Sirius was in one chair and Remus was in another, and Narcissa and Draco were sitting rigidly on the love seat. "I realize things in House Black have changed dramatically over the last 6 months, and they are continuing to change." Sirius was glaring at Narcissa while Andromeda glanced from person to person. Narcissa was staring at Gilderoy, and Draco at the floor. "I am, as you all know, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, and slayer of basilisks. I am also Lord Black, head of the House Black, through circumstances I am not going to explain, but the results of which the goblins tell me are incontrovertible. He displayed the house ring on his finger. As farther evidence, Creaker, Bipsy. Creaker is here, Master. Bipsy is here, Master. I am sure you recognize Creaker, Sirius. Narcissa, Andromeda, you remember Bipsy from your father's manor, don't you? They all nodded. Draco and Tonks both stared, amazed. Creaker, Bipsy, tell the truth in answer to my questions right now. Am I Lord of House Black? Yes, Master. Yes, Master. And you both are House Elves to House Black? Yes, Master. Yes, Master. And you obey my orders without question? Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Anyone have any questions? Silence. Excellent. You may return to your other duties, he said to the two elves. First business, I would like to officially welcome back to House Black Andromeda Tonks and her family. I reinstated her and her family a few months ago, but this is the first chance we've had as a family to welcome her. He turned a warm, and toothy, smile on the family. That Naimi here is a metamorphagus shows that the family traits run strong in her blood, strengthened, no doubt, by the addition of her father's blood as well. Draco looked like he had swallowed something distasteful, but kept his mouth shut. His mother watched calmly. The Tonks family merely looked happy and proud at his acknowledgement. Sirius and Remus looked amused. Tonksy's hair was cycling through a variety of shades, which probably indicated pride, embarrassment, happiness, and several other emotions. Second business, welcome home, Sirius. Sirius raised his glass of fire whiskey in salute, accepting the words of welcome from the rest of his family. Sirius is still recovering from his experiences in Azkaban. He is still seeing the healers on a weekly basis for any concerns that crop up. He will be assuming the House Black chair at the Wizen Maggots and handling all the family's business. Even after being absent for 10 years he knows far more about House Black interests than I do. Sirius made a face at the thought of being in the Wizengamot. He has agreed to keep his pranking down to a minimum while in that August body's chambers. Harry smirked. The pranks are going to be a bit more cerebral as we rebuild the ministry into something that is actually helpful to most wizards and witches. He turned to face the Malfoys. Narcissa, if you know anything about your late husband's schemes, I expect you to inform Sirius in as much detail as you can. She nodded. Family loyalty will be rewarded, he added. The White Cottage on the Isle of Wight is available if you'd like to have it as a domicile. Gilderoy picked up Narcissa's carefully hidden surprise at the offer, and relief. He knew their budget was at the breaking point renting the house they currently lived in. Having a rent-free home would go a long ways towards providing stability. Yes, my lord, she said, that would be most helpful if we could. He nodded. Creaker, help them move when called. Yes, master. If this works out, Narcissa, perhaps we can assign Creaker to your residence. Both Creaker and Narcissa looked intrigued at the offer. Third business, House Black has a reputation of being dark. That is going to change. House Black is going to be grey, neither light nor dark. We use magic according to our needs, pushing neither light nor dark on anyone. We will not use any magic whose sole intent is to harm others except as defense in dire circumstances. Every sentient creature deserves our respect, no matter how lowly they may seem. Even ants can kill a wizard if they attack in sufficient number. And all are welcome here in this house as long as they agree with these tenets. Pureblood beliefs are a fraud. Anyone with basic math skills can show that if the purebloods marry only purebloods, then in 200 years there won't be any purebloods. Draco looked mutinous at that statement. He sighed and turned to the boy. Draco, let's say there are 200 pureblood witches and wizards graduating today from Hogwarts, they marry. You now have 100 families. They each have one child, which seems the normal in pureblood families. In 25 years, those 100 children marry and each have one child. 25 years later, those 50 children marry and have one child. Then those 24 children marry and have one child. Draco, it hasn't been 100 years and the pureblood lines have fallen from 200 to 12 pureblood children. Without half-bloods to replenish the lines, the purebloods will die out. And the half-bloods have the same problem, it would just take longer. We need muggleborns coming into our marriage pool or our society is doomed. It's simple math. If you don't believe me, then do a bit of research yourself and you'll prove my point. Draco looked stunned. In fact, so did Andromeda, Nymphadora, and Narcissa. Sirius and Remus had probably heard Lily rant on this topic herself. So, the philosophy of purebloods above all is a disaster waiting to happen. We will not support it. That said, there is no reason not to be proud of your house's ancient roots in the magical world. That, however, does not mean you are better than anyone else, just that you are proud of your heritage. If you want ancient, the Paddles can trace their line back 2,000 years by pure blood logic. They should be top dogs in England, yet you, Draco, have looked down on them as inferiors at Hogwarts. He stared at the boy waiting for his acknowledgement, which came as a reluctant small nod and a look away. And the final family business is someone I'd like you all to meet. Wait here a moment. Harry hurried out of the room. A minute later, he returned holding the hand of a little 6-year-old black-haired girl. It is my great honor, he said, to introduce to you Belladonna Bellatrix Black, the youngest daughter of Cygnus Black III and Druella Black, née Rosier, and sister to Andromeda and Narcissa. The entire room broke into gasps and exclamations. The little girl took a step back and half hid behind Harry/Gilderoy. The youngest Tonks' hair cycling through every color in the rainbow. Cygnus and Druella kept her birth a secret for reasons unknown. Sirius, you may not know it, but both Cygnus and Druella died last year spring. Miss Black, here, has been living alone since then with only a house elf, Bipsy, taking care of her. Last week, after Hogwarts let out, I started inventorying the Black estate. Imagine my surprise when I discovered her at Cygnus Manor, in the private wing. He smiled down at the girl who was uncertainly staring at the two witches now in front of her on their knees. Vel? These two pretty witches are your sisters. The one on your left is Narcissa and the other is Andromeda. Shyly, the girl said, hello. He pointed at Sirius, that cad. Oi. Over there in the chair is Sirius, your cousin on your father's side. He pointed at Remus, and that is Remus Lupin. Once a month, on the night of the full moon, he turns into a werewolf and is very dangerous. The rest of the time he's a pushover for little girls like you. Remus stiffened while most everyone else stared or reached for a wand. Oh, come on. Gilderoy said exasperatedly. It's only one night a month. If you're going to get worked up about how dangerous he is once a month, then you ladies should also be looked on with fear because once a month you are real terrors for a whole week even if your husbands never mention it to you. Harry was lucky to escape the sitting room intact in the storm of hexes that flew at him. He yelled down the stairs, see? I told you women were more dangerous than werewolves. He could hear Sirius' laughter suddenly change to yelps as he became a target. The little girl's giggling laughter made him smile. 25 Summer in the city. Gilderoy walked up to the Dursley front door and knocked. Today was Saturday and he looked positively dashing in his khaki robe set. He usually reserved this outfit for when he had to travel in rough country. The vest had a few more pockets, as did the trousers. Today, he simply felt adventurous. He had carefully concealed his wands, of course. He ignored as trivial that he was dreadfully overdressed for the neighborhood. He knew every eye of the Snoopy neighbors was on him. He was about to knock a second time when Harry opened the door. Harry, my boy. So good to see you, Gilderoy said jovially. Your 2-week sentence is over. I hope things went well. Harry stood staring a moment, then said, yes, very well. Please come in while I get my things. Petunia was standing at the kitchen doorway looking at him as he came in. Ah, Petunia. I hope I find you well today? I presume Dudley is off carousing with his friends and your dear husband is golfing. Which Harry/Gilderoy knew was true. It was why he had shown up when he did. She nodded, a sour expression on her face. Harry. Gilderoy said as the boy reached the top of the stairs, leave nothing behind, HMM. Harry nodded and disappeared down the hall to his room. He smiled broadly, showing off his perfect teeth. Rejoice, Petunia. I think that I can safely say that this is the last time you will see Mr. Potter, barring unforeseen disastrous for all concerned circumstances, he said as Harry came down the stairs. Gilderoy assumed he had placed everything in his trunk, shrunk it, and put it in his pocket. By your leave, Gilderoy said as Harry opened the front door and stepped out. Gilderoy quickly casted a disillusionment charm on himself before he went outside. Harry smirked to himself. Petunia probably approved of his hiding himself from view. If she only knew. They headed for the nearby park. Moments later, they were on the deck in the backyard at Grimmauld Place, the normal apparition point for those acceptable to the protective enchantments only Gilderoy could apparate into the house itself. Harry, both of them, grinned happily, though for very different reasons. Harry Potter because he was shot of the Dursleys, and Harry/Gilderoy because those Snoopy neighbors were going to have a field day about the well-dressed man who entered the Dursley house and then, as far as they knew, spent the entire day with Petunia, unchaperoned. After all, they had seen Harry leave the house unaccompanied. Ha! The gossip about her cheating on Vernon would run rampant, he knew. And she wouldn't be able to explain how he had managed to leave undetected. The gossip mongers would have a field day. She would be known as a Scarlet Woman by the end of the week. And unable to ever recover. Good riddance to bad rubbish, said Gilderoy as he conducted the boy into the smoking room and then down the hall towards the front of the house. Harry, I am happy to tell you that I don't think you need to worry about ever seeing those obscene parodies of human beings ever again. This is your new home, according to the wizen maggots, until you reach your majority. Seriously? No, he's serious, Gilderoy said as they walked into the sitting room, pointing at the thin man pretending to read the Daily Prophet. Said man grinned, did someone just make a joke of my name? Seriously, serious, can't you just be serious for once? Wait, you're always serious, right? By the way, this is your godson, Harry James Potter. He pushed the boy forward. And Harry, this unrepentant reprobate is your godfather, Sirius Orion Black. He was your father's best friend and fellow marauder in Hogwarts. You might have a memory of someone called Padfoot, that is his animagus name. He is a Grim. Harry stared at the man wide-eyed. You knew my father. Sirius was torn between laughing at the way Gilderoy had played with his name, being shocked that he not only knew he was an animagus, but also knew what kind and what his nickname was, or drinking in the sight of his godson and answering his question. With a wary eye towards the smirking Gilderoy, he turned his attention to the boy and started telling him about how he had met the boy's father. Somewhere in the afternoon Remus showed up and contributed his share of stories. At supper that evening, Harry was more than a little startled to learn that in addition to living with Sirius and Gilderoy, he shared the house with Remus Lupin, a little girl named Belle, and the Tonks family. And all, except Remus, were related to him. He had inherited, it seemed, an entire family of wizards and witches. After dessert, they adjourned to the sitting room for an evening of getting to know one another, which had surprises for everyone except Gilderoy. He quite enjoyed dropping leading statements and watching the others scramble as they tried to recover and figure out how he knew about those things. Remus made an early night of it, heading to the dungeon at 9 o'clock. Moonrise was at 7:50 p.m. but sunset was 9:15, so he would transform as soon as the sunlight stopped interfering with the moon's influence. That was when Harry got the tour of the house and discovered Andromeda and Ted had the master bedroom suite while Sirius was in the heirs suite, both on the top floor. Harry had the front bedroom suite overlooking the park in front of Grimmauld Place on the second floor while Belle took the rear bedroom suite overlooking the backyard garden and Tonks was in one of the second floor magically expanded middle bedroom suites. All 7 rooms had private full bathrooms. As a non-family visitor, Remus had one of the 7 bedrooms on the first floor for stay-over guests. Gilderoy expected the Grangers to be using those rooms the most. Gilderoy had taken over the study on the first floor. His 5-room walk-in trunk bedroom suite in one corner provided his sleeping accommodations. Andromeda and Narcissa had shot down his original plan to have Sirius as the little girl's parent. Instead, they insisted that the girl needed an adult which to raise her properly. Hence their usurping of the master suite, at Gilderoy's insistence after they browbeat him into accepting that Sirius was an unfit parent at the present time. While the others prepared for bed, Gilderoy headed to the dungeon with Sirius. The two of them had transformed the dueling room there into a giant werewolf-proof cage for Remus. Gilderoy's had insisted Sirius and Remus stay at Grimmauld Place instead of out in the wilds. What the bloody hell did you do, Gil? Yelled Remus. Yeah, what he said Sirius after transforming back from his grim. Remus had transformed just moments before into a werewolf. He had been taking the wolfsbane potion all week and so had expected to maintain control of his mind while having the appearance of the wolf. Instead, not more than a minute after the transformation was complete, Gilderoy, outside the cage, had hit him with an unknown spell. And now he was human, again. The fur had disappeared, the teeth and snout had retreated, and he looked normal. Upset, but normal. Harry laughed. That, my friends, is a little spell I discovered. I wrote it all up in my book Wanderings with Werewolves. Didn't you bother reading it? He laughed again at their stupefied expressions. There you go again, underestimating the great Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class. Honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved defense against the Dark Arts professor, and slayer of basilisks, the other 2 finished in chorus for him, exasperated. He continued laughing. Gentle wizards, I present to you Gilderoy Lockhart's Homerfoo's Reperifarge charm. He bowed. Thanks to me, Gilderoy Lockhart, never again shall you have to taste that vile concoction known as wolfsbane. My new spell can change any werewolf back to human form. It is a mite bit tricky and does require a powerful magical core, but the average wizard should be able to pull it off without completely exhausting themselves. He laughed again at their dumbfounded faces. Here, let me teach you. They spent the rest of the evening practicing the spell. Remus decided to stay inside the cage until morning, in case the werewolf somehow managed to reassert itself. This was his first time experiencing that spell. Just before he headed upstairs for bed, Gilderoy said, by the way, I opened a new vault recently, the Gilderoy Lockhart Investment Fund. Here is the key. He held it up. With all those stolen galleons in that vault, he couldn't just let them sit there. Not when he could put them to good use and stimulate the wizarding economy. It is much harder to find malcontents in an expanding economy with many available employment opportunities to keep the citizens happy. I want you two to get the word out that the fund is in business and willing to loan money to anyone who wants to start a new business, either Muggle or Wizardly. They will have to have a firm business plan, of course. He tossed the key to a surprised Remus. Here, you're in charge of it. He grinned at their stunned expressions. Gringotts has the details on your salaries. Try not to lose too much money. He left Sirius sputtering that he didn't know anything about running a business. Gilderoy called down the stairs, then hire someone who does, that's what I just did. At the next full moon, August 2nd, Harry intended to have Rita here, and have her cast the spell herself. That would make for an interesting headline article, now wouldn't it? And yet another notch on his broomstick of accomplishments that would keep his name in front of an adoring public. The next day Gilderoy gave Hermione a frisbee he had made into a repeating two-way portkaya with the permission of Minister Bones, naturally. Gilderoy thought the minister had looked slightly disappointed when he left without dropping any exploding cauldrons into her lap. A mild reverse prank, but amusing. He didn't want to become too predictable, did he? The portkaya would let Hermione visit Grimmauld Place and return home anytime she wanted. It would lock on September 2nd and become unusable until the Christmas break. Then lock again until next summer. Hermione spent most of the day grilling Sirius on how he became an animagus. Sirius spent most of the day glaring at Gilderoy for revealing his secret, again. Unbeknownst to Sirius, Lockhart had arranged with Minister Bones to keep the wizard's second form a secret as a goodwill gesture and part of the ministry's repayment for his illegal incarceration. Watching him struggle to keep his secret when he didn't have to was going to be just so amusing, especially when Gilderoy was telling everyone Sirius knew about it. And Sirius' expression when he finally discovered he didn't need to hide his animagus form would be just priceless. The following weekend the Grangers stayed over. They were suitably impressed with the manner. Hermione spent almost that entire weekend showing off all the spells she knew. Watching an exasperated Sirius change back and forth between his grim form, after Harry gleefully revealed his expertise to the surprised Grangers, left them speechless. They were still unsure about moving into the Dagworth Granger manor, primarily because of the rest of their family. Trying to hide the magic would be extremely difficult. Not to mention the difficulty in explaining how they could afford what was clearly a very expensive estate, well beyond their incomes as dentists. Hermione would probably use it after she graduated. They were just as speechless when he handed over to Hermione the veritable fortune of 100,000 galleons as her part of the haul from the basilisk ingredients. The Weasleys didn't know it, yet, but Ginny was going to get a vault with 200,000 galleons. Ginny was now in the top 100 richest witches in the country. Hermione was in the top 500. Gilderoy thought it hilarious that Hermione's net worth was now almost double that of her parents, as he delightedly told them. And she was only 13. The days passed quickly for Harry/Gilderoy. He split his time between the potions workshop and his books. While Harry knew he would derive the most satisfaction from what he planned to do this summer, for Gilderoy it was all a yawn as the headlines would not be anything that great. So, Gilderoy was kept busy with his writing and editing, had to make sure those stories were absolutely captivating while always showing off Gilderoy and his talents in the best possible light, not to mention his perfect fashion sense. The occasional book signing helped control his restlessness. Since Hogwarts term had ended, Harry Lockhart had spent most of his time working on a werewolf cure. The Deathly Hallows ring proved invaluable in that respect. He now had what he hoped was a workable cure. Unfortunately, the earliest opportunity to test it would be August 2nd. But that date was already booked with Rita for a headline featuring Gilderoy Lockhart's Homer Foo's Reprifarge charm, and Harry knew he wouldn't be able to convince the wizard to abandon the publicity. In any event, it used phoenix tears, basilisk venom, wolfsbane, and several other rare ingredients. That made it very expensive, much more so than the 7 days of wolfsbane potion. He would have to put off testing the cure until August 31st. If it worked, he would set up a priority list, starting with the youngest and going to the oldest. Between the fortunes of House Potter and House Black, they should be able to put together a fund to provide the potion and eliminate lycanthropy within the next 10 years. Sooner if he could get the ministry to fund the potion supply. Lockhart walked past the St. Mungo's receptionist and headed straight for the elevators. He was dressed in conservative nondescript grey robes and used a subtle notice me not spell to avoid attracting attention. People could see him, but would be inclined to ignore him. Gilderoy hated being invisible, but for Harry's research and work to be effective, he couldn't be seen where he was going to be working. He had no legitimate reason to be in the long-term spell damage ward. And while he might have been able to get permission, this was one situation where it was better to ask forgiveness than permission. It was while he was working on Bipsy and Belladonna that he first had the idea. With Belle, he had noted that her personality changed the farther back he went in her memories. That was, of course, what he had wanted. It had struck him, though, as he worked through her teenage years and noticed how certain events had shaped her outlook on life, to wonder if he could apply what he was doing to the Longbottoms. Neville Longbottom's parents had been tortured into insanity via the Cruciatus curse. Actually, they weren't insane, instead they were nearly comatose. To escape the pain, their minds had shattered and now nothing was left. Or had their consciousnesses retreated so far from the body that they never realized the pain had stopped. In either case, even though the hospital healers had cured the physical damage done to their nerves and bodies long ago, the mental ability to do things was gone. If he obliterated their memories of their attack, could he restore their minds to functionality? Well, if he was wrong then it didn't really matter. No one would ever know that these two patients had lost 11 3/4 years of their lives. No one would ever know he had been here. No one would ever be disappointed at his failure. No, he certainly didn't want his adoring public to discover he had failed in one of his endeavors. Clearly, the risks were low and he had nothing to lose in trying. And the payoff if he succeeded? For Harry it was worth more than all his galleons. For Gilderoy, met. But Harry had delivered on his promises of fame and fortune, so Gilderoy was willing to cooperate. And if this worked, maybe he could find some poor soul elsewhere in the world suffering the same ailment as the Longbottoms and cure them to worldwide headlines. He decided to start with Neville's father first. It was past 10 p.m. and everyone was asleep in the ward, of course. A quick conf undo and the nurse on duty was too preoccupied to notice anything he did that night. He followed that with a heavy notice me not and silencing spell. Unless there was a disaster on the ward floor, the nurse would not think to check on the Longbottoms until her shift was over at 8 in the morning. He transformed the small Spartan chair beside the bed into a very comfortable ergonomic chair that held him at the right height beside the bed to work. Then he arranged Frank into a sitting position directly before him, with their eyes on a level, and cast a petrification hex to hold the man stationary while Gilderoy was clear-cutting his memories. A sleeping mind is difficult to navigate for most legilimens, but Gilderoy Lockhart was not like most such experts. Mind arts were his speciality. He quickly subjugated the formless dream/nightmare in progress and started removing memories. It went fairly quickly as any associations between memories of one day and the next were almost non-existent. Much sooner than he expected he reached the time when Frank was under the cruciatus. Even second-hand the pain was remarkable in its intensity. A few minutes later, and the last thing Frank remembered were two wizards and a witch bursting into their sitting room and attacking them. The fight had lasted several minutes, and then there was nothing. Bella had casted the cruciatus wordlessly, so there was no warning. Something shattered his hastily erected shield and then he knew no more. The hours of torture and questioning no longer existed in his mind. Gilderoy sat back in his chair. He pulled a pepper-up potion out of his pocket and drank it, then stood and did some stretching exercises. He had taken 2 hours to do that, he noted. Sitting absolutely immobile for that long generated more than a few stiff sore spots in his muscles. That was one reason why he had limited himself to only removing 2 years of memories at a time from Bellatrix. Her memories had been much more complex. A pain-killing potion took care of the rest of his aches. He rearranged the sleeping wizard back into his bed, and cast a stupefy so the man wouldn't wake up in the middle of Gilderoy's treating his wife, Alice, and start yelling. He should easily sleep until morning. After arranging and petrifying Alice, Gilderoy went to work once more. Alice, it turned out, was tougher than her husband and had a higher tolerance for pain. Either that or the 3 Death Eaters had lost patience and stopped sooner. Perhaps they had believed her when she said she didn't know to where their Dark Lord had disappeared. In any case, it was more. Not difficult. Just more tedious. The associations linking daily events were more numerous, especially her desire to save gum wrappers for her son Neville. However, Gilderoy prided himself on being persistent, and drudge work for a good reason had never deterred him. After almost double the hours he had spent with Frank, he was erasing the actual torture session. Like her husband, all she would remember were the attackers and her valiant efforts to keep the 3 Death Eaters from realizing that her baby, Neville, was asleep and hidden behind a shielded glamour she had barely had time to erect. In the meantime, she had fought like a demon beside her husband until she saw her husband's shield shatter and him fall to the floor. That moment's distraction was her ruin as almost immediately the same thing happened to her. Gilderoy was sweating by the time he finished. He quickly arranged the witch back to the position she had been in before he had started. He took another pepper-up and painkiller potion before erasing all traces of his being there that night. He casted a finite at the nurse as he exited the ward doors. She would never realize anyone had been in the ward or that she had skipped the Longbottoms while doing her rounds. If this didn't work, he had a few ideas on a potion that might work, but that would be much riskier in its results. He wouldn't know of his success or failure until that evening's Daily Prophet either proclaimed a miracle or mentioned only normal news and gossip. The sun was just cresting the horizon when Harry/Gilderoy brought back to Grimmauld Place. He hung a sign on the study door, "The Great Gilderoy Lockhart is doing great deeds. Do not disturb," and locked himself in his trunk bedroom. That evening, just before the elves served supper, the Evening Daily Prophet arrived with the banner headline, "Miracle at St. Mungo's." Below that, it said, "Famous Aurors in long-term spell damage ward wake." There were several articles on the Longbottoms, what had happened to them, the war in general, and Harry Potter, of course. No one at the hospital could explain why they woke when they did, but no one was going to complain about it, that was for sure. Young Harry was thrilled when Remus explained that Neville Longbottom had had his parents returned from the living dead. It was, without a doubt, the best birthday present Neville ever had, or would have, even if his birthday wasn't until the following week. Harry's birthday party was everything Harry/Gilderoy could have wanted. All the invited guests showed up. The purebloods were completely astounded at the theme park with its many rides and entertainments. Even the adults, while Sirius and Remus had heard of them when they were in Hogwarts, they had never actually been to one. Harry was just as thrilled to be there after hearing Dudley's long and involved bragging about how much fun it was so many times. The pizza party later was just as big a hit, with only Hermione having had it before. All the kids swore that they had to bribe the Hogwarts elves into adding this indescribable meal to the menu. Hermione, naturally, told them the 3 rules of eating: never eat anything bigger than your head, never eat anything that's covered in red, and never, ever eat anything that looks like a dog threw it up. And pizza broke all 3. The movie, Jurassic Park, released only the month before, had been just as big a hit. The purebloods were amazed at the realness of the production, and astonished to hear that there was an entire industry devoted to just creating movies, an industry that employed more people than lived in the wizarding world. The food hits of the theater, though, were popcorn and sodas. Those provoked another round of must-haves for the Hogwarts elves. When Hermione let slip that her dad had a home theater where she watched movies, and that she had dozens and dozens of movies, the others demanded to see what she was talking about. Gilderoy was sure they had visions of a smaller version of the commercial theater in the girls' home with this telly thing as the screen. They were not far wrong, as they saw when they visited the Grangers' home the next morning after breakfast using Hermione's porte-carte. Mr. Granger had one room of the home arranged as a home theater with comfy chairs and couch, and a theater-style popcorn machine in one corner. The screen was a giant 80-inch behemoth that took up most of one wall, with cabinets to either side stuffed with VCR films. They had everything from tearjerkers to comedies to action thrillers. The kids sat on the edges of their seats as they watched Indiana Jones save the world from the evil Nazis. The kids had lunch at the Grangers, which took far longer to fix than it should have, as most of them crowded into kitchen/dining room to watch how a Muggle prepared a meal. By popular acclaim, they decided that Wednesday was matinee movie day. After all, they had all those movies to see. Later, as the other children were fleeing home, Gilderoy pulled the 2 Weasley twins aside. "Fred, George, can you imagine what a hit it would be to sell movies and tellies to wizards, if only you could make them work in a magical environment?" He grinned at their frantic nods and exclamations of agreement. He handed them a large shopping bag full of boxy things he had gone shopping that morning while they were at the Grangers. "Here are 3 cassette recorders, batteries, and tapes. These are the exact same as the VCR you saw today, only smaller and restricted to voice. Why don't you grab Harry and Hermione and take them with you to the burrow and experiment with these at the edges of your property? Perhaps the 4 of you can develop a way to shield the electronics from magic? Or, perhaps, toughen the electronics so they can work in a magical field." Their eyes practically lit up in delight at the thought, and they looked at each other doing that silent twin communication. While everyone says electric things don't work in a magical field, that isn't necessarily true. After all, your very bodies use electricity in your nerves and to make your muscles work. If magic ruined all electrical things, we'd all die the first time we tried magic. Tell Hermione to bring a book about how the nervous system works on a cellular level. By the way, if you remove the batteries, I think Reparo can fix any electronic thing that breaks. After all, without the batteries installed there is no electricity and the recorders become just like any other broken item. Oh, by the way, I included a couple of books on runes, as well. And if you were to succeed? I think you would get a newt in charms, at the least. Maybe even in runes." Grimmauld Place did not see either Harry or Hermione until late that evening. And, even better from Harry/Gilderoy's point of view, Ron was intensely jealous, practically foaming at the mouth at how rich Harry now was, and that even his sister had wealth beyond anything he had ever expected. He took to avoiding them both whenever they were at the burrow. Ginny, on the other hand, practically glued herself to their sides and rarely let them out of her sight. 2 days after Harry's birthday party, Gilderoy met Rita Skeeter and Bozo at the Leaky Cauldron an hour before sundown. They flew to one of the 5 House Black properties. "And in here," Gilderoy said as they left the sitting room and entered what used to be the dining room of the small manor, "is our werewolf cage with resident werewolf. Rita Skeeter, may I introduce to you Remus Lupin." "Remus?" "Rita." The witch eyed the wizard carefully while Bozo took a few pictures. "As you can see, he is dressed rather loosely. For modesty's sake, we deliberately weakened the stitching in the robes so that they will tear off when Remus transforms. Normally he just strips nude prior to transforming to protect his clothing. Just to make this a worst-case situation, Mr. Lupin has not been taking the Wolfsbane potion. When he transforms, the wolf will be in full control." Remus spoke up, "And, as you know, if I were an animagus, my clothes would transform with me. That they don't is just one more proof that I really am a werewolf. He laughed at the irony of having to prove he was a werewolf. Usually all it took was a rumor to chase people away. Remus walked over and sat down on the comfy chair inside the cage. He had a book resting on a small table beside the chair, along with a tea set. Now, then, said Gilderoy, let's practice the words to the spell first. He drilled her relentlessly for 20 minutes until she could say the spell flawlessly and rapidly. Then he spent the next half-hour drilling her in her wand movements. Bozo took pictures, of course. They planned to document every step of the casting process to make a tutorial. This way, every wizard and witch in the country could learn the spell just by purchasing that particular issue of the Daily Prophet, guaranteeing that the paper would be a complete sellout and require reprints for several years to keep up with the demand. Gilderoy was sure the DMLE was conducting their own tests tonight, and Rita would definitely be asking them about their experience with the spell. Finally, the time came. Remember, now, Rita, you want to push all you can with the intent that Remus return to being human when you cast, Gilderoy said as Remus started the painful transformation into being a werewolf. Remus was on all fours, panting from the transformation, and the shreds of his clothes were scattered around him. He slowly rose to his feet and looked around, growling loudly as he saw them, saliva dripping from his bared teeth. He started quickly towards them, teeth bared and clawed hands rising as Bozo frantically took pictures. There would be no doubt in anyone's mind that Remus had truly become an uncontrollable werewolf. Okay, Rita, cast it now. Rita took a deep breath and firmly cast the spell, Homer Fus Reperifarge, and made the correct wand movements. The spell hit Remus squarely in the stomach. Remus flinched and stumbled. He started whining. His fur disappeared, the snout and long teeth retracted, he lost the muscle mass the werewolf had added. Gilderoy conjured large towel around the former werewolf's waist to protect his modesty, and then magically guided a bathrobe to the shaking wizard. Remus stood, panting. He ran a hand through his hair, then swiveled his head, stretching his neck muscles. Merlin, but that hurts, he said. He walked gingerly back to his chair and collapsed into it. He poured himself a generous helping of tea and took a deep drink. Well, Rita? Asked Gilderoy, how do you feel? What do you think? Still staring at Remus, she said, that was rather tiring, but not that difficult. She looked at Gilderoy. This is incredible. This changes everything about them. She looked back at Remus. If it really does last all night, it'll cause a sea change in public opinion. There's no reason to be afraid of werewolves, no more than anyone should be afraid of another wizard. As long as you have your wand at hand, you're perfectly safe. This would be another epic profit issue for her. Gilderoy had turned into a goldmine for her. Every story he gave her became a sellout issue. She didn't have to make up slander to sell papers, the truth served her far better. She no longer had to scramble for ideas and leads, people, not just Lockhart, either, brought headline stories to her. She sat in one of the 3 chairs outside the cage. Mr. Lupin, Remus, if you don't mind telling me, how did you become a werewolf? Gilderoy smiled. It would be a long night, but so worthwhile. Once more, his name would be on everyone's lips. August passed by quickly. Gilderoy's book, Burrowing with a Basilisk, was at the publishers now undergoing a final review before they scheduled the actual print run. The goal was to get the book out the last week of November, just in time for the Christmas buying season. Preliminary marketing to the bookstores was already in the works, building excitement for its release. Unlike his previous books, there were many pages of pictures of Hogwarts, Myrtle's bathroom entrance, the chamber, and the basilisk, photographic proof of his greatness. Harry, Hermione, and Ginny would get a portion of the proceeds for their part in the adventure. While he waited for the publisher's final proofs, Harry/Gilderoy worked on his second Hogwarts book, Restraining a Rat. That was a bit tougher as many of its events were concurrent with the previous book and he had to do a bit of creative writing to make things fit properly. He was able to work in his attack on the Acromantula colony as rescuing a group of foolhardy children in the Forbidden Forest on a dare. The photos of his memories were more than adequate for the book. Unfortunately, the werewolves he had to leave out as their story in the Daily Prophet came out after the story about unmasking Peter. Fortunately, he was able to mine his and serious memories about the events of and prior to Halloween, 1981, and make that an important centerpiece of the book as the definitive story of what happened that night and Peter's betrayal. Lockhart's in-depth interrogations of the rat prior to his unmasking made the story that much more realistic. He made up a chapter where Peter snuck into Azkaban and gloated over serious imprisonment and what he had done. When Gilderoy was ruminating on what to say and how, Harry used Gilderoy's book-signing travel connections to narrow down the area he needed to search in Albania to find Voldemort's wraith. Even though Albania was 1/10 the size of the United Kingdom, that was still over 11,000 square miles to search. The Forest of Dean was minuscule by comparison, and it had seemed vast when he and Hermione had been hiding from the Snatcher squads. So far, he had narrowed it down to the accursed mountains in the northern quarter of the country. Better, but still a vast area of extremely rugged mountains. He would try to narrow down the area before winter had a chance to settle in, and then return there in the spring, April he hoped. If all went to plan, he would find out if the draft of living death could be given to a spirit. If not, then he planned to force the wraith into a garter snake and thence into a break-proof jar. In either event, he would have a new desk ornament for his study. In the meantime, he had a grand time with Sirius and Harry. Belle was a delight. Bashful at first, but after a few weeks' exposure to Sirius and Remus, and their stories about Hogwarts, she was a terror. Pranking, it seemed, was in the blood of all House Black descendants, it was just a matter of if the talent was cultivated or stamped down. Sirius had flourished at Hogwarts with James, Remus, and Peter all into pranking. Bellatrix had subsumed her frustrated talent into hurting others. Now that Belle was out of the harsh strictures of her father and mother demanding that she always behave like a lady, that pure bloods were perfect and above all others, and not do anything impulsive, she, too, began to flourish. The first time she dumped a bucket of water from the third floor, with a tiny bit of help in execution from Gilderoy, onto the unsuspecting Sirius as he stood by the stairs on the ground floor, he thought the old dog was going to expire. He was laughing so hard. Naturally, Harry and Hermione, and the Tonks, were dragged into the prank wars, and at any time Gilderoy would see one of the household, except Nymphadora, wandering around in various shades of color that did not naturally occur in nature. Naimi used her metamorph abilities to mask any pranks that managed to hit her quite the spoilsport. Even Hannah and Susan got into the pranks, a bit. In short, the summer was everything Harry, both of them, could have wanted as a family life. It was August 31st and Rita, Bozo, Gilderoy, Sirius, and Remus were back at the black property they had visited last month. Remus was, naturally, inside the werewolf cage, once again conjured by Sirius and Harry/Gilderoy. As I told you, Rita, this will either be my greatest triumph or the most embarrassing failure I've ever had. He held up his potion. This should be a cure for lycanthropy. He handed the potion to Remus. Drink it up. Remus. Let's give this a go. He turned back to Rita, whose dictation pen was taking everything down. Like last time, Remus has foregone taking the Wolfsbane potion, so we have an uncontaminated experiment. If my research is correct, that potion will cure Remus, and when the moon rises in half an hour, nothing will happen to Mr. Lupin. He will remain as human as you and I. He grimaced. There is a small chance that it might just kill him. Remus, having just finished swallowing the last of the potion, choked in the background, and managed to gasp out, "Kill me." Gilderoy cast a jaundiced eye on the soon-to-be ex-werewolf. "Hey, I'm risking my entire reputation here," he said sharply. "I am taking a huge risk. If this fails, it will take me years to repair the damage to my reputation." He raised an eyebrow. "All you are risking is your life." Sirius burst out laughing. "He's got you there, Moony." Scowling, Remus stalked over to his chair and sat down. Moments later, he broke out into a sweat. "There's a bit of pain, all over, but nothing like transforming." He sat there grimacing occasionally, and they could see his arms and legs jerk spasmodically. An hour later, he was grinning like a madman. "Shall we go outside?" suggested Gilderoy, opening the cage door. "Sirius, just to help our guest's peace of mind, would you keep your wand on Mr. Lupin?" They trooped outside into the backyard garden. For the first time since he was a child, Remus looked at the full moon as a person instead of a wolf. He looked at them wonderingly. "I can't feel him anymore. The wolf is gone. He's gone." Tears started to flow down his cheeks. Sirius put away his wand and gathered his best friend in a hug. Both were oblivious to the pictures Bozo took. Gilderoy turned to Rita and handed her a parchment. "Here are the full instructions on how to prepare the potion. Please make sure it's included your articles. Perhaps in a day or so, after a suitable build-up. I'm sure the Ministry will be all over this in testing and verifying the potion. As you can see from the ingredients, it is quite expensive. House Black has set up a fund to supply the potion free to all werewolves. There is a limit to how much can be brewed at any one time, though, due to the extreme rarity of some of the ingredients. As a result, we will give the potions to those bitten within the last year and children under the age of 11 first, in age order from the youngest. I calculate it will take about 10 years to cure everyone in the English Isles unless the Ministry gets fully behind it. Naturally, there will still be a need for everyone to learn Homer Foo's Reperifarge, as there will still be a possibility of running into a wild or non-English werewolf for quite a few years." Rita nodded in understanding as her quill practically flew across her parchment as she made notes. It was a most satisfying way to end the summer, Gilderoy thought. Straight face. Author's note: in canon, the deeds claimed by Lockhart were stolen from the memories of wizards and witches, so they were all true events, although with much exaggeration and embellishment on his part. In Wanderings with Werewolves he stole the experiences of a real wizard/witch who cured a werewolf with a spell while being attacked. Therefore, there really is a spell to reverse a werewolf transformation, it's just that in canon Lockhart can't remember the spell correctly and thus flubs it in either pronunciation or wand movements, or both. And he simply doesn't care, he was more interested in creating a story to sell. So, with Harry's determination and persistence he could retrieve the correct incantation and wand movements from Lockhart's memory. 26 Muggle Solutions. Harry drifted slowly on his broom in the accursed mountains of Albania. Today he was wearing his sky blue set of robes. While they made him stand out on the ground, in the air they made him that much more difficult to see. Combined with a disillusionment charm he was well-nigh invisible. Spring had arrived and for the last 4 weeks he had scoured the countryside for likely places Voldemort might be hiding. Mountains of snow were still in the shadows, which helped reduce the areas he had to check. He knew from his history that the Nagini was already active and thus not still hibernating in a tunnel in the ground deep below the snow. This particular valley was the last in a series of 4 he had searched so far this week, the last in April. The locals, contrary to the reports he had heard from almost everyone, were quite friendly as long as you didn't violate any of their hospitality rules. For a foreigner it was simple to abide by those rules. They boiled down to one simple axiom: don't insult your host. He had managed to build up a little goodwill in each village he visited by healing ailments that the local healers found too difficult. His stock of potions had been steadily dwindling. As a result it was amazing the quantity of Skullgrow he had dispensed. Putting his magic into the cure helped its efficacy for the normally magic-less. To the Muggles, among whom were a rare number of squibs, he just passed off the potions as the latest in healing miracles from the more modern industrial countries. Adding a mild confidence ensured that they would not think to mention this miracle cure to any outsider. Based on what little he could understand from his halting conversations in the taverns, this particular valley seemed to have a pale of evil in it. Bad things happened to people who visited it. There were even rumors of a woman with child mysteriously vanishing in the dead of night just a night or 2 ago. It was tedious work, doing this, they both had decided. It was surprisingly taxing slowly drifting through the countryside, quartering back and forth, disillusioned so the Muggles didn't see him, and trying to sense the evil that he knew was Voldemort. In his magically expanded pockets were the unbreakable jar and other implements and potions he intended to use to capture the blighter when he finally found him. At least during the winter months he had been able to keep Gilderoy busy with the book tour and signings. Preliminary reports indicated that burrowing with a basilisk had easily surpassed the sales of Magical Me. On the one hand, Gilderoy found that disappointing that the previous book had done so poorly by comparison. On the other, he was overjoyed at the increased sales and fans. And, in spite of the winter weather, the signings always had a line of fans out the door and down the street. Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade weren't the only places he had visited, there were the magical bookstores in Ireland, France, Germany, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Poland, not to mention the colonies, Canada, the US, Australia, South Africa, and India. Harry had never travelled outside the UK ever before, and it was quite an eye-opening experience. He usually left each signing event with a wad of flick call addresses in hand for an evening of entertainment, if he so chose. Sometimes it wasn't even a note but a room key to a local apartment or room at a tavern. And his supply witch's knickers, an interesting replacement for a personal introduction card, took up a small trunk all by themselves. Perhaps he should open up a knickers shop? Suffice to say, Gilderoy did not want for female companionship when he was interested. And that happened a lot more frequently than Harry was comfortable with admitting. That had lasted almost until March, which he spent recovering in Grimmauld Place and working on restraining a rat. And finalizing his travel arrangements to Albania. Before burrowing with a basilisk, came out, though, Harry had been doing a bit of Death Eater cleanup, with limited, very limited, help from Gringotts. "Ah, Ragnarok, my friend," Gilderoy had called out as he entered the now plush office the day after the Hogwarts Express left King's Cross Station last September 1st. He was their #1 client, by a huge margin. The goblins knew how to play to the typical wizard's vanity, and they assumed from Gilderoy's reputation that he was exceedingly vain. And they spared no apparent expense in using that vanity to their advantage. "I would like to buy up the debt owed by the following wizards, if at all possible," he had said as he sat down. He had handed the list he had made to the goblin. "They are in order of importance to me." The goblin perused the list, frowning. "I then want to call the debt, immediately. In full." He had paused and then added, "My goal is to ruin them financially. If you know of a better way, please advise me." The goblin studied the list. "This will take research." "I will call you," he had said, finally. Harry had left and Gilderoy had worked on restraining a rat. 3 days later, he received an owl from Ragnarok. He had headed straight over. "Antonin Dolohov, Herbert Mulciber, Augustus Rookwood, Caspar Traverse, and Septimus Blishwick are all in Azkaban and their fortunes are somewhat vulnerable," said the goblin. "Alecto and Amicus Caro, Phineas Yaxley, Sherris Avery, Edward Knott, Ted Jugson, Lycoris, Scabier, Selwyn, Crabbe, and Goyle are all in reasonable shape financially. Their biggest debtor was Malfoy, and you already settled those Calling in their remaining debts would be an inconvenience at best, harming some while strengthening the others for a net gain for your plans of Zed. Severus Snape has no outstanding debts. It would take time, a year, or more, to maneuver the 5 Azkaban prisoners' estates into vulnerable positions where you could reduce them to paupers, but only if their friends didn't help them. All but Dolohov have Gringotts managing the house finances, so it is likely that the remaining family, cousins, would seek assistance from their richer friends so they would have something to inherit when their relative dies. Harry sat thinking. Plan B, he had decided, was the only workable solution in the short term. Keep a watch on their finances for me. Should any of them become vulnerable, strike against them as hard as you can. Even reducing just a few would help in the long term. He sighed. In the meantime, can you provide me with the FLU addresses for all the people on the list? You may purchase the FLU addresses from the ministry for 50 galleons each. And the passwords are unavailable. Purchase the FLU addresses for me. The goblin made a note. Also, can you provide me with the locations of all their properties? Those that are not set to unplottable. Do it. Harry spent several days working on how to get access to the estates. If he could get to the estate, he could get the vault key. And the vault key would let him bankrupt the Death Eater family. The goblins would simply tell the families they should have taken care that the key was safe. Dolohov had no relatives, so that was the one to start with. Gringotts managed his estate in his absence. Their investments of the small amount of galleons he had barely returned enough profit to maintain manor and other buildings, but it was sufficient profit. The goblins' management contracts with the wizards prevented them from deliberately and knowingly making bad investments, so Gilderoy couldn't use that to his advantage. Then he remembered some of the techniques used by the Muggles in the future war. With the goblins' assistance, Harry purchased a petrol station chain behind several blind corporations as an investment. With that as a supply and a cover, one night in mid-September he and Dobby had transported 3,000 gallons of the liquid 2,000 feet over the Dolohov Manor protective enchantments and north of the building. It had been shrunk to a 6-foot sphere and kept at near freezing to prevent it from simply evaporating when released. Then they dropped it, simultaneously finiting the sphere and the highly compressed balls of air scattered through it. The rapidly expanding air pockets sprayed the volatile substance over a wide area, intermixing the liquid thoroughly with the air both inside and outside the mass and creating a fine mist of petrol as it fell. The creator of the manor's protective enchantments had incorrectly assumed that the only liquids that freely fell from the sky like a rain were various forms of water, and thus liquid from the sky did not need guarding against. After all, petrol didn't exist 300 years ago when the enchantment designer lived. Any liquids other than rain, ice, or snow he knew of, such a Greek fire, that might fall from above had to be encased in a shell, either physically or magically, for the trebuchet or wizard to manipulate, and those he had guarded against. Being a liquid and non-magical, the protective enchantments on the manor allowed the mass to pass without hindrance. The mist drifted down as the wind blew it over the estate, encompassing the house and much of the grounds around it. Dobby, standing beside Harry, appeared to flicker in place as he popped to above the protective enchantments, and falling mist, hit the mist with a flame, and then reappeared beside Harry. Even a mile away, Harry could feel the ground shake a moment later, followed by the shockwave of the explosion. A minute later, the heat wave from the blast, much cooler but still uncomfortably hot after traveling that distance, swept over them. Dobby stood beside him, mouth open in shock. The mushroom cloud of smoke and burning debris from the building shot high up into the sky, far more impressive and scary than the Mors Mordor cast by the Death Eaters. It's called a fuel air bomb, and is devastatingly effective, Harry said, as you can see. It is second only to nuclear bombs in destructive power. They watched as the mushroom-shaped cloud climbed higher into the sky, flames bursting from within the dark mass. The Muggles will say it was a gas leak. Explosion has to be, because that's the only thing that causes such a widespread flaming disaster. The Ministry will think it's some kind of dark ritual gone wrong. And with the dark artifacts in the ruins contaminating the evidence, what other conclusion could they make? Especially without the presence of any other magic in the remains of the explosion. The explosion completely flattened the manor. The spells reinforcing the building simply were not up to the task of dealing with the equivalent of 1,000 simultaneous superpowered reductos. The pressure wave created tore the manor walls and insides to shreds, as well as sucking all the oxygen out of the house and crushing any underground rooms or dungeons. The magical blowback from the house protective enchantments overloading obliterated the stone controlling them, blowing flaming pieces of the manor across a wide area. And when the enchantment control stone failed, the remaining property enchantments collapsed, adding their energy to the blast consuming the building. Harry apparat to the edge of the former protective enchantments and looked across the burning lawn and roaring fire that was the manor. He raised his wand. Oxio Dolohov Vault Key. Moments later, a golden key came flying from destruction. Harry let the glowing hot key fall to the ground before dosing it with water. Being goblin-made, it was indestructible. He dropped the key into his pocket and left for home. Because Gringotts never closed, he would have Dobby order the goblins to sweep the vault for goblin-made items and destroy any dark artifacts tonight. Once that was complete, he would have Dobby, Creaker, and Bipsy transfer the remaining contents to one of House Black's empty properties. Then he would place the key in his special vault key box in the study, labeled, of course. Dobby would periodically check the vault for any deposits from business investments Dolohov made before being sent to Azkaban. No reason to let it accumulate, now was there? Later, he would have Creaker and Dobby sell off the unwanted furniture, clothing, jewelry, and books previously stored in Dolohov's vault to second-hand shops across England and the continent. Eventually, he would transfer the remaining galleons to the Gilderoy Lockhart Investment Fund. The items he kept would go into the Lockhart vault. Through the rest of September and early October, he repeated the attack on the Mulciber, Rookwood, Traverse, Blishwick, and another half-dozen pure-blood bigots. Manners he didn't want to do too much all at once and leave an obvious trace to follow back to him. All except one of their keys joined Dolohov's in Gilderoy's vault key box for regular checks. Traverse was a bit trickier as his wife was still in residence, fortunately without any children. He had Dobby monitor her, and when she was off visiting friends, they struck. It was their only daylight raid. After removing a hefty chunk of the galleons in the vault, he owed her vault key back to her. She could use the galleons remaining in the vault either to build a much smaller manor or to provide herself with an apartment or small home somewhere in an area where he couldn't repeat his attack. He didn't care what she did. In either event, providing any financial assistance to other Death Eaters would be next to impossible. The manor represented half of their net worth, and the galleons he had stolen significantly reduced her ready cash. She wasn't nearly as poor as the Weasleys had been, but if she wasn't careful she would be. The sudden outbreak of fires and explosions on confirmed Death Eater properties horrified the Ministry. They were convinced Death Eaters were attempting highly dangerous dark magic to turn on the wizarding world, hiding their work in supposedly empty manors behind powerful protective enchantments. It was only a matter of time before they succeeded, the Ministry reasoned. Equaling horrifying, from their point of view, was that the Ministry could only find generic dark magic residue of whatever it was that destroyed the manors so thoroughly. No records of anything that could cause such widespread destruction existed in the Ministry. The Muggles were equally upset. Because the explosions harmed no Muggles nor damaged any Muggle property, the Muggle Minister acceded to Minister Bones' request for secrecy. The Muggle Minister buried the news under the Official Secrets Act. The locals were all told the light and noise was a military test or that it was a leaking gas tank explosion. That and few selective obliviates of locals kept quiet the Muggle end of the problem. The Death Eaters' relatives, on the other hand, were demanding that the Ministry find the person or persons responsible for the destruction of their manors. They vehemently denied that anyone had been involved in anything magically dangerous on those properties. However, since the properties were allegedly unoccupied, and had been for some time, they could provide no proof. Naturally, only the pure-blood fanatics in the Ministry believed them. Traverse was the only exception. Instead of raging at the Ministry and demanding that they catch the culprits responsible for destroying her manor, she kept her mouth closed and simply said she had no idea what happened. Gilderoy clearly saw she was afraid to draw the attention of whomever it was that had so thoroughly destroyed her finances. The day after her questioning at the Ministry that left the Aurors quite vocally upset at her obstinacy, she received a 2,000 galleon owl delivery with a note saying simply thank you. That reinforced her determination to remain quiet. Her continued evasions simply convinced the Ministry that their suspicions were correct. Good morning, Madam Minister. Harry/Gilderoy said as he entered her office on October 15. I'm so glad you could find the time for me. Today he was dressed in a lilac ensemble and was, as always, perfectly coiffed. I always have time for you, Gil. She returned his wide smile with one of her own. Her goblin contacts had told her Lockhart was the richest wizard on the planet. If you separated House Lockhart from House Slytherin, Lockhart was the richest in the UK. Due to the basilisk ingredient sales they told her, followed by House Black. As the acknowledged regent for House Potter, even though Sirius was the boy who lived's godfather, he took the third position as well. As an interesting aside, the Lestranges were no longer on the top 50 list. What had happened to their fortune was a mystery, and the goblins refused to say if they knew anything. That 4 of the other 7 Azkaban prisoners had also disappeared from the goblins' list of the richest houses and individuals in the UK was also an intriguing bit of news. The destruction of their manors was a substantial blow to their finances, true, but such a loss shouldn't have wiped them out completely. What had happened to their vaults? The two sat on the couch and chair to one side of her office, sipping tea. I've been reading about these mysterious explosions. Dreadful business, that, Gilderoy said. He spent the next 15 minutes telling her about his adventures in fighting dark wizards that he had not yet put into any book. All were real stories from the future war Harry had fought. That she, as head of the DMLE, had never heard of any of these duels, made her highly doubtful of their reality. But she did wonder why the truth spell on the couch failed to trigger at the clear falsehoods. When her smile became a bit fixed, he knew he had worn out his welcome, as he had planned. Once more, he had convinced her he was an empty-headed braggart with delusions of competence and authority. But a very rich empty-headed braggart with delusions of competence and authority. And his control of the Wisengamot gave him political clout no one else could match, especially with both Malfoy and Dumbledore effectively removed from the scene. That made him simply too powerful to offend with an interruption. He smiled at her broadly. "Oh, I almost forgot, the reason I came to visit today is that I need to visit Azkaban once more." While Bellatrix Lestrange née Black is no longer in residence. He wasn't about to lie and say she was dead in case the minister had a truth detection spell in the room. Let her assume he was being polite about the witch's death. I should probably check on the states of her husband and his brother. They are related family, now, much as I regret it. No one suspected that he had destroyed the Lestrange manor. Its destruction hadn't been nearly as flashy as the others, merely a fire that had gutted the unplottable building hidden behind its protective enchantments in the early morning hours before anyone normally woke. And now he needed to take care of the Lestrange brothers. He wanted to leave Belladonna in the clear should they escape in the future or magic react to their still being alive in the event the girl ever decide to marry. This time, Minister Bones did not accompany him on his little trip to Hell on Earth, she just wrote out a pass for him to show the guards and warden. "Thank you so much for your assistance, Amelia," he said, taking the parchment from her and starting towards the door. He had just put his hand on the doorknob when he said, "Oh, I was thinking about how Barty Crouch, Jr., managed to escape Azkaban, and it occurred to me that there was a lesson there with help. Anyone can escape Azkaban." Reluctantly, the minister nodded her agreement. He could feel her emotions spike, wondering what little problem he was about to drop in her lap this time. "So, I thought, why not put a spell on each Death Eater sentenced to Azkaban that is tied to the containment enchantments? Should a Death Eater leave without someone, say, an unspeakable, removing that spell, he, or she, would die when they are more than a mile from the prison enchantments. Perhaps you could make it a tattoo? I'm sure the unspeakables can come up with a clever idea. That way, you never, ever, have to worry about a breakout. And, if you want to release someone for any reason, you simply remove the spell with a counter spell that requires the presence of an unspeakable." He nodded his head to her, and then left her office with a parchment authorizing his visit to the desolate island. As he had the last time he visited Azkaban, he used Conf Undo and Stupefy to hide his actions from his escort. An Obliviate on the both prisoners removed the memory of him drawing runes on their heads that slowly drained their magic into the environment around them. No one would see the runes under their hair. In a month, maybe 2, both would die from magical exhaustion and the terrible conditions that their magic could no longer assist them in surviving. The runes, being nearly invisible and kept in place by their own magic, would disappear entirely after their deaths. His visit on October 22 to Little Hangleton took under an hour. Planning the trip took much thought and several days. At first, he had planned simply to remove the bones. But then he realized that if Folly checked beforehand and discovered no bones, he might choose another solution to getting a body. One Harry might not be able to interrupt or sabotage. If Harry left the bones, then at least he had a fallback position should he fail to catch the bastard in Albania. But he didn't want to leave the bones as is, he had to do something. He finally settled on a wicked compromise, one worthy of a marauder prank. Every bone in the graveyard with a patrilineal link to Riddle he removed and replaced with engorged squirrel bones. Unfortunately, the bone of the father's spell would fail if he simply stopped at that point. So, throughout each bone he melted a tiny amount of powder of bone from Tom Riddle's father. If a Voltahor follower cast the spell requiring bone of the father, the bone brought to surface would contain no more than a very tiny fraction of his father, the rest would be squirrel. What came out of the cauldron after the ritual should be rather interesting. And definitely not very snake-like. The rest of October he spent working on the I was Imperiod. Death Eaters. Those were much tougher to come up with a good plan. The families were difficult because there always seemed to be someone at home. It was worse for those with house elves, as even when all the family members were gone, that still left the house elves. He had to strike those families with multiple house elves from his list. One always remained behind and there would be no way to evacuate or warn the little guy beforehand. The others, most being in full residence, became a problem of logistics waiting for a moment when no one was home. That left the bachelors, Snape and Yaxley. Snape was never home, which was great, but his home was in a Muggle neighborhood and a fuel air bomb would take out most of the town. But he was also gone for 10 months of the year. That gave Harry time to work on a solution for breaking the protective enchantments. After raiding the Lestranges and the vaults of the others, Harry/Gilderoy had a dark magic library second only to House Black, which he also thoroughly examined. A Cursebreaker's toolkit, with the owner's instructions and field notes, was an invaluable find. He wanted the Carrows as his next target, but Dobby didn't raid them until almost February. On consideration, Harry had decided that leaving them alive would be a mistake. Their twins, Flora and Hestia, fortunately, were first ties this year and not home. He didn't know if their mother was Alecto or the witch married to Amicus. In either case, he only had to wait until Amicus' wife and their lone house elf left the manor that the brother and sister shared. Based on what he remembered of their ineptitude in the final war, neither were sufficiently skilled or alert to notice Dobby's activities until it was far too late. Fortunately, Dobby could handle the raid by himself. The girls would need something to live on, so Dobby would be leaving the key behind. The goblins later confirmed that the inheritors of the estate were the two girls and their mother not Electo at the reading of the will. Crab and Goyle were easy targets. They each had a house elf, so it was a repeat of Dollahof's manor. Wait until everyone except Crab, or Goyle, the seniors, of course, were gone and the house elf went shopping. Their vaults were depressingly low in galleons, so he took everything else. Replacing their manors with new was out of the question without borrowing serious amounts of galleons. Ragnarok arranged for him to loan the widows the galleons they needed, leaving them clearly in debt to House Black and having to follow House Black's lead in the Wiesengamot. Should Voldemort return, Harry could always call in the debt and make Voldy spend his precious funds keeping them off the streets. Or increase dissension in the ranks by forcing them to beg their way into another Death Eater's home. In the meantime, he drastically reduced the ranks of rich Death Eaters, not to mention eliminating many of them with extreme prejudice, as the spy novels like to say. The Death Eater children in Hogwarts began to understand what it felt like to be on the losing side of a guerrilla-style war, and realizing they faced a future of belonging to the working class instead of ordering the working class around. Headmistress McGonagall's zero tolerance of bullying also made them far more circumspect in their attitudes towards those they felt were their inferiors. The fact that Sirius made no secret that he would blackball from employment anyone who didn't toe the line of tolerance certainly helped to make Hogwarts a fun experience for anyone who wasn't a pure-blood bigot. The book release in November left Harry/Gilderoy far too busy dealing with book signings and appearances to pay attention to the Death Eaters for several months. Things slowed down in late January and began to taper off in February. That was when he began to work earnestly on where in Albania he might find Voldy and how he could find him. The solution for Snape's home was simple. Time-consuming, but simple. He operated nearby, then spent the day wandering around outside of the house's protective enchantments, locating the likely places an enchantment anchor stone might be hidden. As he found each one, he placed 2 stones carved with runes that acted as magical power leeches. When he was done, the power leeches would drain magic from the enchantment anchors faster than they could charge. In a week or so, he could just walk up to the house without tripping the protective enchantments. He only had to look out for traps. And he planned to take care of those the same way, dropping power leeches at potential trouble spots and coming back later. He wished he'd found that curse breaker kit in his first life. Using power leeches on the other Death Eaters' homes wouldn't work in any place with regular residents. The enchantment control stone would warn the inhabitants that something was wrong long before the power leeches were close to compromising the protective enchantments. In this case, though, not only wasn't the owner not in residence, he was in another country, Scotland. He wouldn't be checking back here until Christmas at the earliest. With luck, he wouldn't discover his home was gone until next summer. And while Snape had settled down at Hogwarts, he was still a Death Eater. Minnie had told him if he didn't shape up, she'd fire him. The current spate of attacks on Death Eaters had him feeling that staying at Hogwarts was a much safer ploy than being out in the wizarding world taking his chances that the vigilante might catch him unawares. So, he minded his PS and QS and actually taught potions in a fair-minded manner. Whoever would have thought that would happen, Snape being fair. While he waited for the power leeches to do their job, he tackled Yaxley. Yaxley lived in a large manor in the country and had a single house elf. The man had a low-level job at the ministry and kept mostly to himself. As a result, the manor was empty except for the house elf every day from morning until evening. It was simply a matter of waiting for the house elf to go shopping. Harry opened a new vault. He would need to move quickly when he got Yaxley's vault key. In the meantime, Gilderoy had worked on the book signings for Burrowing with a Basilisk and editing Restraining a Rat. Their opportunity appeared in mid-December. Dobby poked into his study. "Wixie is shopping," he said. "Excellent, Dobby, you know what to do, I'll meet you there to get the key." Harry put away his quill and carefully marked his place. He changed to his stealth robes, a more smart, fashionable, and perfectly tailored copy of the Muggle military camouflage combat uniform, and operated to his pre-scouted lookout point in time to see a fireball rising into the sky. Dobby joined him almost immediately. He waited only long enough for the flaming debris to stop falling before operating closer and oxyoing the vault key. Unfortunately, nothing happened. He tried a second time, and still nothing. Damn. The wizard had figured out what he was doing and kept his vault key with him at all times. He sighed. "Okay, Dobby, go back to whatever you were doing." Well, there was still a chance he might get Yaxley. Wixie, the wizard's house elf, would immediately feel the protective enchantment's catastrophic disappearance and try to contact her master to tell him the manor was under attack. Yaxley was at the ministry, so she would have to pop to the atrium and then run through the building to find him. The ministry spells would prevent her from using her elf magic to magically pop to her master. That would take about 10 minutes passing security and running down the stairs to his office, if she knew where it was. If she didn't know, it would take a bit longer as she tried to get to him. Knowing where someone is spatially doesn't tell you how to get to them in the maze that was the ministry. Her explaining and him racing back to the atrium would take another 10 minutes, maybe longer if he took the elevator. He'd waste a few minutes trying the flue, then he would apparate. If Harry were really lucky, the bastard would apparate into what he thought was a safe spot in his manor. Instead, he would be in the middle of the inferno now raging where the manor had stood. The heat would kill him before he even knew he was on fire. If the arse was smart, he would apparate in at a distance and observe what was happening. What idiot would return to a home he knew an enemy occupied it and was potentially waiting in ambush? Harry never detected an incoming apparition or Yaxley's presence. Later, discreet inquiries revealed that no one had seen Yaxley since that day he had rushed out of the ministry. Harry knew he wasn't dead. The goblins refused to release his estate. Harry figured the wizard had gone to ground and was hiding in some Death Eater safe house Harry had never found in the future. Harry had already cleared out and booby-trapped the ones he knew of, with alert enchantments to warn him if anyone appeared at one. A week after the Yaxley job, the power traps at Snape's home had drained the enchantment stones to the point of uselessness. Harry looked around the Snape's sitting room. It was pretty pathetic. The furniture was old and worn, not even a second-hand shop would take it. It would, however, make good fuel for a nice bonfire. Harry carefully examined every room using the detection spells in the Curse Breaker's kit looking for hidden items. The only thing of note was a staircase behind a bookshelf that led to Snape's potion workshop. That held many rare and expensive ingredients. This was where Snape spent his income, stockpiling ingredients against future needs. Or, perhaps, where most of Hogwarts' potion budget went. Harry wouldn't put it past Snape to siphon off as much of the budget for his personal projects as he could get away with stealing. Harry stripped the workshop down to the walls. The only other place Harry found of note was a safe hidden in the master bedroom filled with galleons. Harry didn't take the time to count, but from the size of the stack, compared to others he had seen, there should be around 50,000 galleons, maybe more. Probably taken from his Death Eater victims in the First War because his salary wasn't enough to create such a stockpile in 20 years, never mind 12, even if he didn't spend any of it. It didn't matter because he took it all anyway. There was no vault key. He didn't expect there to be. No one had ever accused Snape of being stupid. If Snape had one, he probably kept it with him at Hogwarts. Being a Muggle residence, the house was wired for electricity, even if Snape never used it. With a flick of his wand, Harry bypassed the gauge and made it look as if Snape were pirating electricity. Harry returned to the fuse box in the basement below the kitchen. He had several shrunken pieces of furniture and boxes of miscellaneous paper from upstairs with him. He restored the furniture and placed it against the wall beside the fuse box, with the boxes of paper directly below it and leaning against the furniture. He rearranged the rest of the loose contents of the Muggle basement to facilitate his plan. Then he cast incendio into the fuse box. The old-fashioned cloth-wrapped wires caught fire immediately, and Harry made sure some of the burning pieces of cloth fell onto the papers below. In moments, with the help of another incendio, everything in the basement was nicely burning. He retreated up the stairs and into the backyard, where he waited until he could see flames coming up the stairs. Then he apparat home. He knew some Muggle would report the fire and the firemen would protect the nearby houses as Snape's place burnt. The dusty and dry condition of the house and its contents guaranteed that by the time the firemen arrived the place would be fully involved, and then burnt to the ground. The investigators, naturally, would conclude it started in the fuse box due to the old wiring and Snape's slipshod method of stealing the electricity. Arson would never be suspected. Except by Snape, that is. Harry knew he would immediately note the missing ingredients that should have fueled a much more intense and explosive fire as soon as he returned to the place. Not to mention the lack of anyone finding what amounted to over 1.5 tons of gold coins. Albus' funeral was during the Ides of March. The wizarding world, and the British especially, wasted a good amount of time, in Harry's opinion, mourning their hero, and remembering his great accomplishments. Thus, it was that today, April 28th, he was drifting at tree height on his broom in a remote valley in the accursed mountains of Albania, eyes half closed, trying to detect that indefinite loathsome trace of hate that was Voldemort. Disillusioned and covered with a notice me not charm so that neither Muggles nor wizards might detect him, he moved back and forth across the valley. He had covered almost 3/4 of the valley and it was beginning to get dark. He wouldn't finish this tonight, he would have to come back tomorrow. He sighed. When he finished this leg of the sweep, he would land and apparate back to the village. Trusting his instincts had saved his life more times than he could count in the final war. So, when the urge to speed up abruptly hit him, he did so. The powerful cutting curse sliced off the back 2/3 of his broom's bristles instead of slamming into his side from underneath. The broom's integrity destroyed, it began to plummet, wildly jerking left, right, up, and down according to Harry's slightest movement. While this made it difficult for Harry to control his fall, it made it impossible for his assailant to hit him again. Spotting a small clearing created by a fallen tree, Harry apparat there, leaving the broom to drop down. He landed roughly, tumbling. He sprang to his feet and recast his disillusionment spell. How his attacker had spotted him he didn't know, and he wasn't going to take unnecessary chances. He hadn't the faintest idea where his attacker was, but that it was a Voldemort follower was certain. He held himself still, listening. He had to stay. If he left, they would leave knowing he was in pursuit and he wouldn't find them. Point me Voldemort, Harry whispered. His wand spun, and then indicated to Harry's left. He turned and carefully made his way. He silenced his footsteps and his clothes and crept carefully through the bushes and debris littering the edges of the clearing. They saw through each other's disillusionment spell almost simultaneously. It was Yaxley. He must have survived and fled, figuring that finding his lost master was his only chance at surviving whomever was destroying the former Death Eaters. Both launched vicious attacks. Harry sent Reductos and Langlocks in almost a continuous stream, dodging the incoming spells from Yaxley rather than using a shield. Yaxley preferred Diffindo, Defodio, Crucio, Expulso, and other dark curses. Neither could make any headway, it seemed. Suddenly, something slammed into Harry from the side. It felt like the entire inside of his head caught fire. It wasn't Crucio, though. His head seemed to be splitting in half, everywhere he looked he saw two. Yaxley pressed his advantage, casting faster. Harry threw up a Protego as he tried to recover, dodging desperately to avoid whatever the other Death Eater might send at him. It didn't work. He tripped over a branch he thought was farther to his left and as he fell he saw another spell coming from the side. He screamed the activation phrase for his emergency part2 just as the spell hit him. 27 Mad Eye. Gary woke to a bouncing bed and a squealing little girl. Get up! Get up! Get up! She chanted, each one accompanied by a bounce. Today we visit Harry. Get up! Get up! Gary's head felt as if it were splitting and the bouncing was making him nauseous. Stop! The bouncing and chanting stopped. Uncle Gil! Came the childish voice. He slowly cracked one eyelid open and blearily looked at the excited black-haired girl. It was Belle, two of her, actually. The wide grin splitting her face was slowly subsiding, turning to a concerned frown. Uncle Gil. She repeated. He groaned and raised his hand to his forehead, but hit himself in the face instead. Belle giggled. Gee get ss sir I us, he said awkwardly. She cocked her head sideways, but, Uncle Gil, I'm not serious, he's upstairs. Gary groaned, it hurt too much for this to be funny. Sick, he said, head hurts. Serious. Her eyes grew wide and she vanished off the bed at a dead run. He could hear her yelling before she even left the bedroom, serious. Uncle Gil's really sick. Well, at least he knew she had good lungs. She had been quite quiet last summer. The change was a great improvement. Exposure to the twins and gang had been good to her. Not to mention Naimi, Remus, and Sirius during the school year. Later, after Sirius helped him drink headache and nausea potions, he felt well enough to sit up. Thanks, Sirius, he said. He was still seeing double, but not as badly as before. The doubles were almost on top of each other, only offset by an inch or so. His muscle coordination was crap, though. Maybe we should take you to St. Mungo's. Sirius suggested. This sounds like the way you were last May. You were in for a full month, what between the curse duel you fought and all. Maybe you're having a relapse. Last May? Last May? Harry knew he wasn't going to like the answer to his next question. He closed his eyes and sighed. What month is it? November, piped up Belle from behind Sirius and Remus. Another heartfelt sigh. Sirius, the last thing I remember is a duel in Albania and emergency port keying here. By now Sirius, Remus, Ted, Andromeda, and a wide-eyed Belle surrounded his bed. Well, said Sirius slowly, as the other adults exchanged worried looks. That's a deep subject, Sirius, think you can handle it? Harry said drily. They gave him a dumbfounded look. Belle giggled. His brain was starting to catch up. He frowned. Belle said something about seeing Harry. Sirius scowled heavily, as did most everyone except Belle. She started bouncing happily. Yeah, today's the first task. Bloody hell, whispered Gary. Triwizard Tournament. They nodded. And Harry is in it. Yes, said Sirius. Of course he was. Does he know he faces a dragon? Sirius frowned. Yes, you told him that the day after we found out. You had a nightmare the night he called us about his name being pulled from the goblet of fire. He looked at Remus. You woke us up with your screaming. You told us that you had a vision that Harry would face a Hungarian horntail dragon. That he would outfly it using his firebolt but receive an injury on his shoulder from the dragon's tail hitting him. Sirius grinned. He's been practicing Oxio and a body shield charm every day since then. And flying, I'd wager. And I smuggled him a fire protection potion, just in case. He shook his head ruefully. He had me send him 3 more, he said it wasn't fair that only he had that protection. He smiled to himself, that's Lily, for sure. Gary relaxed a bit, thanking Merlin for small favors. At least it wasn't a total cock-up. And now that Sirius had told him, he vaguely remembered the incident. Of course, this year was the Triwizard. The Ministry had been working on that for years. Losing Crouch and Dumbledore wouldn't have derailed those plans. He had hoped that Harry might be spared the whole Triwizard thing, but apparently not. Thank Merlin, nothing he had done had changed the planned champion trials, at least he hoped not. Okay, I seem to have amnesia from last May until right now. And his coordination was way off. He hoped he wouldn't meet any Death Eaters. Death Eaters? Oh, Merlin, Moody. While the others were exchanging alarmed looks and Belle looked puzzled, Gary grabbed Sirius' arm. Mad-Eye? Is Mad-Eye the DADA professor? Yes, Sirius said slowly, is that a problem? How well do you know Mad-Eye? Sirius traded looks with Remus, not that well. I trained with him in the Aurors, but that was 14 years ago. Of the family, Naimi knows him best. Do you know what he puts in his hip flask to drink? Gary asked urgently. Sirius shrugged, water. Gary closed his eyes again, thinking. Sirius, get Naimi. Ask her if she knows what he keeps in his flask. Remus asked, why, Gil? He's an Auror. He's paranoid, yes, but he is the best Auror out there. Gary took a deep breath. Nobody says a word, okay. He looked around as they hesitantly nodded. The others had forgotten Belle, but he could see her nodding in the background as well. He winked at her. She was still under the oath that no one else knew about, so he was unconcerned at her presence. I think Mad-Eye is a polyjuiced Death Eater. They all objected. He waited for them to quiet down. Listen to me on this. I was right about the dragons, wasn't I? He paused a moment, then continued. Sirius, get Naimi. Ask her what he drinks. If she doesn't know, we'll have to go with water. He looked at Belle. Or perhaps not. Using one of her hairs in polyjuice and swapping that might be much more entertaining, and quickly prove Gary's point. No, he decided upon reflection, the polyjuice would taste different. The Death Eater would immediately know something was wrong and try to escape. Although fighting while the potion changed him would be next to impossible. But still, it would leave him in full control of himself once he recovered. And as a little girl, no one would take his dueling talents seriously. He might slip away into the crowd. Go, Sirius, he ordered. This is important. Reluctantly, the older wizard left the room. Gary looked at the others. Give me a minute to get dressed and I'll meet you all in the kitchen for breakfast. He made a move to get out of bed. Dining room, said Remus. Breakfast is in the dining room. Gary nodded and waved them all to leave. Getting out of bed was a chore. It was his first day as Harry/Gilderoy all over again. Fortunately, today's clothes were already laid out for him. When he saw the curlers in his hair, he sighed heavily. He had forgotten about putting them in last night, but he did want to look his best today. It would be the first time in several months that he was in public in a large crowd and he had his image to maintain. Usually let Gilderoy run the morning prep while he planned the day. This morning he did everything without really thinking about it while he still worked out what he would have to do today. It took him far longer than it should, but eventually he made his stumbling way to the dining room. There was a sideboard set up cafeteria style, the others had already started eating. The second time he dropped his plate Andy came over and helped. It was humiliating, but no worse than it had been in St. Mungo's. Smiling broadly and muttering thanks, he sat just as Sirius came bursting in from the sitting room. She says it's water, he said breathlessly. Excellent. Sirius, is Naimi at Hogwarts? Or on another job? She was at the Ministry. Contact Minister Bones and tell her you and I would consider it a great favor if she were to assign Naimi to assist Mad-Eye today, to shadow him all day as a learning experience. She's still a trainee. No getting sent off to do other tasks by anyone, including Mad-Eye. She's to keep her wand at hand. If he asks why, she can say, constant vigilance, and cite the many visitors at Hogwarts as being the perfect opportunity for a Death Eater to sneak in unsuspected. Tell her it's vital. We can't explain just yet, but I'll owe them both a favor if she does this. Tell Minister Bones, remember Quirrell. Put on your Wizen Maggot's robe so she'll know you're serious, Sirius. Sirius nodded, grinning at the wordplay, and hurried out. Several minutes later, they heard him use the flue. Gary concentrated on eating without stabbing himself with his knife or fork. His results were mixed, but left Belle and Giggles and the other three adults with worried frowns. Shortly after Creacker cleared the table, except for one plate of food under a stasis charm for Sirius, he returned. Okay. Done. She's mighty curious, but willing to cooperate. It's your show. He sat at his plate and started to eat. Gary took a careful sip of his tea, holding it with both hands. His coordination was improving by leaps and bounds, but he knew it would take several days before he was in any shape to have a duel. He would have to carefully hide that, though, he couldn't let his admiring public know he was under the weather. What's up? Sirius mumbled around a mouthful of food. Belle giggled, and shaking a finger at him with the other hand on her hip, said sternly, "No talking with your mouth full. I think you need to go to your room for a few minutes, Belle," said Andromeda. She clearly wanted Belle not to hear the discussion. "It's okay," Gary waved his hand, "she can listen in, she won't tell anyone what we talk about here, will you, Belle?" She shook her head, eyes wide at the show of confidence. Andromeda and Ted frowned, but didn't object farther. Gary sighed. "I believe that Mad Eye has been replaced by a Death Eater taking polyjuice." "Why?" came the obvious question from Remus. "And why now instead of months ago?" Gary looked down a moment. "How did Harry's name get into the Goblet of Fire?" he asked. The consensus was nobody knew. He nodded. "Harry didn't enter his own name, there was an age line around the goblet, right?" "Among other things," Sirius replied. He looked them all in the eye, one at a time. "I know Harry would never have submitted his name, especially after Hermione told him what happened to past champions. He's brash, but not terminally stupid. And he would only risk his life if someone else was in danger. And the prize money? Ha! He has more than that as pocket change in the summers." They exchanged looks, but overall agreed with him. It took a powerful wizard to not only get around the protections, but to confudo the goblet into allowing a fourth name to appear. That leaves out any but the adults. Harry certainly couldn't have done it. While it's possible one of the regular professors was suborned, it is highly unlikely one of the other professors would have noticed his or her inconsistencies in behavior. Not to mention the difficulty in getting to one of them. So, of the adults, the only new ones are Mad Eye and the two visiting heads from the other schools. I doubt the heads of the other schools because of the difficulty in getting to them, and their students would notice, as well. And the Death Eater connections on the continent are much more nebulous and reluctant to work on anything but a sure thing. He looked over at Sirius. "Yes, Snape and Karkaroff are Death Eaters, but both have much to lose if Voldemort comes back, too much to want him to return. Karkaroff because Voldy will kill him, and Snape, well, Snape has his reasons. Mad Eye, though, he's the unknown. Nobody at Hogwarts knows him well enough to notice any mistakes he might make in his performance." He looked over to Remus, and wasn't there something about him thinking he was being attacked just before school started? Remus nodded. "The perfect cover for a substitution. They attack and subdue him, pull out a hair, and drop it in polyjuice. Then when the Aurors show up, act paranoid and confused. Later, interrogate the real Mad Eye using Veritaserum on everything he knows. He goes to Hogwarts in Mad Eye's place and no one suspects a thing." He looked around at them. "He's in the perfect position to manipulate everyone to get the desired outcome. Bloody hell, I bet McGonagall selected him as one of the guards to watch the goblet that night. He's a professor, so getting an assignment with Harry's name written on it is a no-brainer." 3 seconds in the dead of night when no one else is even on the ground floor, he casts a Confucius on the goblet and drops the scrap of paper into the goblet, and Bob's your uncle. I mean, who would suspect the renowned Mad Eye Moody of forcing Harry Potter, someone he has never previously met, into the tournament? And, perhaps even worse, the Death Eaters who organized this now know every DMLE secret, and quite a bit more in the Ministry, not to mention every security detail about the tournament, and no one suspects. They exchanged appalled looks. "The problem is proving it." He sighed. "Here's the plan I have so far. Andromeda, Ted, you keep an eye on Little Miss Mischief here," he pointed at Belle, who assumed a look of who? Me. In a sense. "Remus, Sirius, Naimi, and I will tackle Mad Eye." He looked at the werewolf. "Remus, get a flask similar to Mad Eye's except with a sleeping draft in it. When you see him pull out his flask, perform the switching charm on the contents after he takes a drink." He looked at the others. "Then we check the contents of Remus' flask. If, as I suspect, we smell polyjuice, then we know we have Death Eater." And once again the illustrious Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 6-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, slayer of basilisks, and detector of dark wizards, has saved the day. He flashed them all one of his toothy confident smiles. He was slightly disappointed to see his audience wasn't impressed. He cleared his throat. "If we don't, then we have pulled the greatest prank on Mad Eye anyone has ever seen. Better it thought a prank than that Gary wasn't the perfect wizard that he was." Nobody laughed. "If he detects the switch, stun him immediately. Otherwise, we wait until we can catch him unawares in a relatively open space, and stun him. And then we wait for the polyjuice to wear off." He looked around them again. "If I'm wrong, I'll make apologizes about the prank all around. Naimi will be fine because Bones agreed to let her follow my orders. We'll pay a few fines, and then we'll begin to go through the school looking for the Death Eater. It shouldn't be that hard. With Snape's help we can find the culprit in a few hours, at most." He grimaced. "If he doesn't flee when he hears what happened with Moody." He looked back at Sirius. "This is why Naimi is so important. She'll be following him all day, so he shouldn't be expecting her to stun him. If he does, then while he's dueling with her, the rest of us will take him down. You have to make sure she understands that if he goes to take a sip from his flask and stops, for any reason, stun him immediately. He scanned their faces. Any thoughts? Questions? They decided the best time to do it was when he likely would be most distracted, when Harry was taking his turn. With that settled, they trooped into the sitting room and flew to the 3 broomsticks. While they walked up to Hogwarts, Sirius tried to fill Gary in on what had happened that summer. Because Gary was still a bit unsteady on his feet, Sirius still thought he should go to St. Mungo's. Gary simply said, "This is far too important. I can go afterwards if necessary." Gary was relieved to find out that he had not spilled any secrets over the summer. He had mentioned being in Albania for research and that he had run afoul of an attack, but professed to not know the reason why. Once he recovered, he had devoted himself to finishing restraining a rat, which now had a release date of this spring. And annoying the hell out of both Remus and Sirius with his incessant self-aggrandizing. He had had his family visit for a week at Grimmauld Place just to meet Harry Potter and Belladonna. Sirius was rather surprised at the interest Harry had taken in the little girl, making sure she was happy and doing well in her new home. Her taking to pranking had endeared her the hearts of both Sirius and Remus. The Tonks weren't nearly as impressed with the pranking but agreed that the girl was a joy to behold, although she did have a temper. Harry adored her, and she adored him in turn. Harry, Hermione, Susan, Hannah, Luna, and Neville had become quite the troupe. That meant his family had met Hermione, Luna, Neville, Susan, Hannah, Ginny, Ron, Fred, and George when they came over for the Wednesday movie matinees, which they had resumed as soon as summer started. The purebloods, it seemed, had dearly missed seeing the movies. And Belle had discovered Disney cartoons and become an instant fan. Ron came just to see the movies and for the free food. He mostly stayed away from Harry and Hermione, but at least was cordial. Belle had apparently overheard the twins talking with Harry or Hermione about their telly project and decided she wanted a home theater at Grimmauld Place. Fred and George had learnt that having a 7-year-old eagerly nagging them daily, if not hourly, "Is it done yet? Is it done yet?" provided a great incentive. They finished their working prototypes of a magic-resistant VCR and telly early in the summer. Belle now watched at least one movie a day. The movies became her reward for doing her tutor's assignments, which she blew through like a tornado. Everyone except Gary had declared her a hidden genius. Gary knew the truth that she was merely relearning what she already knew through muscle memory. He simply said she was a hard worker. The playroom on the second floor was now the movie room. And Sirius and Remus were helping the twins develop a business plan for introducing both items to the wizarding world. They hoped to open their first store in Diagon Alley the coming summer. And that was also why Remus wasn't still teaching the DADA, he was too busy working on investment fund projects to return to Hogwarts. Whatever had happened, despite falling back into his old self-aggrandizing habits, at least Gary had kept his secrets. The only comment that worried Gary was the one Sirius made about being relieved that the other Gilderoy was back. If that were the only complaint Gary heard, he would be happy. They arrived mid-morning. After saying hello to Headmistress McGonagall, they returned to the entryway to admire the Founder's artifacts. Gary was pleased to see the display case for them prominently placed, with large plaques describing each of the items and mentioning Gilderoy's part in their recovery. His name could have been larger in the individual plagues, he decided, but the single large plaque announcing that it was only thanks to Gilderoy Lockhart that these items were on display was sufficient, he concluded, nodding his satisfaction. When no one was looking, he added a few words of his own to the case to prevent any pilferage. And to make his picture a bit more central to the display with a special spell that drew people's eyes to his portrait. They met Harry and Hermione after his history of magic class. The two students had no other classes before lunch, so they wandered through the castle showing Belle some of its more interesting features, secret passages and hidden rooms, mainly. Naturally, his upcoming challenge kept the little wizard quite distracted and he spent most of the time in a daze, following wherever Hermione led him by the hand. It was while they were showing Belle the hidden come-and-go room that Gary Lockhart stopped dead in the middle of the room and facepalmed himself. "What an idiot I am," he said. Sirius, of course, added, "couldn't have said it better myself." Gary turned to Harry and said, "Harry, do you have the map?" "Map? You know, the map." Harry screwed up face, then said, "Oh, that map. No. It's in my trunk." The others, except Sirius and Remus, were looking at them as if they were mad. "You're right, Gil," Sirius said, grinning while Remus was chuckling beside him, "you are an idiot. Harry, this is very important, but I need you to get the map right now." Lockhart concentrated and a door appeared in one wall of the come-and-go room. He pointed, "That should take you straight to your common room and back. There's a notice me not on it for everyone in the common room but you. Hurry." A few minutes later Harry returned with the parchment. And moments later, they were crowded around the open Marauder's map. "There," the blonde-haired wizard said, as he pointed, "the DADA class and it clearly says Yaxley, not Moody. I was right. And Moody, he pointed at a different spot, is in his rooms. They exchanged looks. Yaxley was no pushover, he had certainly gotten the drop on Harry last spring. Change of plans, said Gary. We hit him in the Great Hall at lunch. We don't know when his schedule is for taking the potion on the hour, half hour, or what. So, what we'll do is I'll meet him as his DADA class lets out and switch the flask contents. Sirius made a move to speak. No, Sirius, everyone knows you fawn over Harry something awful and he would be suspicious if you were there and not with Harry. And he would be equally suspicious of you, Remus. He smiled broadly. I, on the other hand, will be anxious to meet the man teaching my students and make sure he is as good a professor as the great Gilderoy Lockhart, Hogwarts' most beloved defense against the dark arts professor. Rolling their eyes, Remus and Sirius reluctantly agreed. Remus handed over the flask. The dandy folded and placed the map in his pocket. Now then, why don't you all head for the Great Hall while I waylay our victim? Gary leaned casually against the corridor wall, waiting for the class to end. He could hear Mad Eye finishing up. Soon, the door burst open and the children poured out. It was a fifth-year class, and the first few through the door startled on seeing him. Professor Lockhart! Came the quick cry. Soon he was surrounded by his former students, especially the witches, asking how he was, what he was doing, and what did he think of the tournament. And the most popular by far was "Do you remember me?" Laughing joyfully at their instant attention, he waved them off on their way to lunch, but several remained around him. He peeked in the door to see both Mad Eye and Naimi standing at the desk, talking. Seeing him, Naimi waved, her bubblegum pink hair turning briefly red. Mad Eye gave him a suspicious look. Together they started for door. Gary stepped back to give them room. Mad Eye, he cried happily, I've been looking forward to meeting you again. He would pretend to be a good friend of the suspicious old buzzard that should throw the wizard off his stride. Yaxley would distance himself from Gary so as not to make a mistake and give himself away. As long as I was here today I had to stop by and make sure that my former students were getting the best education possible while you are a highly qualified or I am, after all, a world-class adventurer. Moody eyed him disapprovingly. I certainly don't need your help. Excellent! Cried Gary, and put his arm around the old Auror. Mad Eye smoothly stepped back. Gary pretended not to notice, stepping closer to follow the wizard and his arm still touching the other wizard's shoulders. Mad Eye again stepped back, this time starting to get angry. He didn't notice Gary's other hand snaking out to grab his flask from his pocket. Gary took a quick step away towards Naimi and held up the flask. You know, Mad Eye, you never did tell me what you put in this. Naimi's eyes shot wide open. No one had ever tried to pickpocket the paranoid wizard's flask, no one had ever managed to get that close. Mad Eye made a startled grab for the flask. Gary held it away. What's in it? Water? Butterbeer. He paused for a dramatic second and smirked, fire whiskey. He started to reach for the cap to open the flask. Gimme that, you pompous fool! Growled Mad Eye, this time successfully yanking the flask out of Lockhart's unresisting hands. He shoved it back into his pocket. Gary grinned. Got you that time, you old buzzard! He said, chuckling. He yelled, constant vigilance. He bowed, sweeping his arm down the corridor, after you, Professor Moody. The irate Auror stomped off mumbling and growling, keeping to one side of the corridor that farthest from Gary. Naimi and Gary followed a moment later, with Gary's entourage giggling and laughing at Gary getting the drop on the prickly old paranoid wizard. Gary pulled out the map and pointed at Mad Eye, then pointed at the map where his and Naimi's names appeared. He made sure his finger covered his name, leaving only the last part, a cart showing. He didn't want to give away his secret, too. She looked at the map and the names around hers on it, then at the name following the footsteps in front of her. Her head shot up to look at Gary. He nodded. She looked back down and then at Moody. Gary held a finger in front of his lips, indicating she should keep silent. He put the map away just before the paranoid old Auror glanced at them. He waited a moment, then leaned close to her ear and quietly said, watch for my lead. If he stops in the middle of taking a drink from his flask and looks suspicious, stun him. Don't let anyone interfere, and for Merlin's sake, pay attention during the meal. Remember, Bones said to follow my orders. She nodded, hesitantly. Gary took a moment to look around when he entered the Great Hall. Harry and his friends were sitting at the Ravenclaw table. He was pleased to see that Hermione and Luna sat with Harry between them, with Neville sandwiched between Susan and Hannah. And Ron? Ron was far down the table. And sitting with Draco. What had happened in the last 5, almost 6, months? Maybe he didn't need to worry about Ron interfering with Harry and Hermione anymore. Across from them sat Sirius, Remus, and the Tonks with Belle. He was disappointed, but not surprised, to see that the Harry Potter stinks buttons were in evidence. Like last time, someone in Ravenclaw came up with the actual spells and charmed the buttons. He was pretty sure that Draco had nothing to do with them this time. Draco might have suggested it, but he wouldn't do anything to jeopardize his and his mother's position in the family. At the head of the hall, in front of the headmaster's table were two other tables. Gary saw several press people, including Rita, at one, while the other had dignitaries from the UK Ministry and the other two schools' ministries. Excellent, a worldwide audience, he was pleased to note. Gary headed straight for Rita. Rita, my love. He cried as he crouched down between her and Bozo's chairs before she even knew he was there. She jumped, startled, but turned a skeptical eye on him, raising an eyebrow. Well, she said, drily, long time, no see. Ah, you wound me, said Gary dramatically, placing his hand on his heart. Don't worry though, he said in a conspiratorial whisper. I have a sell-out story for you. He looked at Bozo, keep a close eye on Mad Eye, Bozo. He grinned at Rita's frowning face. Trust me, Rita, he said much more quietly, almost in her ear. This will put you on the front page for the rest of the week. The tournament will take a back seat to it. Her expression had changed to one of conniving and she was already stealing glances at Moody as he sat not far from her at the headmaster's table. Remember our deal with Harry Potter, keep to it and I'll have an exclusive for you on his perspective of the tournament. And if you're really good you might get an interview with his girlfriends. She gave him wide-eyed and very greedy look. Yes, girlfriends as in plural. Things will happen when I start coughing. He moved over to sit at the front of the Ravenclaw table, among the 7th years, and facing Moody's seat at the headmistress table. He wanted to be close when it all came together. He spent the next 40 minutes talking with his former students. This Moody wasn't as effective a teacher as his Moody had been during his Triwizard. Fortunately, this Moody had skipped the Unforgivables lecture. Naimi had taken a seat at the head of the Hufflepuff table, also facing Moody. Moody was fretting. Normally, the students told Gary, he took his meals in his rooms, but Headmistress McGonagall had insisted he attend this lunch as part of the festivities of the first task. He was picking at his dessert when he stopped and reached into his robes. Gary sent a quick mild stinging hex at Naimi. She turned to look at him, scowling. He pointed with his chin at Moody. She spun in her seat. Her wand was already in her hand. Gary had palmed his as well. He started coughing loudly and stood, focusing attention on himself. Moody had already lifted the flask to his mouth. He took a quick sip. He made a face, and then frowned. He spit out what was in his mouth, but it was too late. That little bit of sleeping draft slowed his reactions. He started to throw himself backwards. Almost simultaneously 2 stunners from Naimi and Gary hit the Auror. A second later, a third from the back of the hall hit the Auror, probably serious. Moody slumped over in his chair. Pandemonium erupted in the hall. Naimi was already hurrying around the headmistress table. Gary took the easy route and jumped up on the Ravenclaw table. He almost fell as his muscles spasmed, a leftover from this morning. He casted an Incarcerus on the fake Moody. He decided to claim that his awkwardness was him dodging a possible response from the Death Eater. Everyone calm down, he bellowed using a sonorous. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 6-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved former defense against the dark arts professor, slayer of basilisks, and detector of dark wizards have once again saved the students of Hogwarts. Gary made himself lighter with the featherweight spell and delicately leapt from the Ravenclaw table to the headmistress tabletop and in front of the fake Moody. The students, those that remembered him as a professor, promptly quieted down and shushed the younger years and visiting students. They remembered his other performances in the Great Hall, and this appeared to be just as entertaining. This wizard is a fake, he continued. He cast a vanishing charm on the man's left sleeve. He is a polyjuiced Death Eater. The students gasped, the adults began to deny the possibility. That's Mad Eye. Impossible. Are you mad? Minister Bones had warned her security detail to allow Gilderoy to act without interference. Only Gilderoy's past performance at delivering surprisingly effective results had convinced her to give him this much latitude. If he couldn't back up his claim, he would be in deep shite for an attack on an Auror, even if he was retired. In the meantime, her security detail was covering her carefully with shields up and ready to hustle her out of the room at the first sign of movement towards her. She remained seated but held her wand firmly in hand. She pushed one Auror to the side to give her a better view. But now she was watching her Auror, Nymphadora Tonks, through narrowed eyes, and paying special attention to how she was taking this so seriously. Still a trainee, the witch was following through like a professional. And acting as if she had total confidence that Gilderoy was correct. She wasn't taking her eyes or wand off the old Auror, and had already removed both his main and backup wands, which totaled 4 wands, the minister noted with chagrin. Tonks had also oxyoed the flask and 2 other nondescript items, probably port keys. Mr. Lockhart, said McGonagall, what is the meaning of this? She was standing, as was almost everyone at the headmistress table. Everyone quiet, please, Gary said, still using the sonorous. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? He waited a bare moment for the noise level to drop. He smiled broadly, using his left hand to drape his robes elegantly to his side, shaking his head ever so slightly to make his hair wave dramatically. He turned to the headmistress. I have incontrovertible proof that this wizard, he pointed at the bound old Auror, is not a Laster Mad-Eye Moody, but is instead a polyjuiced Death Eater, one Phineas Yaxley. She stared at him a moment, then said, Proctors. Clear the hall. Stop. Interrupted Gary. He smiled at her broadly. Would this not be a great opportunity for your students to see our wonderful ministry and Aurors in action? To see how the ministry conducts an investigation? To see an actual interrogation in action? To observe the extraordinary talents of myself, Gilderoy Lockhart, in person and not as something they read after the fact. She stared at him, eyes narrowed in suspicion. Slowly, she nodded. Everyone, she said, her voice carrying over the hall easily, return to your seats. She gave Gary a smirk. Professor Lockhart has a lesson for us. Minister Bones cleared her throat. We should take Mr. Moody back to the ministry for questioning, she stated. Gary looked down at her from the tabletop. If you remove him, all sorts of awful rumors will appear and make life difficult for you and the ministry, he said quietly, such as, that you are covering up facts to protect yourself. She, too, nodded slowly. He smiled broadly. Professor Snape, would you be so good as to fetch some of your personal stock of Veritaserum? The greasy-haired git stared at him, unmoving. The minister shook her head. You can't administer Veritaserum without due cause. Gary grinned at her, confidently. No, we wait a few minutes. By the time Severus returns with the potion, you will see a Death Eater impersonating a retired Auror, using that person's reputation to procure the position of professor at Hogwarts, and thus gaining access to 1,000 of England's best students for who knows what nefarious deeds. That is a crime of the first degree if I am not mistaken. That he is the one responsible for entering Mr. Potter into the Triwizard Tournament raises the crime to that of an international incident. I'm sure not even the Wizen maggots can gainsay the use of Veritaserum when it is likely he has interfered with the first task and 4 lives are at risk at a minimum, 2 of them invited foreign visitors. She sat silent for a minute, before saying, on my authority as Minister for Magic, I authorize the use of Veritaserum in this instance. Gary turned to Snape and raised an eyebrow. Snape looked at McGonagall, who said, Go, Severus. Gary levitated the phony Moody to the headmistress tabletop, with his bare left arm facing the students. The room settled to a soft buzz as the students started whispering and talking quietly, only now realizing that their professor for the last 3 months might be a Death Eater. He began adopting various poses for Bozo, and the other photographers present, with the defeated Death Eater at his feet. Front page headlines, again. It had been quite a while since the last ones. He wanted only the best pictures to appear in the news parchments for his adoring public to admire. The whole hall let out a gasp when Moody began to bubble and his wooden leg fell to the floor as a real one took its place. The appearance of the Death Eater tattoo on his exposed arm brought a hurricane of whispers and not a few shrieks of horror as they realized the truth of Gilderoy's accusations. Snape paused only a moment when he arrived back at the headmistress table and saw the Death Eater Yaxley where previously had been Moody. Snape hadn't really believed Gilderoy, but here was the proof. The Veritaserum quickly provided the answers. Yes, he was a Death Eater. Yes, you had to take the mark willingly. Yes, he had tortured and killed a Muggleborn and his family to take it, as they all did. Yes, he had tricked the Goblet of Fire into choosing Harry. Yes, it was on orders from the Dark Lord. Yes, he meant Lord Voldemort. Yes, the Dark Lord was back. He was currently in a homunculus. Yes, he was seeking to acquire a full body. Yes, the Dark Lord wanted Harry for the ritual. They stopped the questioning at that point. Gary said, I think we've proved the point, don't you agree, Minister Bones? This is conclusively not a Laster Moody. Mr. Potter did not choose to enter the Triwizard Tournament. And, somehow, Voldemort intends to subvert this tournament. Perhaps a stronger aura presence for the tasks would be in order. Grimly, the minister nodded. Perhaps we should involve some of the Aurors from both France and Bulgaria now that they know beyond the shadow of a doubt that their champions' lives are at risk from an outside force, he added in a speculative tone. Madame Olympe Maxime and High Master Professor Igor Karkaroff were both nodding their heads in agreement. Gary rubbed his hands together in a satisfied manner and grinning happily, well now that that's been all sorted, and speaking of the tournament, Headmistress McGonagall, perhaps we should dismiss the students so we can all watch the first task. He smiled brilliantly, and then hopped down to the floor beside the reporters. He hoped no one noticed his slight stumble. He still hadn't entirely recovered his balance. Lockhart leaned over to Rita and whispered, the first task is dragons. I have no doubt Harry will put on a spectacular performance for us. If you ask nicely, I'm sure that you could get several students, perhaps even Harry's girlfriends, Miss Granger and Miss Lovegood, to provide you with comprehensive memories of the task while you prepare an article for this evening's Daily Prophet about what we just saw. And steal a march on all the other news parchments." She gave him a startled look, then grinned. She grabbed Bozo and whispered into his ear. The photographer nodded. She hustled out of the Great Hall on her way to Hogsmeade in a flew. Yaxley, under heavy aura guard, left for a holding cell. Minister Bones left to deal with the issues of his proper interrogation. The students trailed out of the hall and towards the task viewing stands. "Fear not, Harry," the Gary told the nervous student as they slowly headed over to the champion's tent, his friends following, stunned at the revelations they had just heard. "You will do fabulously. When you hop on your broom, all your doubts will melt away." 28. The more things change. The first task started an hour late, at 3 instead of 2. Minister Bones refused to let them start until she had what she felt was an adequate force of auras in place. And it took time to gather them from off work and other assignments. Where there had been just a few auras for crowd control, there were now easily 100 auras and trainees scattered around the viewing stands and Hogwarts grounds. As Gary remembered, Cedric went first, Fleur second, and Crumb third. And they drew the same dragons. It only now occurred to Gary that he should have asked if Yaxley had charmed the bag holding the models. As the paranoid Moody, it would have been in character for Yaxley to demand to check the bag, and thus ensure that Harry drew the worst of the bunch. Oh, well, it was too late now. The differences, though, thanks to the potions secretly supplied by Sirius, were that Cedric and Fleur escaped with only their robes slightly singed. Crumb, however, still used the conjunctivitis curse and lost points for the destruction of the other eggs in the nest. Harry performed almost exactly as he remembered doing, exhibiting flying skills that drew admiring remarks from bagmen and gasps from the crowd. This time, though, when the dragon's tail slid along his shoulder, all it did was tear the boy wizard's robes and left him unmarked. That didn't prevent Gary from flinching slightly at the remembered pain. In the end, the rankings were Harry, Fleur, Cedric, and Crumb. The first three were differentiated merely by their times, not to mention the biased scoring by the Master Karkaroff. Afterwards, as the family was congratulating the stunned Harry on his success, Headmistress McGonagall came up to Gary. She studied him, smiling for a moment. She had a gleam in her eye that he didn't like. Before he could burst into his normal, that is, self-aggrandizing spiel to the audience that was quickly forming around them, she said, "Well, Professor Lockhart, because you have managed to deprive Hogwarts of its DADA. Professor so early in the year, it seems only fitting that you should take his place. Especially given your previous experience in that position. I'll expect to see you tomorrow morning, bright and early." She grinned even wider at his startled expression. But he needed to figure out what happened and why the last 6 months were so fuzzy. And why was Gilderoy so quiet? And he had so many things to do to prepare, to find Voldemort, and circumvent his plans. And he still needed to finish examining the final proofs on restraining a rat. That, naturally, would be taking most of his attention for the next few days. "Why, thank you, Minerva, that's a generous offer. But I should think that the real Alastor Moody should take that position. While I dislike depriving your students of the wonderful education I could provide." He paused a beat but decided to skip his "I'm the great Gilderoy" spiel. He continued instead with, "It simply would not be fair to the wizard to do otherwise." For some reason a look of dread crossed the headmistress' face during his brief pause, followed by relief at his just continuing his sentence. "You did search his rooms and find the real Moody hidden inside his trunk with all the polyjuice supplies, correct?" She nodded sadly. "Madame Pomfrey says it will take several weeks for him to recover. And even then, he won't be up to the demands of a full-time position as the DADA professor. So," she looked at him intently, "I expect to see you here tomorrow for your classes, bright and early." She gave him a broad smile, turned, and headed over to talk with French Minister, presumably regarding coordinating with his auras for the next task. He stared after her, ignoring the congratulations his admirers were giving him. She could have said something any time that afternoon, but she had waited until now. He frowned. Had the headmistress just pranked him? He snorted. Well, that had been unexpected. He smiled broadly, and turned his attention to his fangirls. His admiring public. And began to troll hat, he meant extol how exceptional his teaching skills were to the crowd around him. Signing a few autographs was not unexpected and helped improve his disposition. Underscore. Lockhart reread his parchment, studying it as he headed downstairs from the study. Second task, open egg underwater to hear message. They put someone important to the champion in the Mer village under the lake. Champion has 1 hour to rescue them. Hostages are safe. Gilderoy Lockhart, will be in village to monitor the hostages. Warn Fla's father that they will take her sister. A fire creature underwater without precautions? What are they thinking? Solution has 2 parts. First, breathing underwater gillyweed, bubble charm, transfiguration to underwater creature, or Muggle scuba gear. Second, finding and getting to hostage and back to land in under an hour conjure, or transfigure from dock, a boat and use point me spell to above village, and then dive straight down with a heavy rock and back with conjured Muggle face mask and flippers. Instead of boat, Oxio broom? Can brooms fly underwater? And it went on for a bit more. Yes, that would do. He walked into the dining room and dropped the parchment at his normal place setting on the table. He would reread it after supper. It was fun trying to think how he would solve the problem, knowing what he now knew, what would be easiest, what would be fastest, what would cause the most consternation among the watching crowd. He stared at the parchment. He really should take it with him because Sirius might come in and see it. Remus wouldn't share the information if he saw it, but Sirius? In a second. But Sirius was in the game room upstairs, and he just needed a few minutes to make a flu call to Headmistress McGonagall. He wouldn't take too long as supper should be soon. He left it flat on the table as he went into the sitting room to make his flu call. Headmistress McGonagall, he called. They had returned home after the task, leaving Harry and Hermione to attend the raucous party the twins were sure to throw. It was after supper at Hogwarts and he expected her to be at her desk with paperwork, especially after the day's events. She was. Could you get me a copy of my class schedules? Or is it the same as when I taught? It took her only a few minutes to provide him an updated schedule. It was mostly the same as his first year as a professor, with only a few minor changes to accommodate the foreign students. The Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students had classrooms in the West Wing for the professors who had come with them to teach their school's specific subjects that were not taught at Hogwarts, but he did have an extra few classes just for them. The French minister has told me, she said, that we can expect to see the foreign Aurors arriving tomorrow. She shook her head sadly. To think this is necessary. My dear, Gary/Gilderoy said, never fear, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 6-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, slayer of basilisks, and detector of dark wizards am here. Nothing shall escape me. The Aurors are merely to assure outsiders that all is well. I will be the real protection for the students. He could see her restraining herself from rolling her eyes. He twinkled his eyes at her. He was so glad he had finally found that spell. We know that if anything happens I shall easily forestall any harm to any students, as I always have. He smiled brilliantly. Just read my books for the details and proof. She looked down at her desk and cleared her throat. Yes, well, hopefully that shan't be necessary. In any case, I have another request. She looked at him questioningly. Do you mind if I install a swimming pool in the dungeons? A swimming pool. She looked at him in consternation. Yes. It occurs to me that not all dark creatures and monsters are above water, and while I am an accomplished adventurer, it is rather difficult to get across to the children just how different a matter it is when one is below the surface. Never mind the immediate problem of breathing, but how does one accomplish spells? The reducto is a mere annoyance underwater. Unless one puts a ridiculous amount of power into it, the water rapidly degrades the spell's performance. And without appropriate precautions beforehand, spells underwater can be as deadly to oneself as to one's opponent. For example, a powerful bombardo is a quick route to suicide. It would be a good experience for the children in DADA to see how water affects their spells. Not to mention being able to encounter the underwater creatures in their native environment. It is one thing to see a grindalo in a fish tank and quite another to have a horde of them chasing you. Plus, it would be an excellent opportunity for them to meet the mer people on an equal footing, as it were. Being in the dungeons, it shouldn't be that difficult to arrange a tunnel to the lake to facilitate such meetings. She blinked a few times, thinking. A wonderful idea, Gil, but we haven't a budget to install such a thing. And it would take months, if not years, to push through the funding from the ministry. He waved his wand dismissively. Not an issue. I'll simply call in a few favors from my fans and it'll all be taken care of. Okay, she said hesitantly. If you think you can do it, by all means go right ahead. Excellent. This will be so much more exciting than my trip to Albania last spring. He spent another 5 minutes telling her about how boring that adventure had been. Why most of the villagers there had never even heard of Gilderoy Lockhart, nor his fabulous adventures as chronicled in his books. And how he had to work hard to maintain his perfect appearance at all times. He left out his violent encounter with Voldemort and Yaxley. She didn't ask about his subsequent stay in St. Mungo's, so perhaps she didn't know of it. He felt someone tap his shoulder. Oops, I'm wanted at this end, so I'll see you tomorrow at breakfast, then. Goodbye. He called out cheerily. He pretended not to notice her relieved expression as he said that. He had far too much political and financial pull for her to risk offending him. Not that Gary really cared. She could be as rude as she wanted and he wouldn't bat an eyelash, but she didn't know that. He pulled back from the floor and sat a moment, getting his balance back. It was Dobby at his side. Supper is served. Thank you, Dobby, he said, standing and straightening his robes. He sedately returned to the dining room. Already sitting around the table were the Tonks, Belle, Remus, and Sirius. Folded on his place setting was his parchment of notes. Sirius had the most innocent expression. If you didn't know him, you wouldn't suspect he had been reading something he knew he shouldn't. Gary was relieved to see, from the glare that Remus was giving Sirius, that Remus had managed to keep the parchment safe from prying eyes. He nodded to himself in approval. No one could claim, now that he was a professor again, that he had deliberately helped Harry. That night, as Gary was finishing putting his hair curlers in place for the night he had to look his best for the first day of his new classes, he realized it was awful quiet in the back of his mind. Normally ever since the incident in Flourish and Blots there had been the constant murmuring of Harry's thoughts and the swell and ebb of his emotions. He assumed that when Harry was in charge, then he felt the same effects from Gilderoy. But right now, there was dead silence. It was rather unnerving, actually. He hadn't noticed earlier because the pain on awakening and then the hectic activity during the day. But now, as he was relaxing in the rather mindless actions of preparing for bed, he could pay attention to what was in his own head and it seemed to be rather empty. Where had Gilderoy disappeared to? It was just Sue, quiet. Everything up to the last 6 months was distinct in his memory. He could clearly demarcate when he was in control and when Gilderoy was. Gilderoy, it had seemed, was more than willing to let Harry do most of the work, and only insisted on being in control when the subject of his books came up. He had been quite happy to let Harry deal with the physical issues of spell casting and battle tactics. And Harry was more than willing to let Gilderoy do his writing and rewriting. And rewriting. And then rewriting it again. It was a lot of work writing a book, Harry had discovered. And something he hadn't considered ever doing himself. Watching Gilderoy agonize over whether that last sentence delivered what he wanted the reader to experience was, well, mind-boggling to Harry. He spent that time in planning and meditating and tried not to think about the book. On the other hand, watching Harry zip through difficult-to-cast spells almost without thinking was beyond amazing to Gilderoy. Watching as he cast powerful spell after powerful spell without any signs of fatigue was simply astonishing to the previously mediocre wizard. Spells that would have left Gilderoy staggering and barely able to stay awake after casting them, Harry shot off without any noticeable after effect. And did them repeatedly. And yet where was he? Where was Harry? No, where was Gilderoy? Wait, who was in control here? Gary stared at his reflection. And his reflection stared back. Was he looking at Harry? Or Gilderoy? What had the spell been meant to do to him back last spring? And what had it done? He couldn't detect Harry in his mind anymore, yet he could remember everything Harry had experienced and done, as well as everything he had felt emotionally. And the same was true for Gilderoy. But there was no longer a wall between them, there was no sense that if he simply relaxed and mentally said the equivalent of here, that Gilderoy would take over and he could concentrate on thinking and planning while Gilderoy did what Harry thought of as drudge work. His memories no longer consisted of Harry looking at Gilderoy's childhood with envy nor Gilderoy looking in horror at Harry's experiences. Instead, they were all his point of view, they had all happened to him, and not to Gilderoy or Harry. And his mental point of view kept flipping, making things even more confusing. One moment he was positive he was Gilderoy and the next that he was Harry. Perhaps he was both? Had Voldemort's spell, obviously meant to destroy Harry mentally, instead instigated their complete integration? Gary decided he would go into an occlumency trance and examine the insides of his skull for a while, and if that didn't provide any substantial clues go to bed. Good morning, class. Lockhart called out cheerily as the fourth-year Gryffindors and Slytherins finished seating themselves. It was his first class of the day. He stood at the front of the class with his robes artfully held back by his hands on his hips, teeth gleaming brightly in a broad smile, nodding acknowledgments to the female students as they filed in and noticed their idol waiting for them. Today was a plum day, he had decided, and he looked stunning, even if he said so himself. He had redecorated the room, rather tastefully, he thought, using his store of Lockhart portraits. There were only about 24 on the walls. All of them happily waving and giving the students the thumbs-up sign. There was that blank spot over there, how had he missed it? He would have to add a few more portraits from his trunk. Harry and his friends regarded him somewhat warily. As you probably know, it had been announced at breakfast your former DADA professor was a Death Eater pretending to be Alastair Moody, and has been removed, by Moy, of course, he said not so modestly. I am, of course, Gilderoy Lockhart. He held up the cover of the soon-to-be-released Restraining a Rat with his smiling, happy face, on it, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 6-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, slayer of basilisks, detector of dark wizards, and, as you all remember, Hogwarts' most beloved defense against the dark arts professor. And, in view of your former professor now being in ministry custody, the headmistress has wisely chosen me to finish out your education this year. He grinned broadly at the class, making sure his gleaming teeth were on display. There were sighs of dismay from many of the boys, and sighs of contentment from all the girls. He dropped the book back on his desk with a loud bang, the Gilderoy on the cover winching in response. He rubbed his hands together gleefully as he went mewahahaha. In his best muggle-mad scientist impression he had spent over an hour last night practicing it. He hoped the little buggers appreciated it. "You're mine, now." Harry and company definitely were alarmed, now. Well, except for Hermione, she looked as if she were about to have an orgasm. "I looked over your course materials and you seem to be right where you are supposed to be. Unfortunately." He broadened his smile as many of the students started to look alarmed. They remembered his packed course material from second year when he had worked them relentlessly. They had had excellent grades as a result, but still, it had been quite tiring. "Put your books and bags away, we're going to see just how good your practicals are." He spun around with a flourish and wandlessly moved his desk and chair to the wall. Spinning back to face the class, he shot a quick stunner at Harry. As he had expected, the boy already had his wand up and a shield appeared to reflect the spell to the ceiling. "Constant vigilance," Lockhart cried happily. 5 points to Mr. Potter for being prepared. For the class it seemed as if the next 2 hours passed in minutes as he put them through their paces. "Terrible!" he exclaimed just before class let out. "You're right where you should be." They stared back, appalled. "Have no fear, though. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 6-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, slayer of basilisks, detector of dark wizards, and your beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor will have you ready for your owls by then end of the year." The class goggled at him, stunned. But, owls are next year," cried one horrified soul. "Ron," he thought. Lockhart laughed. "And what's wrong with being ahead? Everyone will underestimate you, giving you a definite advantage in any sort of confrontation. Plus, this will give you more time to concentrate on your other subjects next year and your D.A.D.A time will be merely revising. That and getting a head start on your N.E.W.T.S so your final years won't be as exhausting." Several of the students with siblings having gone through N.E.W.T.S nodded their agreement. 3 years to learn what they needed for the N.E.W.T.S would be much better than the cramming that took place trying to do it in 2. Hermione was nodding eagerly while the rest of the class divided into 2 groups, one of resigned acceptance and the other of horror at the work involved. "By the way," he added, "I am installing an Olympic-sized pool in the dungeon's west wing so that we may get up close and personal with the denizens of the watery realm." There was a stunned silence. "And to teach those who don't know how to swim. The pool will be open for recreational use by students all school year from 6 in the morning until curfew, except when in use by D.A.D.A in care of magical creatures classes, which times will be posted in your common rooms and in the pool room." He didn't mention the alarm on the room that went to the Dada professor's room in the event anyone tried to enter it after curfew. The house elves also monitored the room at all times so there wouldn't be any drowning tragedies. A spell of his own devising prevented anyone from entering the pool if there were no professors or house elves to provide oversight. The class broke up into furious whispering as those students familiar with public pools explained to the others what was going on. Class dismissed. "Mr. Potter, a brief moment of your time, please." Hermione, Neville, Susan, Hannah, and Ron waited just outside the door as Harry approached Lockhart's desk. Ron was more to the edge of the group instead of being right up with Hermione. Perhaps he was finally getting a handle on his jealousy. "Harry, my boy, I haven't had a chance to get together with you and it looks as if things are rather busy for you and me right now. So, I wanted to tell you," he said quietly, "I haven't been myself since returning from Albania, but yesterday I guess you could say I woke up." He sighed. "If I had been truly awake, I would have been able to prevent this whole fiasco with the Triwizard Tournament, and I apologize for not doing that." He shook his head sadly, looking down at the floor for a moment, inwardly cursing himself for his overconfidence in dealing with Volduhor in Albania. He should have expected there to be a dedicated follower nearby. He should have planned for the Death Eater to have competent backup. The future Harry Potter for sure would have expected a trap before setting out and made accommodations accordingly. His successes of the previous 2 years had given him a false sense of security and assuredness, a feeling that he could make no mistakes. Well, he had paid for that mistake, and so had Harry, to a lesser degree, by ending up in the Triwizard Tournament. Harry smiled at him, warmly. "It's okay, you've more than made up for anything wrong you might have done with getting my godfather free and taking in Bella. Sometimes you might be a right prat, but I know you mean well." The older wizard raised his eyebrows in surprise. Apparently, important things had happened between them over the last half a year. "Thank you, Harry," Gary said gratefully. He frowned. "I'm sorry to say that I don't remember much of the last 6 months, so if I say or do something unusual, please forgive me." It was Harry's turn to frown. "Nothing to worry about, my boy. Lockhart said. Now, you need to contact Sirius about the next task. He has information for you. Not being a professor or otherwise involved in the tournament, he can provide you with assistance. Harry nodded. Sirius' help with the first task had been indispensable. He smiled at the shorter wizard. Now, run along. Harry left quickly, and Lockhart was pleased to see that he grabbed Hermione's hand as they set off down the corridor while Luna, who had arrived in the meantime, took his other hand. Astonishingly, Draco was also outside in the corridor and walked beside Ron as the group headed for their dinner before afternoon classes. Gone was his typical sneer, and he and Ron appeared to be quite amicable. Had Gary hit the nail on the head 2 years ago? He shook his head ruefully. The rest of the week passed quickly as Gary quickly assessed the different classes. They were all where he expected. He previously brought them all to the point where they exceeded the school's requirements the last time he was here, and Remus hadn't let them fall behind last year. The exceptions, of course, were the first and second year's students who hadn't been in attendance back then. It would take only a little work to bring them up to snuff, and then move them ahead. The underwater portions he had planned would add a small bit to the course material, but not anything that would drastically affect the schedule. He foresaw the pool becoming a rich recreational resource during the cold winter months, which would decrease some of the tension of 1,000 students trapped inside a snowbound edifice. Not to mention getting Harry the help he needed with the second task while hiding it as course material for the entire school. And the pranking opportunities were limitless. First, there were the reactions the conservative wizards would have to their first sight of the bikinis that Gary was sure the Muggle-born witches would rapidly introduce to the pool. Those would provide much amusement. The purebloods only thought the current Wizarding World one-piece swimsuits were revealing. And he could hardly wait to see the witch's response to a wizard in a Speedo. And then there were the spells he had built into the pool room that occasionally would turn the 7th-year class's suits transparent while underwater or wet. Not too much, nor for too long. Just enough to rile both genders. Oh, this year was going to be so much fun. Mademoiselle Delacour, if you would come down here please, Lockhart called out after his introduction to the 7th-year DADA class. This class was a mix of Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, and Hogwarts students. The foreign students were all giving him looks of disbelief and disdain, obviously considering him little more than a dandy, especially after seeing the room's decorations. He so loved it when people underestimated him, it made it so much more satisfying when he trounced them later on. The Hogwarts students, though, from previous experience 2 years ago, regarded him with well-deserved respect. They remembered him as the eccentric magical powerhouse with impressive teaching skills that he truly was. The beautiful half-witch reluctantly, but elegantly, stood and started to the front of the room. The Beauxbaton student's robes marvelously showed off her hypnotizing figure as she walked down to join Lockhart at the front of the class. She was the epitome of grace in motion. Now, then, most of you know that Miss Delacour, here, is a half-vila. He gave her a broad smile. Who can tell me what that means? Several students raised their hands. Господин Polyakov. The Durmstrang student stood beside his desk. They are a race of semi-human, semi-magical creatures, he sneered. Their looks and dance are magically seductive to males. When angry, they transform into bird-like creatures and can launch balls of fire from their hands. They are easily angered. He added distastefully, they can breed with wizards. He managed to sound outraged at that thought. An excellent summary. Gary shook his head slightly to flounce his hair. He figured the Durmstrang student must be a closet gay as who wouldn't want to breed with the stunningly beautiful creature now standing beside him at the front of the classroom. Based on Bill Weasley's appearance in the morning the few times Gary had visited them at Shell Cottage, it was an experience well worth the effort. Mademoiselle Durand, can you add anything to that? It is unknown if half-vila or part-vila can be male with the same abilities as female part-vilas. They experience a great deal of hostility from wizards and witches. It is unknown at what generation part-vila lose their ability to transform. Excellent. Now then, Mademoiselle Delacour, can you selectively target your allure? She frowned prettily, but reluctantly nodded, oui. A bit. Volunteers, please. He paused only long enough to take a breath, you, and you. The indicated students, 2 wizards and 2 witches, shaking their heads at their poor luck in being selected, came to the front of the class and stood to his left while the half-vila was to his right. In short order, Lockhart had Fleur demonstrate the effects of her allure. The witches were upset and annoyed at the wizards while the wizards wore dazed expressions and couldn't take their eyes off the young part-vila. Several seated students closest to her also showed the effects. That included one girl Lockhart was interested to notice. Lockhart then attempted several different protective shields, placing them between the half-vila and himself and his test subjects. Well, isn't that interesting? There does not appear to be any magical barrier capable of protecting oneself from the allure. He grinned at the class. You are either resistant or you are not. He put his left hand on his hip, showing off. Naturally, a great wizard such as myself is easily capable of resisting even a full villa's allure. Fleur gave him a sidelong glance. But what about physical barriers? They quickly determined that a wall of any kind, wood, stone, metal, cloth, anything that completely blocked sight of the half-witch would stop the allure. Glass did not, nor did cloth thin enough to allow some sight of the half-witch through, even if it was only a shadow. Well, isn't that interesting? This aspect Vila allure is an entirely sight-based magic. The only way to stop the allure is physically to block your sight of the Vila. Even just closing your eyes will stop it. He glanced around the room. Most students appeared surprised. Plus, the Vila allure is not infallible. Strong-minded wizards, such as myself, or those truly in love can resist it, isn't that true, mademoiselle? He turned towards her, flashing his blinding bright smile at her. Oui. Fleur was completely blank-faced, even though he could feel her irritation and anger flowing out from her. The wizards are captivated by the allure, which makes them angry that they lost control, while the witches are angry because they are worried that they will lose their wizard to a Vila. To competition they have no hope of overpowering or beating. And that is why many Vila are unfairly subjected to discrimination and dislike. He looked out across the class. Mademoiselle Vasseur, have you ever noticed that wizards spend more time talking to your chest than to you? The witch in question was quite well endowed. The Beauxbatons robes did an excellent job of showcasing a witch's upper superstructure, even if there wasn't that much structure to showcase. Still, he appreciated the robe designer's attention to detail. She rolled her eyes. Oui. Most of the rest of the girls in the class giggled or nodded in agreement. Those nearly as well built as Mademoiselle Vasseur had exasperated expressions as well. Several of the boys looked embarrassed and snuck quick looks at the better endowed Beauxbatons students. The fact that wizards stare at your chest doesn't mean that you want them to do that, now does it? Non, came the quiet answer. Sometimes your chest tends to attract attention from wizards you really do not want to talk to, or even be seen talking to, isn't that true as well? Oui. And isn't it true that in some cases you attract the attention of wizards you would really rather totally avoid? Especially those we tend to call lechers or perverts. Oui. She blushed while looking somewhat angry. And you have many witches who envy you your ability to attract wizards, many who resent you for that same ability, and many who dislike you, even though it's just an accident of birth that you have those buxom attributes. And many of those witches spread nasty rumors about you being a witch of loose morals because you can so easily capture the interest of any wizard just by loosening a button, don't they? Still blushing, she answered oui, sadly. And isn't it also true that most wizards seem to think that the larger a witch's chest is, the dumber she must be? Oui, was the exasperated reply, seconded by several other witches who had larger than average mammary glands. So, one might say that you understand exactly how Avila feels about the attention she gets from wizards, isn't that so? Both witches exchanged a startled look before staring at Lockhart. Mademoiselle Vasseur, if you could attract and marry any wizard you wanted, would you pick an average, run-of-the-mill wizard or the richest most powerful wizard you could find? She laughed. The rich one, of course. All the girls laughed at that. Lockhart looked out at the class, smiling broadly. So, then, ladies, none of you need worry about losing your wizard friend to Avila, unless your wizard friend is a rich and a magically powerful wizard, isn't that right? After all, if Avila can have any wizard, why should she settle for a weak pauper when she can have the richest and most powerful? The witches all had stunned looks that slowly changed to calculating as they stared at Fleur, who was staring at Lockhart in shock. Finally, Mademoiselle Vasseur, Lockhart said, who would you find more interesting? A wizard who simply stared at your chest all the time every time you met or went on a date, or a wizard who looked you in the eyes and actually listened to what you said? Who could actually hold an intelligent conversation with you on subjects you find interesting? She frowned and answered, the wizard who listened. Exactly. Cried Lockhart triumphantly. So, ladies, the wizard Avila will find most interesting falls into one of two categories. Either he's the richest and most powerful wizard around, or he can resist the allure. A perfect match would be both, of course, such as myself, the famous Gilderoy Lockhart. He paused. He could see the Hogwarts students mentally finishing his spiel about his accomplishments. He grinned broadly, he had trained them well, he had. He continued, of the two, I'm sure that Mademoiselle Delacour, here, will tell you she is far more interested in finding a partner who she can talk with intelligently rather than a slobbering imbecile who can barely walk because he's too busy drooling on her shoes. After all, if you could have any wizard you wanted, which would you choose? The witches in class all had thoughtful expressions. The wizards looked mostly confused, probably an after effect of Flizz's allure. Or the fact that they were boys and basically incapable of understanding the problem at all. Mademoiselle Delacour, isn't it also true that the allure is difficult to control while you are young? Oui. So, while you are still learning to control your allure, just as wizards and witches are learning to control their magic, sometimes you won't be able to restrain it and wizards will succumb to its influence. They will follow you around like little lost puppies, with their tongues hanging out and drooling on the floor. Correct. The half-witch stared at him. She answered slowly. Gary turned back to the class. So, ladies, if you see your wizard friend staring at Mademoiselle Delacour with a particularly blank look and you can't seem to break it, you know 3 things of vital importance. First, your wizard friend is not in love with you, no matter what he professes. That could change, but at that moment, it is not true. Explain that to him in small words and don't say you know why I'm mad. I guarantee you, he doesn't. If you want to be snarky, give him a mop and bucket and tell him it's for his drool. Second, unless your wizard friend is very rich and magically powerful, you have nothing to fear from Mademoiselle Delacour, she's looking for someone who can easily resist her allure. In most cases that will be an older mature wizard. One who is confident in himself and his position. Neither do you have to fear her if your wizard friend is in love with you and able to resist her. Just because he's in love with you doesn't mean he could resist her if he were unattached. Plus, if he's truly in love with you, she knows she hasn't a chance of deflecting that love to herself. If she could deflect that love, then he wouldn't be able to resist her in the first place. And third, she's accidentally temporarily lost control of her allure, please forgive her error. Trying to control her allure is a tiring job, and the longer her day is the more difficult it becomes. As a result, you are more likely to see such incidents in the late evening. As she gets older that control will strengthen until it only affects those physically within a foot or so of her. Any male farther than her arm's reach is safe, unless he is particularly weak-minded. But for now, it is difficult for her. And finally, put your hand over his eyes or turn his head to look at you to break the connection. It might take a moment, but it will work. Another effective method is a good sharp kick to the shin. He paused, then added, if you are particularly annoyed, aim higher. The wizards all made a reflexive wince at the thought of where that higher aim might be. Now, then, regarding her transformed form. When extremely angry or upset, Avila will transform into a bird-like creature capable to throwing devastating fireballs. The best defense against this is do not piss off Avila. Understand? He glared at the class. And if you ever do encounter a transformed Vila, run. While a shield such as Protego will stop a fireball or two, it will collapse fairly quickly under the barrage of fireballs she will fling your way. Gary turned and gave the young half-witch a beaming smile. You may return to your seat. Oh, would you mind attending my other classes later this week and repeating this lesson? I find live examples make a longer lasting impression than a simple lecture. Give me your answer later today. With several uncertain glances back at him, she returned to her seat. What had just happened had not been what she expected when he had first started speaking. Gary knew he had just changed the young witch's life at Hogwarts. While some witches would ignore this lesson, at least a few would now understand and empathize with the part Vila, and perhaps be willing to befriend her. At the very least the amount of open hostility would drop. Later that day she sought him out and agreed to demonstrate her allure in his other classes. Rita was delighted with her interview with Harry, Hermione, and Luna the week after the first task. That they were an acknowledged trio, now, made things simpler. Colin loved the photograph credits he got. He was doing quite a good business selling his photos of the famous boy who lived. And students were asking for photos of their school Quidditch team favorites. Harry planned to drop the suggestion that he set up a photography studio when he graduated. He knew an investor who might be willing to help if the student was interested. 29 and the winner is. Gary's class walked uncertainly into the large empty chamber in the West Wing dungeon. It had a high ceiling, easily 50 feet above their heads, with 2 platforms at the far end, one short and the other tall. The Muggleborn recognized them as diving platforms, but there didn't appear to be a pool. The ceiling showed a bright sunny sky, and extended down the walls to reveal the surrounding mountains, cutting off and returning to standard stone walls just above the highest diving platform. If you didn't know you were in a dungeon, you would think the room was an outside walled patio. The room itself was as warm as the nice summer day the ceiling showed. They couldn't even hear the current pre-winter storm raging outside the castle's walls. Harry looked back at Lockhart with a wary expression. He just knew there had to be a prank involved in this. He moved over to one side of the room while most of the others grouped in the middle. Harry held Hermione's hand as Susan, Hannah, Neville, Ron, and Draco trailed behind them. A few of the more observant, and smarter, students slowly started moving towards Harry's group. Lockhart closed the door behind him and shouted happily, "Constant vigilance." The students all turned to watch as he swung his wand. The floor vanished, dunking the entire class into the huge pool, except for Harry and friends who were standing on the walkway by the wall. Lockhart watched carefully and used his magic to assist those who were poor swimmers to the edge of the pool. It wouldn't do to drown any of his students, much as some of them might deserve it. Constant vigilance. He yelled, again, laughing manically. You were all told this room contained a pool, yet none of you thought it might be right under you. He waved his wand a second time and dried the soaking wet, and very angry, students. Harry and company were laughing so hard he thought they would wet themselves. Only Draco managed a mediocre crumb of decorum by chuckling instead of whole-body laughs as the others did. All right. Witch's changing room is on the right, he pointed to a door on the right wall beside the entrance wall. Wizards is on the left, he indicated their door. Swimming attire is in each locker and will automatically size to fit you. You each will select a locker by placing your hand on it. After today, your locker will appear in the changing room when you enter and disappear when you leave. Hurry up now, chop chop. 10 minutes later the wizards were staring at the swimsuit-clad witches, who were returning the favor. Both sexes were wearing turn-of-the-century one-piece suits, the only real difference between them was the girls' suits made allowances for chest size while the boys' suits were not as tight in the groin area. The universal color on the students' faces seemed to be blushing red, the exceptions being the Muggle-born and a few of the half-bloods. With any luck no one would drown because they were too distracted by the revealing costumes, although the Muggle-born and the more knowledgeable half-bloods were disgusted at the conservative cut of the suits, especially the boys' almost full-body suits with shoulder straps and leggings that extended halfway to their knees. Gary took control rather handily. Today we're going to see how gillyweed works and meet a few dozen Grindylows in their native environment. Later we will learn the bubblehead charm, which has many uses outside of underwater. Minutes later the entire class was once more in the pool. The pure-blood males found it a quite enlightening class, especially when they saw how clingy the wetsuits were on the witches when they climbed out of the pool at the end of class. The witches, it appeared, were just as interested in what they saw, but with far more blushing. It was, Lockhart decided, a very successful introduction to the new DADA course material. He knew the smarter students were already planning to use the bubblehead charm in potions class to avoid noxious odors. The few students who didn't know how to swim he had quickly paired with others, with orders for them to practice in the pool as homework. Hermione and Luna seemed especially pleased at the prospect of teaching Harry what he needed to know, and showing him a certain amount of skin in the process. Gary was sure that soon a request for an indoor pool at Grimmauld Place would make its presence known. _ Headmistress McGonagall had started several new classes at the school Gary was pleased to notice. First, all incoming new students were given a test on their knowledge of both Muggle and Wizarding worlds. Based on those results they either took a 4-year class on Wizarding traditions and culture or they took a 4-year class on Muggle cultures so they could pass as a Muggle without appearing as idiots in either dress or understanding technology. The first year was an overview, the other 3 went into details. Similarly, tough rules on magic use outside of classrooms were in place, with the 3 strikes rule implemented. First was points deduction, then detentions, then suspension. She tackled bullying head-on, with the same penalties. No one had privileges due to their station. This was not popular among the purebloods, especially those in Slytherin, who felt their rights as naturally superior wizards and witches were being disregarded. They bitterly complained at the blatant discrimination forced onto them. She had expanded Quidditch game days to be parents' days as well, allowing parents to visit their children if they wanted. Muggle-born families had special arrangements so they could visit as well, and see their children using magic. She brought back Slughorn for the pre-owl students and allowed Snape to teach only the students looking for a Newt certificate. The rest of his time, he spent in research. He was almost pleasant, Gary was astonished to discover, with a wicked sarcastic wit. Slughorn also took over as head of Slytherin House. The dueling club was still ongoing, although separated into 4 groups so that students could always find a time that didn't conflict with their schedules. _ The results of Yaxley's more thorough interrogation back at the ministry were less than pleasing. Either Voldemort had obliviated him of the necessary memories, or a compatriot had done so. They had learned nothing of where the evil wizard was hiding, who was helping him, or what his plans were, except possibly to kidnap Harry Potter. Gary's alert charms around the old Riddle mansion were intact and untripped. A quick personal check revealed the building as empty as it had been when he had placed the charms over a year ago when he had visited the graveyard. He had renewed the charms, anyway, in the hope his enemy might make a mistake. He could only hope the plan for rebirth was going to be the same as it had been in his past. He didn't dare do more from fear that the evil wizard would detect it and ruin any possibility he had of stopping the resurrection. Or at least intercepting the results and dealing with the mad wizard before he fled to parts unknown. It had always puzzled Harry as to why Voldemort had been so insistent on having his resurrection on June 24 when the summer solstice was June 21 at 7:34 in the evening, which was 8:34 in Little Hangleton, an hour's time to the east. Was there perhaps a special boost to a revival ritual done 3 days after the solstice? Considering that the third Triwizard task started at sundown, 10:34 in the evening, and there was a 3-hour difference there, too, perhaps there was a special reason to delay the ritual. 3 days later, 3 hours, 3 components to the ritual perhaps that mattered? Whatever the reason, it seemed that Voldemort was intent on repeating the ritual he had performed in Harry's future. Which was actually a relief. Now Gary didn't have to worry that Voldemort had found another method to resurrect himself. Gary's only recourse was to proceed as if he knew nothing of the future past and concentrate on pranking. No, assisting, he was assisting Harry in his preparations. The rest of the school, though. Underscore. The Christmas ball went as Gary expected, except this time Fleur asked him to be her date instead of Roger Davies as he remembered. Also different was Hermione and Luna attending as Harry's dates. Neville attended with Susan, and Hannah, making him the envy of most males at the function Gary was pleased to note, and taking attention from Harry. Harry was envied for his having 2 dates, sure, but his choices left much to be desired, according to the male population at Hogwarts. Hermione, while a beautiful date, had the reputation of a pushy know-it-all uninterested in the more feminine aspects of her personality, which put off most of the boys. They were looking for a girl a bit more deferential to their egos. And Luna was, well, Luna. Despite her ethereal beauty, her reputation as an oddball shook off almost all interest in her as a date. Ron came in with Draco and, to Gary's shock, did not spend his time at the buffet table stuffing his face. Gary had a wonderful time, and was entirely in his element. Who knew dancing could be so much fun? He reserved most of his dances for Fleur, but whenever she had another partner, he found more than enough witches interested in dancing with him. Fleur seemed annoyed, when she noticed, that he so easily managed to find a dance partner when she accepted a request from another student. She was more used to watching her dates pine for her from the sidelines when she wasn't right with them. He was, she appeared to finally realize, a challenge to her as Avila. 3 if she wanted to keep his attention, then she would have to work at it. Her allure did nothing to help her. She had to rely entirely on her own intelligence, wit, and charm. A most unusual and challenging situation for her. And he was rather relieved not to hear, via his listening charms, Ron and Hermione having a rocking row over her being someone else's date. That pairing was well and truly out of question. He could finally safely ignore the prat. Although with his jealousy under control, and his eating habits approaching those normal for most people, Gary could almost see him as a casual friend to Harry, which Gary could now support. Harry had enough friends as support that Ron's jealousies, should they arise, would not be nearly as personally devastating as they had been in Gary's future past. Valentine's Day brought no changes to the romance scene, but did remind him of something that always had puzzled Gary in his first life, the number of students who had paired up while in Hogwarts and actually remained together as adults. At least until Voldemort had done them in. Sure, there was a lot of random dating and couples meeting and breaking up in that 7-year period, but when a couple declared themselves with an engagement, it always lasted. And he wasn't counting those marriages arranged by the parents. Those marriages usually had one or both spouses keeping significant others as secret lovers. That magical teenagers would marry their sweethearts in school and stay married flew in the face of Muggle experience. In the Muggle world, those marriages rarely lasted and the divorce rate easily matched the marriage rate in the population. On the other hand, divorce in the Wizarding world was a rare occurrence, Celestina Warbeck's 2 divorces being the scandalous exception that proved the rule. Now that he had a chance to observe, though, he noticed something he had missed the first time around. When he carefully watched couples, he noticed their magic seemed to shift with time. Was it possible that when a wizard and witch or other combinations, such as Ron and Draco, spent enough time in a voluntary love-based relationship that their magic began to adapt them to each other? To smooth over the rough edges that would normally form stumbling blocks to a long-term marriage? It didn't always work that way, as the adult Celestina proved, but mostly it did. Did the still-growing magic of the teens make possible a flexibility that the adults' more rigid and settled magic did not? Hermione and Harry seemed to fit together far better than he remembered them doing in his future. Certainly, without all the drama of that Harry future had faced in his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years, it was easier for the wizard to form an attachment. That it blossomed so well in the here and now was gratifying. The previous year's Christmas and Valentine's Day, Hannah and Susan had been sitting with Harry, but now they were with Neville. Had magic dissuaded them? Or was it that they were teenagers, and you simply could not predict what they were going to do next? Or had they decided that sharing Neville as ménage à trois made more sense than ménage à cinq with Harry? Watching how Hermione and Luna seemed to accept sharing Harry without jealousy, and Harry's happy equal acceptance of each girl seemed to support his conjecture that magic accommodated them. It had to be their magic working together that made a ménage à trios like that possible, because normally no Muggle-born witch would agree to such an arrangement. Her background of only seeing and hearing about exclusive couples would make that almost impossible to accept. 2 Muggle girls agreeing to share a boyfriend in the Muggle world was simply nothing that ever happened, or was extremely rare, especially when both clearly intended to marry their boyfriend at some point in the future. When he reviewed his memories of couples who had married and not an arranged marriage soon after leaving Hogwarts, such as all the Weasleys, the Tonks, the Diggorys, and others, they seemed quite happy. Apparently, marrying your high school sweetheart, or sweethearts, in the magical world was not only possible, but a good long-term strategy for happiness. That Harry would have a large family as a result was a foregone conclusion. With 2 wives, how could he not have a flock of kids? That would make Harry very, very happy, Gary knew. It made him somewhat envious, as well. Although, now that he considered it, Fleur did seem to seek out his company, usually under the guise of questions regarding magical defense and his personal experiences in combating dark wizards. He had the impression that if he didn't sit at the headmistress table that Fleur would have come over to his table and sat beside him rather frequently. And she did seem to spend quite a bit of her time in the Great Hall during meals looking over at him, but then again, so did a number of the other witches, and a few wizards, in the Great Hall. She certainly was taking a more hands-on approach than other witches, frequently touching his arm while they talked or bumping her hip into him if they happened to be walking together as she asked questions about her classes. And while she wasn't the only Beauxbatons student to send him a valentine, she delivered hers in person and blatantly flirted with him. There was none of the embarrassed red face that the other witches all sported when talking with their hoped-for beau. Gary was truly happy that Harry was having the life Harry future past had never had. And he intended to live that life as vicariously as possible. Oh, how he was going to spoil those kids when they reached the toddler age. To make sure that he could do so, though, he was going to have to convince the boy that he was more than welcome to bring his family into Grimmauld Place. He knew Sirius wouldn't object to that situation. The second task was rather anticlimactic. Harry's hostage was Hermione, of course, Fliss was Gabrielle, Victor had a Beauxbatons girl, and Cedric's was Cho Chang, just as last time in the future past. Gary, as he had promised, stationed himself beside the hostages and made sure they were never in any danger whatsoever. He had also made sure, the night before, that the 4 champions understood that their hostages were in no danger whatsoever. Fleur, while upset at her sister being taken, wasn't anywhere near the state of near panic she had been in during Gary's future past life. Cedric and Fleur once again used the bubblehead charm and swam down. As before, Fleur was waylaid by the Grindylows. Victor half-transformed to a shark and ended up accidentally biting his hostage trying to undo the ropes holding her to the village mayorman statue. Harry, though, took the marauder route and chopped 2 pieces of wood off the dock with a cutting hex. He transformed them into small tubes he attached to his ankles with a sticking charm. Then he cast a banishing spell on the insides that turned the tubes into mini-jets that shot him through the water at high speed. Like last time, he used gillyweed to adapt to underwater. He arrived at the hostages, freed Hermione, and shot back to the shore in well under half an hour. Unfortunately, though, he had to wait out the gillyweed's hour-long effect before getting out of the freezing water that cost him a few points, but not nearly as many as Victor's biting his hostage. Still, he had the best time and won the second task handily. Oddly enough, though, when Crumb returned to his normal appearance he had waist-long blonde hair. However did that happen? Although, watching Harry flounder in the pool in the dead of night learning how to maneuver with those jet ski tubes and not end up with his knees against his chin spinning in circles underwater would be a treasured memory, and blackmail material, for the next 100 years, Gary decided. Because Rita didn't trash Hermione this time, there wasn't a repeat of Hermione's trip to the hospital wing from booby-trapped hate mail in March. It helped that the headmistress had changed the castle enchantments to divert owls with curses and howlers to another room where the house elves dealt with them. Aurors took the truly dangerous mail and tracked down the senders for an appropriate fine and punishment. Nevermore would Molly Weasley's dulcet tones reverberate around the castle as she berated her children for their various in-school transgressions. Thank Merlin. Fleur, it appeared, had told her parents more than a bit about her Hogwarts defense against the dark arts professor. And that she was interested in him, to Gary's stunned surprise. The first he realized it was when a short and quite plump wizard sought him out just after the judges announced their scores for the second task. The man was nattily dressed, with better-than-average looks, and wore high-heeled boots. He had a little, very pointed black beard. Smiling as he approached, the wizard bowed, saying, "Thank you for the warning about our daughters, and for safeguarding Jim as you did. I am Monsieur Edgar Delacour." Smiling broadly, Gary replied, "And I am Monsieur Gilderoy Lockhart, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 6-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, slayer of basilisks, and detector of dark wizards. Thank you for your kind words, but it is my job to safeguard all students at Hogwarts. I take the job very seriously. I do have a reputation to uphold, after all." The French wizard gave the appearance of being a kind and jovial person. "Oui, that is as my daughter has told us." He paused a moment then continued, "On behalf of my wife and daughter, would you use the honor of attending a small dinner party at our manor this Friday?" He held out a small ornate envelope. Caught off guard by the invitation, Gary took the envelope and carefully opened it. The details were there, including a brief note at the bottom stating the letter itself was a portkey timed to bring him to their manor at the proper time. All he had to do was tap the envelope with his wand saying, "I accept," and the letter would notify, via an entry in the Delacour's invitation book at their home, that he intended to come. Then, on the proper date and at the right time, the portkey would activate. If he didn't accept, the letter remained inert. The French wizard bowed a second time, "Thank you for your time, I must attend my wife and daughters now." His eyes flicked in the direction of the hospital tent where Madame Pomfrey was only now releasing her captives, patients. Crumb carried off the long-haired blonde look quite well, Gary noted, although his scowl seemed etched in stone at Madame Pomfrey's inability to restore his proper hair color. More than a few of the witches in the audience seemed to like his new look. Giving the French wizard a broad smile in return, Gary said, "Yes, of course, I understand." Faced with the choice of creating an international scandal by refusing an invite from such an important figure in the Wizarding France government, or having the chance to meet and impress such a powerful figure, Gary took out his wand and tapped the invitation. "And, I would be delighted to attend your dinner party." Gilderoy had only dreamed of making such an important contact, and Gary was quite pleased to see the invitation give a soft glow in response. And to note Monsieur Delacour's acknowledging nod. That Friday, the porte-clés delivered him to the patio behind the Delacour manor. His ensemble was a light plum that he felt suited the occasion. Tucked into one of his expanded pockets was his complete autobiographical collection. These were the deluxe editions, with additional side notes and an extra chapter each. The last two books, Burrowing with a Basilisk, and Restraining a Rat, also had both Harry Potter's and Hermione Granger's autographs. The latter had been astonished to be included in the signings. And thrilled. He had wanted to include Ginny Weasley's autograph, as well, but her part in the Basilisk affair was a secret that he could not allow out. There were two other families attending the party, apparently close friends of the adult Delacours. Gary played the Lockhart card fully. By the time he left, Fla's parents, and their other guests, were giving her sidelong looks that clearly said, "Are you kidding me? You like this prat?" And Fleur was giving him a glare that threatened to melt the polar ice caps. Oh, to be a fly on the wall as Fleur attempted to tell her parents that Gary wasn't really the awful dandified twit he had appeared as that evening. Gabrielle, Fla's younger sister, thought he was hilarious and by the end of the evening was saying his signature Order of Merlin, 3rd class spiel in synchronization with him, to both their amusements. The second invitation had been a surprise and he began to suspect that maybe Fleur was more serious about this than he had thought. And she was a very attractive young witch with, he had discovered, a delightful wicked wit. For that second visit, instead of a bottle of wine, he had brought a small vial of ground basilisk bone and a signed wizarding photograph of him standing in front of the dead basilisk. The parents had been much more approving when he left that evening. That he had spent much less conversation telling everyone how great he was and more on how wizarding society in Great Britain needed to change probably helped. Things progressed to the point where the invitations were almost weekly. Fla's complaint about Gary's swimming pool prank, which he had pulled on every class, had caught Gabby's attention, and in answer to her questions he had described a few of his other pranks. Gabby, it appeared, loved pranks. And on his next dinner engagement, he had discovered that Gabby had clearly declared to her parents that if Fleur didn't want him, she would gladly take up the burden. Gary discovered he quite enjoyed his time spent with Fleur. He found himself looking forward to each invitation as an opportunity to be with her without being under the watchful eyes of the entire school. Plus, as his dating the young part which hadn't occurred in his future past, he didn't need to guard himself against inadvertently revealing something of the future possible. He did manage, though, to slip her a protection ring on her birthday. It was a simple copper ring that would react with a protocol-like shield if it detected harmful magic headed towards the wearer just in case an Imperious champion might sneak into the maze. That he had replaced Bill Weasley as her probable partner did not disturb him in the slightest. If Bill had been her one and only destined mate, then nothing Gary could do would change that. If Bill was going to win the witch, then Gary and Fleur would break up over the summer. If she didn't, well, then, maybe she preferred him over Bill because of his sheer power as a wizard that they were both immune to her Vila aura put them on equal footing in that respect. Last time, he had only been a little boy and not suitable as partner, especially considering his teenage angst and tendency to hide from others. But now? Well, he was a powerful adult and wasn't afraid to let others know it. Being humble was not part of Lockhart's personality, and Gary was certainly keeping to that reputation. Underscore. Gary and Dobby had culled the Death Eater ranks to the point where Voltigeur would find little to no response when he sent out his call at the end of his rebirth in the graveyard, should things go pear-shaped and that happen as it had in his future. He who must not be named's inner circle minions were either dead or trapped in Azkaban. The other minions, those still alive, were in greatly reduced circumstances and couldn't just leave their jobs in response to his call without losing those jobs. And none of them were well off enough to just give up their livelihoods. Without his financiers, Voltigeur would be hard-pressed to pay his people, or even to provide for himself, now that Lockhart owned and had emptied his vaults and those of his followers. And losing Yaxley, and access to his vault, had been a big blow to the not-quite-dead wizard's plans. Those Death Eaters still alive had gone to ground quite thoroughly, doing nothing that might draw the attention of the Vigilante, as they called him. Getting his attention, they knew, was a sure death sentence. And the Ministry's new policies of automatically arresting anyone with a Death Eater mark and interrogating him or her with Veritaserum didn't help them, either. 30 seconds under Veritaserum was a one-way ticket to Azkaban as a simple question: have you committed any illegal acts? Led to a litany of gruesome murders they had participated in during the First War, including half-bloods and those they called blood traitors. Not to mention battles they had fought with Aurors, which in itself was a crime with Azkaban time as punishment. And if an Auror died during one of those battles, well, that guaranteed a long stay in the wizarding prison. And even without that, there were the other crimes they had committed: bribery, fraud, and theft, to name just a few. And the rollback of the constricting laws passed by the previously dark-influenced Wizengamot had gone a long ways towards restoring equality for the non-pure bloods. The political climate was decidedly anti-dark, meaning no one could bribe their way out of a trial or sentence. The new required oaths promising that the Wizengamot members, and the bureaucrats, would be fair, honest in their dealings in the ministry, as best as they could, had eliminated corruption. Anyone violating those oaths would find their magic forcing them to confess their misdeed to their supervisor and then the Aurors, and appropriate punishments issued. Wizengamot members would confess their misdeeds at the next scheduled meeting and, again, the appropriate punishments would be assigned. Sirius and Remus had taken the Gilderoy Lockhart investment fund and pushed it hard. There were now several dozen new businesses in the wizarding world. Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade were booming with customers. The Weasley twins' telly shop was a grand hit. They had managed to launch it just in time for Christmas. They had a staff of a dozen doing nothing but adapting the Muggle devices to the magical environment and selling them as fast as they could produce them. Their summer experiment to keep Belle happy had paid off in huge dividends. All they had to do was produce those owls and newts at Hogwarts to keep Sirius and Remus backing their store. Far too soon, the third and final Triwizard task was upon them. There was a heavy Auror presence as the other two countries involved had contributed their share to the protective force. Having them patrol in threes would prevent any interference by a hidden Death Eater. And, when two patrols met, they traded a partner. That made it effectively impossible for Voldemort to somehow manage to get a Death Eater from each country onto the same triad for more than a quarter of an hour, or for one Death Eater to control the other two far shorter than the time the champions were expected to be in the maze. At Gary's insistent suggestion, there was a reflection spell in place over the maze that allowed the spectators to easily see and follow the champions as they traversed the maze. The champions, however, would see nothing if they looked up. He suspected he would find himself torn between following Harry and following Fleur, his now unofficial girlfriend. She would become his fiancée after she graduated in a few weeks. He quite looked forward to that. Her fiery nature translated to rather torrid moments when the two were alone, nothing more inappropriate than snogging, but wow, what snogging! Ah, Minister Bones! Gary said happily as he caught sight of the harried witch. Everything looks wonderful. You must have checked everything at least 3 times yourself, just as I would have done in your place. Unfortunately, my duties here at the school precluded me from providing any assistance, otherwise things would be flawless. He was posed perfectly in the waning sunlight as dusk approached so as to give the impression he had done all the work, beaming with pride as he looked out over the hedge maze. He pretended not to notice her rolling her eyes. By the way, has anyone checked the trophy cup for alterations to its Port2 destination? It wouldn't do, would it, to have our winning champion stolen out from under our noses by such a simple tactic? Yes, Gil, the minister said a bit frostily, I personally checked the trophy this morning. It has one destination Port2 spell on it, set to enable as soon as the first champion enters the maze. Wonderful! Gushed Gary. And you never let it out of your sight until you placed it in the maze center yourself, right? He flashed a brilliant smile at her. And put an alarm spell on it so that should anyone come within 5 feet of it you would know? With a second alarm spell on the first that would go off if someone tries to dispel the first. Minister Bones stared at him. It wasn't difficult to pick up her frustration with him, mingled with a bit of chagrin that he was right. She hadn't put any alarm spells on the trophy cup. She had just verified the cup's existing spells. She smiled at him, a very non-humorous smile that said, I'm doing this just to keep you happy and not because it really needs to be done and because I know you won't shut up about it until I do. That's a splendid idea, a last-minute check. Sourly, she turned and waved at a nearby trio of Aurors. A moment later, the 4 of them trudged off towards the maze. Gary laughed to himself. He had already apparat to the cup and checked it over just a few minutes ago. It was clean, it would not Port2 the winner away from Hogwarts. There were no signs of any tampering at all. There were also no signs of any activity at the graveyard, either. It was all very worrying. Perhaps he had been a little too thorough in eliminating Death Eaters. In any case, all he could do was soldier on and hope for the best. He turned and with a jaunty walk headed back to the Great Hall for a little last-minute pranking. Advice, he going to be giving the boy a bit of advice. Remember, Harry, Gary said as they walked down to the Triwizard Maze. If anything goes wrong and you need to escape, the emergency Port2 phrase is there's no place like home, and it'll bring you straight back to here. Oh, and don't forget to click your heels together 3 times while you say that, that's very important, don't you know? He smiled down at Short Wizard who was staring back at him with a skeptical expression. Gary wondered how long it would take the boy to notice that his shoes were now a gleaming ruby red. And just to keep Sirius happy I've placed about a dozen tracking spells on your person and clothes. If anything happens, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 6-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, slayer of basilisks, and detector of dark wizards, will be right there before you can say Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 6-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, slayer of basilisks, and detector of dark wizards. By the time I say that, it will be too late. Harry exclaimed, he sighed deeply. Is all that really necessary, Gil? I mean, isn't all this overkill? After all, the second task went perfectly. Gary waffled a bit before saying quietly, Harry, I'll let you in on a little secret. He paused and leaned closer. This, and the next week, are Voldemort's last chance to get at you before you're at Grimmauld Place and beyond his reach for the summer. In his present form, he might not survive until fall. So, no, this is not overkill. In fact, no one knows this, but I plan to take you home tonight rather than risk you here at the school. Harry looked back at him solemnly and slowly nodded. Now, give him hell, Harry. Gary finished as he gave the boy a slight push towards the judging stand, in front of which the other champions were waiting with Ludo Bagman. Gary tuned out what the windbag was saying as he carefully looked over the crowd in the stadium. He waved to Sirius and Remus, and the rest of the family. In the stand Sirius looked to be laughing at Harry's new footwear. He turned back to the 4 champions just as Harry joined him. Harry was too nervous to notice the odd looks everyone was giving his flashy ruby-red shoes. Bagman blew his whistle and off Harry trotted. Gary split his attention between the crowd watching the reflected maze and Harry. He was interested to see that unlike his time in the maze, Harry was having a bit of a rougher experience and running into far more creatures than he had. It seems that Crouch had made Harry Future Past's way through the maze easier. Well, good, at least this time the maze was a challenge to all of the champions, with no one receiving unfair advantages. Well, except for the fact that Harry was a 4th year while the other 3 were 7th years. In that case, was making Harry's way through the maze easier unfair or merely making up for the unfair advantage the other 3 had over him? Oh, well, it didn't matter. Gary didn't care if Harry reached the trophy cup, just that he emerged from the 3rd task unharmed. This time, without the Death Eater's interference, it was much more of a race than before. Harry, though, had a different thought process than the others and his solutions were sometimes a bit more straightforward. His response to the blast-ended Scroot was pure marauder. He disillusioned himself and casted a spell projecting the image of a second, smaller Scroot peering around the last turning several yards behind Harry. The real Scroot, seeing the smaller one, instantly moved to attack, charging around the corner in pursuit of the retreating image and forgetting entirely about Harry. Or, perhaps, wanting to eliminate the competition before getting to his snack. In either event, Harry rapidly ran to the next maze turn before the Scroot discovered his deception. Unlike the future past, though, all 4 champions reached the maze center at the same time. The 4 champions made rather quick work of the acromantula, and then faced off against each other. There was no argument this time over who should grab the trophy first, it was a simple race that ended in a tie. As in Harry's future, nevertheless, the moment they touched the trophy, they were portkeyed away. This time, however, they appeared sprawling on the judges' platform and not in a dirty, decrepit, dangerous graveyard. After a brief moment's confusion, Bagman rallied and immediately started congratulating his 4 winners as they clambered to their feet. He approached Cedric first and pumped his hand up and down like he was trying to pump water from an old-fashioned iron water pump. He finally let go and turned to Victor, repeating his incessant hand-shaking and congratulations before turning to Fleur, and finally to Harry. He pulled Harry slightly away from the other champions, separating him from them as he congratulated the young wizard. That was when it happened. Ludo let go of Harry's hand and slapped him on the shoulder with his left hand. As soon as the older wizard lifted his hand, Harry disappeared. 30 silent as the grave. Gary stared, momentarily stunned, but then sprang into action. A quick wave of his wand and the various tracking charms on the boy began displaying their results. The 3 standard tracking charms reported nothing, indicating that the tags he had placed did not exist. Clearly, enchantments at Harry's destination prevented those tags from working. The 3 he had used in the middle of the future past war detected their tags, but merely indicated the boy was to the south and east, and between 300 and 1,000 miles away. It was the tracking spell taught to him by the Chinese wizard near the end of that future past war, however, delivered clear information. It revealed the boy had been portkeyed to a location that should be Little Hangleton, if he remembered correctly. That contradicted his alarm charms in Little Hangleton, which were silent and indicated that nothing out of the ordinary was happening in the tiny village, decayed mansion, or graveyard. Voldemort must have detected Lockhart's alarm spells and subverted them or prevented them from working. In retrospect, Gary should have expected that Voldemort always had been extraordinarily cautious when he was weak. This time, because someone had attacked and killed so many of his minions, perhaps he had placed himself under a Fidelius charm. The attention brought by the public kidnapping, and the variety of tracking charms on the boy, negated most of the protections provided by the Fidelius. The charm can only hide you if you don't do anything monumentally stupid that reveals your presence, such as moving things not covered by the magic. People were only just beginning to react. An alert aura had hit Bagman with a stunner as soon as Harry had disappeared. The self-important promoter had probably been under an imperious and the head of the DMLE was hurrying over to investigate. Minister Bones was gone. Her security squad had port-keyed her to the ministry almost at the same time that Bagman had been stunned. They were taking no chances on an assassination attempt. The other foreign dignitaries were similarly being hustled away by their paranoid security forces. Gary quickly cast his patroness, momentarily surprised when a magpie appeared instead of his peacock or stag. Find Minister Bones, tell her that Harry has been port-keyed to Little Hangleton, a village about 200 miles north of London. I believe that's where Voldemort is, as well. I'm going there now and will send another patroness as I find out more. Get a team of Aurors and Unspeakables ready. The bird rapidly flew off. He took a quick look around and saw both Remus and Sirius headed his way. He assumed that the Tonks and Belle were headed for the Hogwarts gates and home. Rather than face the two men and try to explain that he didn't want their help, there was no way he was going to risk their lives in this situation and possibly deprive Harry of their presence in his life. He took off Sam the sorting hat and cancelled the disillusionment charm on it. He tossed Sam as if it were a pointy frisbee to Sirius, getting an outraged hey from the sorting hat as he did so. He gave the approaching wizards a broad smile and cheery wave as he spun on his heel and dissipated. He operated into a small clearing not far from the Riddle family graveyard but well beyond any alarm enchantments that the Death Eaters might have placed. His 4 tracking charms confirmed that Harry was less than a mile away, and his direction. Lockhart disillusioned himself, silenced his breathing, footsteps, and anything else that might give him away by sound, scent, or visually, and then camouflaged his movements with a spell that restored wherever he stepped to its original condition. You would have to watch exactly where he stepped to see the momentary outline of his shoes. A final set of Notice Me Nots, both muggle and magical, completed the set. He was as nearly invisible as it was possible to get without being a ghost. As he expected, Point Me merely made his wand spin uselessly. His specialized tracking spell still worked, though it hadn't yet been detected. He pulled out his broom, enlarged it, and took off as quickly as he dared move, which wasn't as fast as he could move. He didn't want to fly into a trap, after all. Once was enough for that. Barely 5 minutes after the abduction he found himself approaching the graveyard at a speed barely above walking. He felt the magical and muggle Notice Me Not enchantments put up by a Death Eater, or the Dark Lord himself, as he passed through them at the edge of the graveyard. Voldy, it appeared, didn't want to be disturbed. If Gary hadn't been focused on following his tracking spell, it might have worked, too. But had he cancelled the oath he and Bellatrix had sworn as he had meant to do? Had he covered everything needed? If things went completely pear-shaped, the poor girl might accidentally invoke one of the penalties while at Hogwarts or later in her life. It would be irresponsible of him to allow that situation to remain. He knew he had spoken with her. Ah, Belle. There you are. He had found her in the game room watching a Disney movie. Like most girls her apparent age, she was quite enamored of the Disney princesses. Could I have a few minutes of your time? Shrugging, she hit the pause button and followed him back to his study. He carefully closed the door behind them, and discreetly erected several privacy charms. It wouldn't do for anyone to hear what they discussed or did for the next several minutes. Bella, he said as he turned to her with a flourish, you'll be 8 years old in a few weeks and I thought I would give you some early birthday presents. Harry will grab the limelight when he wins the Triwizard Tournament, you know. Her eyes lit up and she bounced on her feet like an excited house elf. First, is this. He held out an open box with a 12 3/4 inch long wand, made of walnut with a dragon heartstring core. Her eyes opened wide. A wand, she barely breathed out. She looked at him, shocked. A real wand? She asked, hardly believing it to be true and hoping it wasn't a prank. Gary smiled broadly. A real wand, just as surely as I am Gilderoy Lockhart. He paused as if he were about to give his customary spiel, but her eyes were unwavering on the wand in his hand and she missed his pseudo-prank. He sighed. Here, take this. He held out the box and she slowly reached for it, still half expecting a prank. Not the box, silly, take the wand. She gingerly took the wand in her right hand and gave it a small wave. Multicolored sparks burst from the end. Excellent! Gary cried out excitedly. He hadn't been sure that the wand, made exactly as her old one, would still be appropriate for her after her de-aging and new life for the past 2 years, especially given how radically different her new upbringing was compared to her previous experiences in her father's mansion. That old buzzard hadn't had the slightest bit of humor in his soul, a true Scrooge from the sounds of him. Now hold your wand like this. He held his wand up and at a slight angle towards her. She imitated his stance and did so. Now touch the tip to mine and hold it there for a few moments. She did. I'll answer your questions when we finish, all right? She nodded. She would agree with almost anything to get her own wand. I, Lord Gilderoy Lockhart Black Potter Peveril Greyfinder Slytherin Gaunt declare now and for all time that Bellatrix Lestrange Black, also known as Belladonna Bellatrix Black, has satisfied all conditions and requirements of the magical oath we both swore on May 16, 1992. I have provided her with the galleons promised, now residing in her personal vault at Gringotts, and she is free to come and go as she pleases. I have no farther expectations from her and will provide familial protections and assistance, as she needs. She has no farther expectations beyond those provided by any family for a member of the family. Therefore, I declare that magical oath complete, null, and void, without any enforcement or punishment powers whatsoever. So mote it be. Belle stared at him, jaw dropped open in surprise and shock. Say, I release Gilderoy Lockhart from said oath. She did. Now say, so mote it be. She did. Excellent. He exclaimed, lowering his wand to waist level. She stared at him. He could feel her curiosity and the questions boiling up in her mind. Before she could voice any of them, however, he said, "Obliviate." Her eyes turned blank and she swayed slightly. He gently relieved her of her wand and replaced it in its box. He stashed it in an expanded pocket and pulled out something else. This package was gaily wrapped in paper with balls of light flashing around on it. From its size and shape one could expect it to be a book. "And here's your first present," he declared, holding the package out to her. She blinked uncertainly, but then, with eyes shining in anticipation, the young girl quickly shredded the wrapping paper to reveal 1001 spells, charms, jinxes, and hexes every wizard and witch should know. Wow! She breathed softly as she eagerly opened the book and glanced through it. While the Black Library had many books, most had protective enchantments to prevent underage children from accessing them. Which meant the only books she could read spoke only in general terms or were fiction or completely non-magical. After a moment, she looked up at him. "This is so cool." She clutched it to her chest and hugged it as if it were a pet. Smiling broadly, Gary held out a second package. She put the book on the study desk and just as quickly as before removed similar wrapping paper from the box and opened it. Momentarily puzzled, she held up a leather contraption with two belts. "It's a wand holster," Gary explained. "Dragonskin leather, with concealment, comfort, anti-summoning, and protection charms. Here, let me show you." He took the holster from her. "Hold your right arm out." She did, and he quickly fastened the holster in place. "While you are wearing it," he said, "no one can take it from you and only a very powerful cutting charm can harm it. To make it invisible, place your left hand fingers on it and say invisible. Then say visible to see it again." She did that, too, making it disappear and reappear repeatedly. "When it's invisible, if someone grabs your arm, they won't feel it. It fits so well and is so comfortable that after a while you might even forget you are wearing it. Also, it has 3 compartments, one for a wand, one for a knife, and the third for whatever you want, such as a forever ink quill." Wow! She was truly speechless. He waited as she admired her present. Finally, she looked up at him and said, "This is wonderful." She sighed, "But I won't have a wand for 3 more years." She glanced wistfully at the book on the desk. Gary laughed as he held out a third package, a long box with square ends. Belle's eyes seemed to double in size and she stared at the box and then at Gary and then at the box. Almost not breathing, she tentatively reached out and took the box. This time she slowly removed the wrapping paper to reveal a simple cardboard box. Hands shaking, she opened it and stared at the revealed wand. It was short, barely 6 inches long, with a handle made of a different wood shape to fit her small hand. She looked back up at him, disbelief plain. "A real wand?" Gary laughed again, humor present in his tone as he said, "Yes, Belle, a real wand. Made of walnut wood with a dragon heartstring core." He paused a moment as she slowly took the wand out of the box. "It's a training wand, with special runes that prevent you from casting spells your magic can't handle. Every time you touch it, it measures your magical ability and won't let you do anything that might harm you." She waved the wand and a few bright sparks shot out the end. Children are allowed wands only after they turn 11 because before then their magic is unstable and unreliable. Using a wand before you're 11 can actually hurt you in the long term and stunt your magical growth by dangerously straining your magic at a young age. This wand, however, adjusts to your present abilities, and that will never happen. Unlike a regular wand, with this wand if you try to cast a spell your magic can't handle, nothing happens. A regular wand would attempt to do the spell and allow you to hurt yourself. Belle gave him a brief glance before waving the wand again to watch the sparks fly. She was listening. She just couldn't take her eyes off her new wand. "That book," Gary indicated the book on the desk by pointing with his chin, "has 1001 spells, but only about 10 of them are within your abilities right now. Lumos and Nox are 2 that you know, you've seen all the adults use those 2 so you know what they do." "Whisper Lumos." "Lumos," came the soft response. The tip of the wand glowed just as softly. For the other 3 spells, you'll have to search the book to find them. She stared at the end of her wand, then whispered Nox. She threw herself at Gary, wrapping her arms around him and saying, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," in a steady stream. Gary patted her on the back. "Remember, the wand tracks your magical ability, so if you do a spell a bunch of times and drop your magical ability low enough, the wand will stop working. The same is true if you try to do a bunch of spells. Then you'll have to wait until your reserves replenish themselves completely before you can cast another spell. So when the wand stops working, you are done for the day. I'm the luckiest girl in the world to have you as my uncle. I love you," Belle said, her face still buried in his side. "Thank you, Belle," he replied softly. "You don't know how much that means to me." "Okay, then," he said, pushing her back a bit to look her in the face. "You can't tell anyone that you have a wand. And you have to promise you won't try to use someone else's wand, no matter how tempted you may be." Her face fell. She had been so looking forward to telling everyone about her new wand and wand holster. He smiled down at her. "Just imagine the pranks you can now pull if no one knows you have a wand. Padfoot will blame Moony, Moony will blame Tonks, and Tonks will blame Padfoot. And you'll be laughing yourself silly at all of them. They will never think that you cast the spell that changed their hair to Slytherin colors because that requires a wand, and they know you don't have a wand. Just remember, pranks are to make people laugh, not to hurt them or humiliate them." She stared back up at him for a moment, eyes shining in glee, then she smirked. "I know Uncle Gil." Then she smiled to herself, imagining all the mischief she could do without anyone suspecting her. "And if you do try to use another wizard or witch's wand, you will hurt yourself, even if it doesn't feel like it at the time. So promise. You have your own wand, don't use another's. If you do and I'll know, don't you think otherwise I'll be forced to confiscate your wand. And just think how awful it will be to know that you had a wand and lost it because you wanted to try someone else's wand." She nodded rapidly, clutching the wand to her chest. "I promise, Uncle Gil. I promise. I'll only ever use this wand. And you'll be the terror of Hogwarts when you arrive 1001 spells already under your belt." He grinned, "But you'll have to read the entire book to find out which spells work today and which ones will have to wait until you're older. After you've mastered a dozen or two you'll begin to get a feel for which ones you can do and which ones are for later. And the wand and holster will be our little secret, won't they?" The ecstatic girl nodded energetically. "Okay, let me show you how the wand holster works." Of course, everything he had said about the wand was a lie. The de-aging potion he had given her had physically reduced her age, but hadn't changed her magical abilities except to slightly reduce her total capacity. Belle still had a very powerful magical core, far more powerful and stable than any child her apparent age. The runes concealed under the wand handle's top layer of wood were rather simple, they limited the power through the wand until she had used about 1% of her actual strength. And being a shorter version of the wand than was natural for her also would limit the power of the spells she could cast. The runes would slowly increase that power limit until she would be at full strength when she went to get her first wand from Ollivanders in 3 years. Until then, she would be more than happy to play with her wand instead of pirating one of the adults, as he knew she would have done otherwise. That would have been a disaster as everyone discovered she had an adult's capability at such a young age. And raised questions that Gary did not want anyone to even begin to think about asking. No, after careful thought, he had taken care of the oath and told Belle everything she needed to know. He looked up and realized that he was almost back to where he had started. That damned Voltia whore, in addition to the notice-me-nots, had put up anti-magicals and anti-muggles charms. The anti-magicals enchantment had subtly made him redirect his flight while he was lost in thought. He cursed a bit, then turned around and headed towards the graveyard, again. This time he wouldn't allow himself to be distracted. He had taken care of everything he needed to do before the third task had started. He didn't need to return to Hogwarts and fix the incoming new students' book of names to reflect that Belladonna hadn't already graduated. Being head of Gryffindor and Slytherin houses had granted him easy access to that book and it took only a few minutes to affix the necessary charm. Bella would get her letter right on her 11th birthday, just as she was supposed to. And her name would appear as Belladonna Bellatrix Black, just as it was supposed to. Lestrange would not appear. He had even fixed the castle enchantments so that the headmistress or headmaster would only see her corrected name if they should directly examine the castle's protective enchantments. Even Harry's Marauder's map would show her name as Belladonna Black. Sam. The Sorting Hat. He hadn't forgotten to tell the Sorting Hat what needed to be done, had he? Ah, Mr. Lockhart. Sam said almost as soon as Gary dropped the hat on his head. I've missed your company, the headmistress's office is so dull. What new adventure are we about to embark upon? The hat shifted slightly, then settled. Ah, said Gary, sorry, Sam, no adventures this time. I just wanted to warn you that Bellatrix Black is going to be coming in 3 years to be sorted again. Gary could feel Sam's curiosity. Yes. Well, you see, I kidnapped her from Azkaban, then de-aged her after removing all her memories from age 6 on up. It was either that or kill her and I didn't want to do that. She is a black, after all. And with Sirius, Remus, and Nymphadora living with her at 12 Grimmauld Place, I'm sure we can prevent her from following the path she did the last time. She certainly has no problems with half-bloods and muggleborns the way she used to. In fact, she seems to regard most purebloods as complete twits, suitable only for pranking. He sighed. Which means, I'm sure, that she'll fall arse over tea kettle for a pureblood before she graduates. Well, anyway, I wanted to warn you that I, as Lord Gryffindor and Lord Slytherin, command you to not reveal anything to her or anyone else about her previous life as Bellatrix. I don't care what house you sword her to, although I would prefer it not be Slytherin, if you can help it. I want her to have a fun time here and not become the insane dark arts obsessed bitch she used to be. I will do as you command, Lord Gryffindor Slytherin. I will not reveal her past to anyone, especially not to the girl, herself. Thank you, Sam. Sam shifted and seemed to lean over slightly, as if leaning closer, an odd sensation considering Gary was wearing Sam on his head. Mr. Lockhart. Mr. Potter. You seem to have integrated your personalities rather well. There is no dividing line between the two of you the way there used to be. Might I take a closer look? Gary shrugged. Maybe Sam would be able to determine exactly what had happened. Oh. Ah. No? Oh. I see. Oh dear. Sam shifted around Gary's head, as if he were walking around him. Most interesting. There was a long pause, then, thank you. Well? Demanded Gary. What did you find? For a moment, he thought Sam wasn't going to respond. Well, Sam finally said, that spell that hit you was apparently a prelude to a possession attempt, but you escaped before the possession could take place. The spell seemed to have had two components. The first was to crush down the personality in the brain of the one being possessed, in this case, Mr. Potter, because he was the one in control at that point. Your escape, while fortuitous, would have left a normal wizard comatose for many months with his personality knocked out. In your case, with your two personalities already in place, it simply put Mr. Lockhart in control while you slumbered. The second component, the active part, was to merge all the memories of the subverted personality with the controlling personality, making them one and destroying the subverted personality in the process. In your case, Mr. Potter was the dominant personality even though Mr. Potter was asleep. It appears that after all the memories were combined, the spell tried to establish Mr. Lockhart as the dominate personality, and failed. And in that failure, it simply merged the two personalities into a new one. So, Mr. Lockhart, you are now one new person with the traits and strengths of both, as well as the defects and weaknesses. Fortunately, most of the strengths and traits of one compensate for the weaknesses and defects of the other. You are a rather well-rounded personality as a result. Who enjoys pranks far too much? The hat shifted again. I must say, I approve. Gary sat there in shock. Voldemort had developed a spell to aid him in his possession of others. Probably that was what had made it so easy for Quirrell to accept and adjust to his possession. Only Harry's typical fantastic last-minute luck in escaping had really saved them. Well, he finally said. That's interesting. Still in a bit of a daze, he said, thank you for your help. Sam tilted, his version of nodding assent. Gary slowly walked out of the headmistress' office. Gary spent several days contemplating what he had learned in his narrow escape. Underscore. Gary looked around and realized he had once again started to leave the graveyard. Damn it. This was annoying as hell. He sighed and then used a sticking charm to make sure he remained on his broom. Then he cast another spell that locked the broom onto a course to follow his tracking spell, regardless of any attempt he might make to change course. It would remain in effect until he was close enough to hear or see what was really happening in the graveyard, at which point the anti-magical enchantment would fail to affect him and he could safely take control again. For the third time he set out for the graveyard and Harry Potter. Jingrots. Ragnarok. Had he done everything needed? Besides updating his will, had he forgotten anything? Underscore. So, here's my new will and last testament, Ragnarok, Lockhart said, handing over the parchment. The wizard settled back in his chair as he waited for the goblin to read the new legal papers. Ragnarok had still sneered at him as he entered the plush office reserved for the goblin in charge of Lockhart's accounts, which also included the accounts of Black, Potter, Peverell, Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Gaunt, although the sneer wasn't nearly as impressive as it used to be. In fact, for a goblin, it might even be termed welcoming. Now the largest single depositor at Gringotts, the lower-ranked goblins treated Lockhart almost like royalty. Watching them rush around and kowtow to him was most gratifyingly. Even more amusing was watching the reactions of the other wizards and witches in the main lobby at those very uncharacteristic actions. It was quite satisfying on several levels. The goblin looked up at him. You are relinquishing head of House of Potter, Gryffindor, and Peveril to the Potter heir when he reaches majority or immediately if you become incapacitated or die, he stated. Yes, affirmed Gary. They are rightfully his. The goblin grunted. House Black is to go to Miss Belladonna Bellatrix Black under the same conditions. Yes, affirmed Gary, again. Sirius has declared he has no interest in assuming that seat, and he doubts he can father any children, anyway, considering his time in Azkaban. I did bequeath him rather large amounts of galleons so he will not lack for funds, in any event. Ragnarok did sneer at him, I can read. So stop wasting my time telling me something I already know was the subtext. However, he continued, his expression clearly indicating he thought Gary was an idiot, House Black can only be inherited by a wizard, thus she is ineligible. Lockhart grinned, and handed him a second parchment to read. Sirius Black agrees to act as temporary head of House Black, until she has a son, at which point she will become regent. The inheritance laws do not restrict regency to wizards, although that is the custom. Should she die before that happens, then head of house devolves to Nymphadora Tonk's son, as those parchments indicate. The accounts manager studied both parchments for a few minutes, then referred to an ancient inheritance laws book. Then pulled out an even older book for farther study. Finally, he set the books aside and studied the parchments again. Reluctantly, he nodded. A sly look crossed his face. It will be quite expensive preparing all the correct paperwork for this. Naturally, the wizard said, his own expression bland. Just so long as it cannot be successfully challenged and overthrown. The goblin grunted assent, but his smirk was easily visible. He looked back at the will, then said, Houses Lockhart and Gaunt are to go to your sister's sons or daughters, should any of them become a wizard or witch, or throwing the accounts into dormancy should they not. Being lesser houses there are no restrictions preventing witches from being the head of house. These will be filed today and the appropriate supporting documentation provided, Ragnarok concluded. Excellent. And before we go farther, Ragnarok, Gary said, leaning forward to hand another parchment to the goblin. The goblin read the short note, then looked up at the wizard, fury evident in his expression. Unperturbed, Lockhart nodded. That's correct. If Gringotts or any goblin, wizard, witch, or agent in their employ should reveal or acknowledge that Belladonna is actually Bellatrix Lestrange née Black who has been de-aged and obliviated of all memories back to the age of 6, I will close all my accounts and transfer their contents to the banking gnomes in Switzerland. That includes not denying the fact by saying things such as we cannot confirm or deny or that is private information or any other method that might imply that she is Bellatrix without actually saying so or denying that she is. I expect Gringotts and its employees and agents to simply say her name is Belladonna Bellatrix Black, not Bellatrix Black or Bellatrix Lestrange née Black. She is not the adult woman that was a follower of the self-styled Lord Voldemort, also known as Tom Riddle. Or words to the same effect. Gary leaned forward before the goblin could object. And, should the houses already have passed to my successors and word leaks out about her identity, I have already filed the proper paperwork, signed by my sisters, Harry Potter and Sirius Black, with my lawyers to close and transfer their accounts to the gnomes. That should protect her secret quite well. He left Gringotts in a quite cheerful mood, leaving behind several very unhappy goblins. And should things really go badly, he had left a series of parchments with his lawyers for the mini stress bones explaining how he had destroyed all the Horcruxes and that Voldemort was as mortal as any other man. Underscore. He heard a voice ahead, be blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will, resurrect your foe. Damn, he was too late to stop the ritual completely. Still floating on his broom, he followed the tracking spell and soon approached the site of Voltihor's rebirth. A Death Eater he didn't know was standing by the massive cauldron, which was boiling and bubbling. The moon was past half full and contributed only a bit of light to the scene. Fortunately, the Death Eater had provided a few torches around the graveyard so he wouldn't be stumbling around in the dark trying to do a finicky ritual. Harry, as he had been in the future past, was bound tightly to a statue. The ropes were quite secure, but a silent cutting spell made quick work of them. Harry, the older wizard whispered, duck behind this gravestone and then run straight away until your emergency port KA works about 100 feet after you leave this cemetery. Don't take chances. Leave me to deal with these buffoons. Before he could deal with Tommy Boy he needed to eliminate Nagini. The snake had to be somewhere around here. Unfortunately, the enchantments on the graveyard and its environs rendered his point me spell useless at finding the snake. Only his special spells on Harry had allowed Lockhart to find him. Robe me. He heard an annoyingly high-pitched voice say, almost like a little girl playing with helium. Gary glanced around the statue. Merlin, but that was one ugly monstrosity standing in the cauldron. He wondered when the wizard would realize things had not gone as well as he had intended. Standing in the cauldron was a creature. It looked to be vaguely squirrel-shaped, but interspaced with patches of fur, were bare skin, and occasionally shiny scales. Considering the size of the cauldron, Gary should have been able to see the wizard's legs, but instead all he could see was belly. Tom Riddle's new body was clearly more adapted to running on all fours than walking on two. The pointy face reminded Gary strongly of the rather rat-ish appearance of Peter Pettigrew after a long decade stuck in his animagus form, but much, much more exaggerated. Tommy Boy, though, did not have that animagus excuse. His mouth stuck out somewhat like a rodent, as did his nose, the two looking much like a short snout. His ears were above his head, fully furred and tufted, while his eyes were shifted to the sides, giving him a much wider range of view than a normal human. His hands were more claw-like paws. No pure blood would follow such an obvious twisted breed, no matter how powerful he might be. If nothing else, Gary had severely inconvenienced the Dark Lord. Voldyahor would have to die and try again to resurrect himself, if only so he wouldn't have to spend the rest of his immortal life as a squirrel-snake-man hybrid. When his command went unanswered, the Dark Lord looked at his servant's horrified face and realized things were not as rosy as they were supposed to be. He looked down at himself and screamed in anger. "What have you done to me?" He leapt out of the cauldron with a squirrel's quickness. "Oh, that wasn't good," and tackled his follower, yanking the wand from his hand. "Crucio," he screamed, his voice edging higher into the nearly unhearable zone. It was at that point that Gary heard a noise behind him. He turned. At the edge of the cemetery, he saw movement. It was Harry running behind another headstone. A huge snake followed him. Oh, of course. The one direction Harry would choose to run was the one guaranteed to meet Nagini. The snake was doing an admirable job of herding Harry back to the graveyard. Gary, still on his broom, shot off towards the two while unleashing a strong cutting curse at the snake. Apparently, being a Horcrux had improved the snake's reflexes if it was a Horcrux at this point. It was hard to tell with the evil taint that surrounded the graveyard. The snake whipped to the side. The curse sailed past it. Gary reached Harry and slid off the broom. "Here," he said. He thrust it at the little wizard. "Take this and get the hell out of Dodge. I'll handle the snake." Harry grabbed the broom. He hopped on and shot straight up. Gary dodged to his left. The infuriated snake, probably taking its cues from its still incoherently screaming master, slammed to the ground where they had been standing. Its fangs dripped poison as it hissed at him. It was as incoherent as its master. A deadly game of tag followed. It tried to tag him with its poison. He tried to tag it with a cutting curse. Neither made any real progress. The screaming by the cauldron stopped. Gary realized Voldyahor was aware of his snake's game. Squirrel Mort screamed above him. Gary threw himself behind a statue as curses rained down. The damn bastard had climbed one of the statues. The snake lunged towards him, mouth open wide to bury its fangs in the trapped wizard. Gary saw his chance. He threw the strongest cutting curse he knew straight into its wide-open mouth. Like the basilisk before it, the inside of its mouth had little in the way of magical protections. The curse sliced through the back of the snake's mouth, severing its spine and major arteries. It flopped to the ground, sliding into Gary and knocking him over. And, incidentally, out of the way of Squirrel Mort's curse, which blew apart the dead snake's eye instead. Voldemort fell off the statue on which he was standing, screaming. Ah, so the snake was a Horcrux. Just as had happened in the Harry's future, destroying a Horcrux vessel at such close range had a devastating effect on the Dark Wizard. Gary lay stunned on the ground for a moment, dazed. He had hit his head on the side of a gravestone. Slowly he got back to his feet. He knew he didn't have much time. He walked over to motionless would-be King of England. He started to stupefy when a bludgeoning curse hit him from the side, throwing him across the body on the ground into another gravestone. His armored vest protected him from serious injury, but his side hurt like a bitch. The Death Eater had apparently recovered from his master's curses and had entered the fray. Gary cursed himself for forgetting the other wizard. He rolled quickly to the side, scrambling to his feet. Another curse banged into the gravestone where he had just been lying. He dodged behind another gravestone and started firing off curses as fast as he could. In a matter of moments, he had the other wizard doing the dodging and shielding. He had just hit the other wizard with a stupefy when a powerful Bombardo curse exploded the gravestone he was using for a shield. Squirrel Mort had awakened. Gary started shielding as he searched for his opponent. The next curse exploded his shield with a bang and threw him down. That was when he saw Squirrel Mort. Damn, but he was quick. The creature darted closer. He sneered, in a girlishly high squeaky voice, You thought you could best Lord Voldemort. He screamed Avada Kedavra. Gary grabbed a chunk of the shattered gravestone and threw it in a desperate attempt to block the curse. To both their surprise, it worked and exploded into dust. Gary scrambled back and threw a langlock at the other. Voldyahor sneered, stepped to the side quickly and launched another Avada Kedavra. There was nothing at hand and Gary realized he didn't have the time to dodge. That was when the worst possible thing that could happen, happened. A blur shot in front of Gary from his right and above. It caught them both by surprise. Voldemort again fell screaming to the ground. Gary watched as Harry Potter fell off his broom and tumbled wildly across graveyard. Harry had taken the curse for Gary. He had sacrificed himself without regard for his own life. For a moment, Gary stood too stunned to move. Then he spun back to Voldemort and cast the most powerful stupefy he could manage. Then he did it again. And again. If something is worth doing once, it's worth doing twice. Or 3 times. Maybe even 5. And what he should have done the first time Squirrelmort was temporarily out. This time, at the very least, Voldy would have the mother of all headaches when he awoke. Gary reached into his expanded pocket and took out 2 halves of a glass sphere, each with numerous parcel tongue runes etched into it. Those had taken quite a bit of research to create. He had finally discovered that all he had to do was be thinking in parcel tongue when he cared the runes to make them unreadable by anyone not gifted with that skill. He shrank Squirrelmort down until he would just fit inside one of the half spheres, then levitated the creature into it. One half of the sphere had grooves that ran a short distance cut into the edges. The other half had matching tabs that were not quite as long. He lined up the 2 and pressed them together, then turned the top half until it stopped. A set of magic charging runes were divided between the 2 halves. Turning the 2 hemispherical sections to their stops lined the runes up perfectly, top to bottom. He pushed magic into it until the next set of runes reacted and sealed the 2 sections into one seamless piece. After a moment, the next set of runes engaged and made the sphere unbreakable. The next set of runes made it impermeable to magic. Then there was a set that made it indestructible by melting or other actions. The final set prevented wraiths or any other spirit from escaping the prison. Gary checked on his other opponent, who was still out cold. He hit him with Petrification Curse, then another Stupefy. He would let the Ministry deal with the Dark Idiot. He again reached into his pocket and took out a second pair of half spheres. These had the runes carved on the inside. He dropped the first sphere into one half sphere of the new one, then put the other half sphere over it. The 2 halves barely fit over the first sphere, but the charging runes lined up perfectly and powered the same sequence of runes that had decorated the first sphere. Now, no one could abrade the runes off and free the creature inside. Voldemort was constrained, with no escape. He dropped the sphere into his pocket and hurried over to where Harry was lying. A quick diagnostic spell showed no broken bones. It also showed no life. Gary remembered his experience when he had died to get rid of Voldemort's last soul shard. Meeting his parents before dying had been great. If he hadn't needed to finish off the evil bastard, he probably wouldn't have returned. This time, though, Harry had 2 very appreciative girlfriends, not to mention his new family in Bella, the Tonks, and his godfather. This time, the school had rallied behind him time and time again. He hadn't been vilified in the press. Rita had gone a long ways towards making sure he was accepted by the wizarding world. In other words, Harry should have everything to live for and no regrets at leaving his parents until sometime far in the future. Smiling to himself, Gary cast his Patronus, shaking his head slightly as the magpie appeared again. When had that happened? Madam Minister Bones, I am at the Little Hangleton Cemetery, beside the old Gaunt House Manor. I have captured and secured Tom Riddle, whom you know as Lord Voldemort. You might want to send a team here to survey the area and make sure there are no other Death Eaters in hiding. He watched the Patronus bird fly out of sight far more rapidly than any live bird could manage. Still, it would take a few minutes for the Aurors to arrive, at least 15 considering the distance the silvery bird had to cover. In the meantime, he carefully levitated Harry into a more comfortable position and cleaned him up. He healed the many scratches and cuts on the boy wizard, including the knife wound inflicted by Voldemort's minion. Now, all he could do was wait for Harry to return. Gary conjured up a recliner. He wondered if Harry was meeting with Dumbledore. He made an expression of disgust at that thought, or if he was meeting his parents. Gary sincerely hoped the boy was finally meeting his parents. He settled down to wait, with only the noise of crickets and other insects in the otherwise deathly quiet graveyard. 31 Epilogue, 2144 AD. Gary lay upon his deathbed looking at his family gathered in the large ballroom. His bed was tilted so that he could easily see across the room. What with grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren at 180 years old he had almost 8 generations gathered in the room, not to mention the nephews and nieces contributed by his sisters. There were far too many wizards and witches to fit into his bedroom, even as enormous as it was. And that didn't include his many friends and business associates, especially Harry Potter and his 4 wives, Hermione, Luna, Daphne, and Gabrielle. Sirius had passed on long ago, but the Black family was also in good attendance. Now a Grey family, as were Harry's and Gary's, they had been instrumental in dragging the wizarding world into accepting the non-magical as worthy of their respect. The party was in full swing. Gary had insisted upon it being a party with 2 bands alternating sets between current hits and oldies for the more mature set. Watching both his descendants and Harry's mixing and enjoying themselves set his heart to glowing with happiness. Harry's 5th year had been just like his 3rd, quiet except for the normal drama teenagers get up to in a boarding school. Daphne Greengrass had started hanging out with Hermione and Luna in 3rd year as the peer pressure of the Death Eaters' children faded with their fortunes. The Triwizard Tournament hadn't changed that, except to give him more support. She and Hermione had always battled for first place in their classes, and a friendly rivalry had emerged and then blossomed into an odd friendship. Early in 5th year she had apparently confessed to Hermione about liking Harry. By Christmas the trio became a quad. Fleur and Gary's wedding in the spring of 1996 had brought the little Vila back into contact with Harry and his 3 girlfriends. She had stayed at Grimmauld Place with the Tonks, Bella, Sirius, Remus, Harry, her sister, and Gary for the summer. Gabrielle had transferred to Hogwarts during Harry's 6th year and by Christmas had joined Harry's harem, as the other students had started calling them. Harry's 3 lordships. It turned out there was a magical tome in the ministry that listed airships, and Lockhart's filing of a will with the goblins had triggered it, had inundated him with marriage offers. Fortunately, the bribes paid to the goblins had managed to delay that revelation until after Harry had finished his owls. Accepting Daphne and Gabrielle as official girlfriends in 6th year along with the already established Hermione and Luna had brought him peace and quiet, as he was then, officially, off the available list. The summer before 7th year had solidified the arrangement into official betrothals. Waiting for Gabrielle to graduate had delayed things only a bit in the scheme of life, and gave Harry a chance to establish himself as a seeker in professional Quidditch for several years. The quad wedding of Harry and his wives, the summer after Gabrielle passed her owls, was the social event of the year. All 4 wives giving birth to their first children, 2 girls and 2 boys, just 10 months later was another major event for the wizarding world. Despite having 4 wives, and having babies at a rate that rivaled that of the Weasleys, or maybe because of it, Harry stayed in the Quidditch League for almost 30 years. Several people joked that he was growing his own Quidditch League, given how many of his offspring ended up being talented players. Next, he joined the Aurors, but that lasted only a few years. It was far too grim an undertaking and he would rather enjoy life. Enforcing the law at the end of a wand was just not his cup of tea. If attacked, he defended himself and his charges with an intensity and dedication that astounded others, but that his family took as normal for Harry. He had finally settled down in the ministry, exercising his power with his 3 lordships to help the average wizard thrive in the magic world. Every time Gary saw Harry smiling, it made him happy. Fleur, and then later the rest of his family, at first had been puzzled at how closely he had followed Harry's family and career, and his obvious delight at Harry's good fortunes. When Harry hit a rough spot in life, Gilderoy Lockhart Slytherin always seemed to be nearby with helpful advice and assistance. And pranks. But they had accepted his rationalization that he had emotionally adopted the boy during his time at Hogwarts. Lockhart had found himself terminally bored staying at home, so he and Fleur went exploring around the world. His talents with the dark arts had segued him into a career as a premier curse breaker, which led to a never-ending supply of book releases chronicling his accomplishments. He had ended his illustrious career with 40 years as Hogwarts' most beloved headmaster. When Fleur had died of old age, Gary had found his life remarkably empty. His descendants had tried to help, but the light of his life was gone and it showed. Only seeing Harry and his wives could bring him out of his doldrums. And now it was his turn to go to the next great adventure. He found himself quite looking forward to it. The children's band had just concluded their set. It was still early for most of the crowd and not yet midnight. But it was time. He was tiring and couldn't stay awake much longer. He reached out and touched a rune that cast a sonorous on himself. A soft, but penetrating gong echoed through the room. The crowd quieted and turned towards the stage. Thank you all for coming tonight. I know you all have more important things to do than listen to an old man's ramblings, but I did want to say a few things. First, people have been asking me, and Harry, what happened to that dark wizard Voldemort? Everyone knows he kidnapped Harry Potter, and that a battle took place, but we've never said what happened. Did Voldy run away again? Did Harry Potter once again vanquish the evil monster? Or had Harry finally destroyed the Git? He had the crowd's complete attention. I chose not to say so that the next Dark Lord, or Lady, would think twice about making a power grab. Most knew of Voldemort's temper and none wanted to test it. That worked for several decades. Long enough for us to put societal safeguards in place that have prevented any new truly evil wizards or witches from appearing. With vigilance, that will continue for a long time. He paused and took a small sip from the glass beside his table. It was a mild pepper-up potion. Too strong a one would give him a surge of strength that wouldn't last more than minutes and would doom him when it wore off. As it was, the healers said he only had a few days left, if that. And he didn't want to rush it, even if death was an old friend. The dark wizard known as Lord Voldemort was indeed vanquished by Harry Potter, but it was about a week after the kidnapping. It went like this. _ Why are we so far down in the ministry, Gil? Harry asked as he followed the older wizard. The unspeakable accompanying them was levitating a glowing spherical crystal just in front of them, which unsettled him. Whether it was the crystal, which kept drawing his eyes for some reason, or the unspeakable himself, Harry wasn't sure. Well, Harry, that's a deep subject, was Gary's casual reply. Harry groaned and said, That's terrible, Gil. The spinning doors had surprised Harry and made him unsteady on his feet, assisted by a small spell Gary had casted on him before they entered the ministry. Harry had then distracted the unspeakable by grabbing his cloak and neither noticed the subtle spell Gary cast on the sphere being transported. They entered a small auditorium that was empty except for chairs centered on a platform that held an archway. The arch drew his attention immediately as the grey curtain across it seemed to sway and move in a breeze he couldn't feel. "This, Harry," Lockhart said quietly, "is called the Veil of Death. The unspeakables believe it is a doorway to the realm of the dead. If you listen, you can hear voices coming from it, but you can never determine what they are saying. It draws you like a moth to a flame. If you aren't careful, you could find yourself inadvertently stepping through it." "Sit," he said, pointing at a chair and sitting down in another. The unspeakable remained standing. Harry sat, looking at Lockhart questioningly. "Harry, as you know, Voldemort didn't die in 1981 when he tried to kill you with an unforgivable curse. The reason is simple. He created these things called Horcruxes, soul anchors. They're also called soul vessels. He did a terrible and very evil ritual in which he split a piece off his soul and stored it in something else, such as that diary that Ginny Weasley had in your second year." Harry gasped, his eyes wide. "Ginny released the basilisk?" Gary nodded. "Under the control of part of Tom Riddle's soul, she had no choice. If I hadn't taken the diary from her, the diary would have taken her very life force and killed her while creating a new body for the soul fragment in the diary." Harry leaned back, stunned. "And he didn't just do it once. Or twice." Harry reflected for a moment, then said softly, "Oh my God. My scar." "Indeed, Harry, indeed. That was why I focused on recovering the Founder's items in your second year. As well as the diary, Tom Riddle had invested a piece of his soul in Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Slytherin's locket. He had a sick fixation on the Founder's items. Gryffindor's sword was the only item he did not befoul, and that was because he couldn't find it. There were 3 other items he did this to, as well. Well, 2 I knew for sure at that end of second year, the third I wasn't sure of until we were in the graveyard after you were portkeyed away. One was the gaunt head of House Ring, which I destroyed. The third was that giant snake, Nagini, that was chasing you in the graveyard. The second one was an accident. He had prepared the ritual in advance and only needed the final component to complete it. But he died before he could do that." Harry nodded, waiting for his friend to continue. Lockhart seemed lost in thought. "And I was the second, wasn't I?" he finally prompted. The older wizard took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I wasn't going to tell you, at first, before we ended up at the graveyard. I had hoped that I could head Tom off and trap him. If I could trap him, then he would be harmless. He would be isolated from the world under a heavy draft of living death potion as well as a stasis charm, and never again would you have dreams or nightmares from him. I planned to keep a careful eye on you while I searched for a way to remove that final fragment without harming you. Unfortunately, he managed to get to you before I got to him. And, well, you know the rest." Harry sat silent for the longest time. Then he looked up at Gilderoy. "So why are we here? You killed Voldemort, right? And I don't have that soul fragment anymore, it's gone." Gary looked away, at the arch, for several moments, then turned his attention back to Harry. "There was a prophecy concerning you, Harry. Your favorite divination teacher at Hogwarts had spoken it back in 1970. Trelawney," Harry said in a disgusted tone. "Indeed. It was why Dumbledore hired her to keep her out of Voldemort's clutches, because who knew what he might do with the seer if he found she had a real talent. I won't bore you with the prophecy itself, it was a rather typical piece of drivel. Unfortunately, a Death Eater overheard part of the prophecy and carried the tale to Lord Voldemort. The superstitious twit believed it and set about making it a self-fulfilling prophecy. If he had ignored it, well, he would be ruling the world now. The full prophecy said that someone born at the end of July would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. 2 boys fit that description, you and Neville." "Neville?" repeated Harry, stunned. "Yes. And that's why he killed your parents. He planned to go after Neville, next." Harry stared back at him, too surprised at the revelation to say anything. "Both sets of parents had gone into hiding, as you know, to protect you 2 infants. And were betrayed. That part of the story you know. And that was why he was so obsessed with you, it was you who sent him off. It was a major blow to his pride, and he had to set that right. What you don't know is that your scar was a sign that Voldemort had marked you as the one who had the power to defeat him. I learned of this situation and decided to take a hand, but I didn't know about the Horcruxes at first. It was ludicrous to believe that a child not yet in his teens could battle the second most powerful wizard in the world and win. So, I stepped in to see what I could do. As soon as I saw you at the Flourish and Blots, I knew things were in dire straits. When I arrived at Hogwarts, I could feel the same taint of evil lingering there. Then I found the diadem and discovered it was a Horcrux. Well, I knew I was in for a struggle. But I am Gilderoy Lockhart. I don't give up. So I started hunting the Horcruxes, and taking care of his Death Eater followers. All the Death Eaters were criminals of the worst sort, rape, murder, torture, each of them did all those deeds. There were no innocent Death Eaters. Some of them might have been pressured by their families into accepting the Dark Mark, at first, but they still participated in evil deeds, and eventually grew to consider them justified. And then, when Volduhor disappeared that Halloween, they escaped punishment with lies and bribes. So, I became judge, jury, and executioner. I have a terrible stain on my soul, Gary said tiredly staring into Harry's eyes, but better it is me than you. He paused a moment thinking. You are my redemption, Harry. I need you to live your life to the fullest, to love and be loved. To have the family you never had. Do those things and everything I have done will be worth the sacrifice. Harry stood quietly, then stepped close and hugged the older wizard. I don't care what you did, Gil, you are still the best wizard, man, I have ever met. Gary took a deep breath, deeply moved. Thank you, Harry, he said as he hugged the boy back. He wasn't about to cry, it was merely dust in his eyes that was making them wet. He cleared his throat. And that brings us to the here and now. Lockhart reached into his pocket and pulled out his glass sphere. It was opaque. The magics had fully charged, now, and nothing could get in or out of it, not even light. He gazed at it a moment, smiling. He handed it to Harry. Throw this through the veil, Harry. What is it? Harry asked as he took it and turned it over in his hands, examining it. I'll explain in a moment, just toss it through the veil. Harry shrugged, and threw it underhand in a short arc that hit the veil in the center. The voices from the veil got much louder, and the veil itself billowed outward as if hit with a great wind. Then it gradually quieted and settled down. Gary said as he turned to look at the crystal ball being levitated by the unspeakable which remained brightly glowing. Oops. He said, as if embarrassed. The unspeakable gasped, the prophecy is still active. He's not dead. There must be one more Horcrux. He turned to the other wizard, rage building in his tone, you said you had accounted for them all. Harry was watching with eyes wide, horror creeping into his expression. Smugly, the prankster wizard said, oh, I did, as he flicked his fingers at the crystal and removed the spell he had placed on it earlier. The glow abruptly disappeared, leaving it dull and dark. You idiot! The unspeakable said in outrage. He pulled out his wand and waved it over the hovering prophesy sphere, and studied the glowing runes that appeared. It is done, the unspeakable growled angrily. He reached up and grabbed the crystal ball and dropped it into a pocket in his robe. It is just as you said, Mr. Lockhart. His voice was clipped and as insincere as possible. You didn't have to see his lips to know he was sneering as he said, thank you. Harry had the impression that the unspeakable was barely restraining himself from hexing the infuriating wizard. Lockhart smiled widely. Harry, Voldemort, also known as Tom Riddle, has been removed from this plane of existence by your hand, as prophesied. And then laughed at the stunned expression on the boy's face. While you were dead, I stunned, shrunk, and sealed Squirrel Mort into an impregnable prison, that glass ball. The ball was indestructible by magic, from either inside or out. That was my original plan, after all. And now that all his Horcruxes are gone, it was safe to dispose of him. Although, it was tempting to just keep it on my desk at home as a trophy. Everyone would see it and not realize that the most dangerous dark wizard in centuries was inside that innocuous black ball that I used as a paperweight. He sighed mournfully at the loss. After a moment's pause, in which his audience of two stared at him incredulously, he added defensively, it was only a thought. Anyway, we know all the Horcruxes are gone because the prophecy sphere is now dark. He, of course, couldn't tell them he knew exactly what all the Horcruxes were because he had already destroyed them in another version of the future. Let them think he was so arrogant as to assume he had destroyed them all when he might have missed one. Maybe they would think twice, themselves, before doing something just as monumentally stupid in the future. Gilderoy said, there is one more thing to do. He pulled a wand out of his pocket. It was very old and very worn. Harry stared at it a moment before exclaiming, isn't that Dumbledore's wand? The unspeakable seemed to give a start, it was difficult to tell. No, Harry, it isn't his wand, Gary explained. His wand is buried in his tomb. He brandished the wand, holding it vertical in two fingers by its handle. He casually flicked underhanded it through the veil. That was the so-called Elder Wand, he said as the wand vanished through the grey curtain. Dumbledore won it from Grindelwald. It was also called the Wand of Destiny and the Death Stick. From the way the unspeakable moved it was clear he was as dumbfounded as Harry. You had the real Elder Wand. The unspeakable said incredulously. Not anymore. Gary said, smirking. And now it has been returned to its rightful owner. The swath of death and destruction caused by those seeking and using that wand is at an end. He smiled to himself. A promise is a promise. And I always keep my promises. Even to myself. He looked over at the unspeakable. And, yes, before you ask, not only do I know where the other 2 items are, I had all 3 in my possession at the same time. And for quite some time. He turned and looked back at the veil. And now no one else will ever have that opportunity, not that it meant much anyway. He turned back to the unspeakable. Mr. Croker, the unspeakable gave a small start at Lockhart, apparently knowing who it was in the cowl. You can officially record that the Elder Wand, the Wand of Destiny, the Death Stick, the wand allegedly given to one of the Peveril brothers by death itself, has been tossed through the veil. He sighed and rubbed the side of his face tiredly. It really wasn't all that powerful, anyway. The innate power of the wizard or witch using a wand is of far more import than any magic in the wand wielded. He looked over at Harry, who was staring back and forth between the 2 wizards. Come, Harry, our business here is completed. He turned and the 2 of them headed back up the stairs of the small chamber, leaving the unspeakable behind to catch up. It was as the doors to the lift to the rest of the ministry were about to close that he called out to the unspeakable, "Oh, by the way, Saul, if you and the ministry are nice enough to Harry and me, I might just let you have the resurrection stone. It really does let you call back the dead and converse with them." The unspeakable turned and appeared to be looking at them as the doors closed. You could almost imagine his jaw dropping open in surprise. "But first, Harry," Lockhart said, turning to small boy beside him, "how would you like to speak with your parents for a few minutes when we get home?" Underscore. And that was how Harry Potter Peveril Gryffindor Delacour cast Tom Riddle through the veil of death. He left out his remarks regarding the resurrection stone, of course. No need to bring up the whole Master of Death situation. Complete details on how I, Gilderoy Lockhart Slytherin, 3-time awardee of the Order of Merlin, First Class, member of the Dark Force Defense League, award-winning author, 20-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' Most Beloved Headmaster, Slayer of Basilisks, Detector of Dark Wizards, and Curse Breaker Extraordinaire, managed to detect, track down, and defeat the most dangerous Dark Lord of our time is in my forthcoming book, Dancing with Death. It will be available in all fine bookstores. And straight face, thank you for reading this. I really had fun writing it. I am gratified to hear that so many found it entertaining and funny after reading the same thing 10 times, I can't tell if something is funny or not anymore. And I wasn't sure if anyone but me would find it funny, anyway. Several readers criticized that Gilderoy was romping through without any real opposition. Well, if you already know most of your opponent's moves and secrets, it is rather easy to trounce them. The problem is not getting cocky, getting caught by surprise when someone does something you didn't expect.